Hey there, baseball fans, and welcome back to Draft HQ Live, presented by Prep Baseball Report and D1Baseball.com. I'm Nathan Rohde, and alongside me tonight is David Seifert, Shooter Hunt, Aaron Fitt, and Kendall Rogers yet again after a pretty wild first night of the 2020 MLB Draft. Today, we've got rounds 2 through 5, which, as everyone knows, is all there is for the draft this year. But things got started off pretty quickly with some interesting stuff last night. But Seif, let's start with you kind of rehashing things a little bit. It really did feel like, even though there were some surprises, it still felt like a normal draft last night. I think today is when we're obviously with it ending shorter than usual, today is when we'll start to see some of those dynamic changes because of everything going on.
Right. We saw there's surprises every year in round one, but when you see the end product after 5 rounds or 10 rounds, you understand why they picked this guy here or this guy here to save money there, spend more money there. So certainly we'll kind of see all the strategies come into play, and we'll see what they were by the end of the night.
Mm-hmm. Kendall, let's jump to you real quick. And, we talked about the, some of the names that you were watching, like who could end up back at campus. And some of those names that, we mentioned, like the sophomore eligible guys, didn't get picked yesterday. So have you heard anything since we signed off last night, to now that has you thinking that maybe some fan bases could get really excited about, somebody coming back?
Yeah, I mean, the two guys for me to keep an eye on today, Cole Wilcox from Georgia and Cole Henry from LSU. Wilcox is one of those guys. There's some rumblings going around that he may return to Georgia for another season. We'll see if that's true. A lot of posturing goes on, as we well know, during the draft. We'll see if that comes to fruition. Then Cole Henry's a really interesting guy to watch. I mean, if he doesn't go before the 50th pick here, I think he's got a very good shot to show up at LSU. I do know there are at least 3 teams in that kind of that 40 to 50 range who are really interested in him. So LSU fans need to keep an eye on Cole Henry. If he doesn't go in that top 50, I've got a feeling that he will return to Baton Rouge for another season, which gives him a pretty good rotation there with him, Landon Marceau, and Jaden Hill. I think you can work with that.
Yeah, I think they could. They would be pretty happy with that. It's a stout pitching staff there. But Shooter, there's another level to all that, and that's the recruiting classes. You have the article that went out yesterday about teams that are on the quote-unquote hot seat of monitoring the draft. Obviously, that still goes into today. Who are some of the players and programs that you're monitoring to see how these classes get affected?
I think, again, Texas is at the top. Jared Kelley's still on the board, one of the top arms. There were only 2 high school arms that went yesterday, Mick Abel and Nick Bitsko. And Bitsko is essentially a junior, so only one really from this class went. But Tanner Witt, Jared Kelley, Jared Jones, all 3 big-time arms from UT. Arizona lost Nick York yesterday. I'm actually really excited to see what the Red Sox do today. It's probably the biggest surprise of yesterday. The Red Sox don't pick again until round 3. They may have some money to play with there. So, I mean, Cole Henry at the top 50 picks, and then again, wait for the Red Sox. But more than anything, those guys, JT Ginn, any of those Friday night guys going back to school are definitely a huge impact for the college program.
Mm-hmm. Aaron, let's look at some of the college talent. Like we mentioned those sophomore eligibles that are still available, but let's kind of go to that more, I guess, normal college prospect in the juniors. You got Chris McMahon still on the board. Dylan Dingler is a name that we had heard a little bit maybe in the first round. He's still on the board. What are your expectations when it comes to the names that we might hear early on today from the college side?
Yeah, I think those are going to be 2 of the first college players drafted at some point here in the second round. I mean, Dingler, I'm surprised didn't go on day 1 just because he had so much helium leading up to the draft. It sounded like, an athletic catcher that has played center field before, got real strength in his swing. I think there's a lot of upside defensively as well as offensively. I know Seif loves this guy. But Chris McMahon, another one that I think is a mid to late first round talent that is still out there as we head to the second round. And he's a junior. I think he's ready to sign. There's not a signability question with him. So I imagine that he'll be a premium guy going today. Logan Allen from FIU, polished left-hander. He's like a smaller version of Reed Detmers. He's got a lot of similarities with his repertoire. Just a guy that I think is going to move really quickly through a system. So those guys. And then, of course, there's just so many power arms in this class that are still out there. CJ Van Eyk from Florida State is a Kendall Rogers favorite, of course. We all like CJ, but That's a big time arm that's still out there. Tommy Mace from Florida, really like his stuff, and certainly took a step forward with his secondary stuff. If you read the TrackMan breakdowns, it's impressive, the metrics on especially that cutter that he's got. So keep an eye on those guys as well.
Mm-hmm. Saif, let's jump back to you for a second. Obviously, day one is fast and furious. Even though there's 4 minutes between picks, there's a lot of stuff going on. Names moving up, moving down on the board, and then kind of at the end of the day, I don't know that anyone takes kind of a collective breath. What happens between maybe your team's last pick or the last pick of the day and the start of today? What kind of phone calls are being made? What conversations are being had? What's the process there?
Your draft board, obviously, the order of that remains the same. I mean, you did that for months after months, so that remains the same. But you're reaching out to, in some cases, the players themselves, but in most cases, the agents, just to make sure that the signability is the same, because that, as much as you think it would remain the same, it's a very fluid game. There's a lot of chips on the table. Again, like we talked about last night in the pregame or pre-draft, the agents know all the offers. The teams don't. So the agents can pretty much just shop those offers around. They hold all the chips for the most part. So they're going to get their guy the best offer. So you just need to really just check back in with the agents to make sure, it's the same.
Mm-hmm. Shooter, let's talk a little bit about some of the high school guys. You mentioned Jared Kelley. We think, we might hear his name pretty early today. It was a guy that we thought, kind of to hear yesterday. Talent-wise, who are you looking at? Not necessarily affecting, recruiting classes, but talent-wise, who are you, looking at coming off the board early today from the high school side?
I mean, Kevin Pareda is definitely one catcher down in Southern California. Anybody in those warm weather states where scouts are out, Southern California, the Carolinas, Georgia, Texas, Florida, they got more looks. So there's going to be more intel on those guys. They'll have a better chance of signing. Jared Jones, in that Texas class, big time premium arm, up close to 100. He's shown it for a while. And then obviously Jared Kelley, even Storm Hierholzer, who's a big time arm committed to TCU, showed really well on some of those TrackMan speakeasy sessions that we had with Real Feel for the Spin. Those are some of the guys I'm looking for. But really, I think arms are going to start coming off the board quickly here, and some of those high school arms especially.
Mm-hmm. Anybody got any predictions for what we might who we might see first off the board today? I guess not using any intel that might have just gone around. Saif, you got any guesses?
I'm sorry, I was going to let Kendall lead off. I think Kendall's got some scoop there. I just have a gut feel. I have nothing to back this up, but just watching the board, knowing, from experience, I really see two of the sophomore eligible arms, either JT Ginn, Cole Henry, or Cole Wilcox. Two of those three probably go off in the top 5 picks. And to back up what Aaron said, I expect Dylan Dingler from Ohio State to go really quick as well.
Mm-hmm.
I have no intel. It's just, the draft is the draft. College catchers go quickly. I was very surprised he didn't go yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I think 3 guys for me that are really interesting guys, Caissie Martin from Arkansas, Clayton Beater, and Kevin Abel. Beater is one of those guys that had been rumored to really kind of scale the draft boards a little bit. He didn't go yesterday. We'll see how high he goes today. And then Caissie Martin and Kevin Abel are really interesting to me, especially Caissie. I think he's going to be one of those guys at the next level. It's either feast or famine. He could be an absolute all-star for somebody if he kind of puts all the pieces together and gets a little bit better strike zone awareness. And then Kevin Abel, he just now got back on the mound. We have him at 34th in our college rankings. I'm very intrigued to see where he goes today because I've heard no buzz on Kevin Abel. So I'm intrigued to see where he goes in today's rounds, 2 through 5.
The only tweet I saw of Kevin Abel immediately got taken down, but he looked good in the 1 hour period where you could see the 3 pitches he had thrown.
It's funny you mentioned that. I retweeted that about Kevin Abel, and apparently they took it down because I retweeted it because they had coaches on the field with him.
Is that what the was? I was like, where did it go?
Oregon State, what are you doing?
That Caissie Martin's a great call because is there a potential he goes back to school? He was kind of struggling and really scuffling off early this year. But if 2 years ago in Omaha when they were playing Oregon State, I would have said this kid's a slam dunk top 10 pick. So I guess there might be a potential he goes back to school.
I don't know. I think he'd be hard pressed to go back to school. I think he's going to go in the first 20 picks today, and I think he'll be well on his way into a pro organization.
Yeah, it's tough for those guys to want to go back to school when you're going to get paid a little bit.
I mean, we're still in the $2 million range for a little bit. I mean, we're not talking. I mean, what $1 million is pick 68 or 69. I mean, so we're not. It's not like all of a sudden we're in on the poor side of the draft here. I mean, the last pick today will get 324. So
the pick is in.
The pick is in already. Here we go.
It's in.
By the way,
countdown.
there's.
Oh, there it is.
By the way, Side, there's no way Caissie Martin's going back to school, just to let you know.
Tigers take Dylan Dingler. Catcher.
Oh, nice.
There it is. Dylan Dingler. So what do we got there? I mean, obviously, expected him to, go day one. Sounds like he's a pretty good athlete and certainly a lot of upside there. Not only does he have, is a good defender, but there's some offensive upside as well.
Yeah, there's. Last year, I believe was early in the year he broke his handmate, so really didn't show much power throughout the entire year. But was fully recovered. He took the summer off to rehab, get stronger, and then this past fall he's back, hitting balls hard again, showing his good bat speed. In the spring, he just went off. He's always had a strong arm. He's always been athletic. He's good size too. He's 6'3", 220 pounds. But yeah, he just put it all together, and he ended the shortened season. He ended with 3 home runs in his last game. So, needless to say, he finished strong as well.
Aaron and Kendall, what do you guys think of Dingler? Do you like this pick for the Tigers, going Torkelson and Dingler?
Yeah, I love it. I really think that that's 2 impact players that they got with their first 2 picks. I mean, I think he's the number 2 college catcher certainly in the draft. I think that's the consensus. And again, I mean, he's still just kind of scratching the surface of what he can be, but you just love the athleticism. And I think it's a big win for them to start day 2 here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the thing is Aaron brought it up yesterday, but it's not a deep draft for college catchers. You've got Patrick Bailey, you've got Dingler, you've got Austin Wells, and then you've got Casey Opitz hanging out there as well. So there's not a lot of great college catchers in this draft, so you better get them where you can.
I wonder how – there's probably a lot of teams that want to get Opitz a little further down, can really defend. I bet a lot of guys really are hoping he slides to them at a certain point. But I'd look for him at some point today. I'm excited to see what team he goes to.
Well,
it's really interesting. Go ahead, Seif.
I was just say, Fitty and I have Michael Rothenberg from Duke ahead of Opitz, but Opitz is a good player. We just kind of like Rothenberg, switch hitter, big strong guy, plus arm strength. Now it doesn't play plus in the game, but it's plus raw. Again, switch hitter with above average power, plus power from both sides of the plate. So he's a very intriguing guy as well. If it doesn't work back there, because he's a big guy, 6'4", 230, he can go to first base and he's still got the offensive skills to produce, to play enough every day at first base. So Fitty and I think we're on the same page there. But Opitz is a good player as well.
Pick shooter?
No pick. Oh, they're coming right now. I got to think the Orioles are going to take one of these big arms. They likely have a ton of money to spend.
I saw someone tweet it might be we might have a shooter connection to this pick. We'll see if let's
ask it. Roll wave.
Interesting.
There you go. Tulane.
Wow. I'll take this one from the jump.
I
really liked him. Followed him for 2 years. He's a draft eligible sophomore. Can really run. It's kind of a funkier setup, like some Hunter Pence to it, but it really plays. He's got the plate discipline. I think the power is going to be there. I thought potentially because of this shortened draft and the shortened season this year, he might not go and get back to campus, but. Man, this hurts Uptown New Orleans because I was hoping he'd be back for them.
Man, Baltimore.
It's interesting, guys. I was talking to Travis Jewett last year for a Gold Spikes feature, and one of the things he mentioned about Haskin is how much he kind of learned from Cody Hosey. Hosey had that amazing year last year, and he said that Haskin learned more than ever that 1 year hitting behind Hosey in that lineup. So he's an excellent player. I saw him last year against U of H. He's a really, really nice player.
Sorry, I'm jacked up now. That's my
that is the perfect way for Shooter to start day 2 of the draft. It can only go downhill from here, Shooter.
Go O's, baby. Here we go.
So there's
Cool,
2
cool.
minutes between picks today, but it looks like they're not using the full 2 minutes, as I've seen it go from a minute to the pick is in pretty a few times now.
Yeah.
So the Marlins are up with pick 40.
And I think the Marlins have money to spend too, because they probably, I'm assuming, a deal again with Meyer. So
I would assume
you're
so.
talking
as well,
about
yes.
all these big arms are still on the board with them having this money. So no college program safe, and the likes of Jared Kelley, who probably has a higher number, still on the board.
Looks like they're getting some college position players out of the way to start this thing up today, though.
Uh-oh. I like the Woj bomb. You guys all have Woj bombs, and I'm just getting surprised nonstop.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing yet.
Nothing yet.
No.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Who we got?
We're at the podium. That's a sharp suit. The Marlins select Dax Fulton, left-handed pitcher.
Nice.
Dang high school.
Love
Oklahoma.
it.
Go ahead, Rody.
Loved it. I love this pick. Dax Fulton, Tommy John surgery after last summer, but was arguably the top left-hander in the class before getting hurt. Kyle Harrison and him would have been neck and neck if he were healthy. Big projectable frame. I mean, 6'6", 200-plus pounds. He's going to fill out more and get stronger. The big thing with him, shooter, #spin wins. I mean, he can absolutely spin a curveball. It's a nasty pitch. And I'm going to give a shout-out to Stevie Ballgame Nielsen and Sean Duncan for PBR. He was at the Future Games a few years ago, and they walked away from watching Team Oklahoma, and they said, hey, Rody, we just saw a first-rounder for 2020. And this is like 2017, I think. And usually I'm like, okay, whatever, guys. But then I saw the video and was like, all right. So he wasn't a first-rounder, but the only reason he wasn't a first-rounder is the health question.
Yeah, you got Tommy John, but even to go this high after Tommy John surgery, I mean, the Marlins are definitely valuing him. Mm-hmm. I think potentially they got another deal here, so they still have money to spend, and they're really stretching this out.
What's the slot here?
What's that?
What's the slot here? Do you have it in front of you like last night?
I have it right here. 2.3.
1.8.
I'm sorry. Yeah, 1.85.
1.8.
Okay.
Even if they went 1.5 on him, which I think might have gotten it done, saves them
so
300. They're still going to be able to make some picks, but can really spin it. It's a big physical frame.
Yeah. So, shooter, I pick 41. It's supposedly in for the Kansas City Royals. I got a little bit of scoop. I'm not going to say his name, but I'm going to give you a hint, and it's this.
Oh, wow.
I love that you know exactly what that is.
Wow.
It's got to be a high school guy then, right?
Yeah, this is a high school guy. This is a shooter Rody favorite.
I'm hoping I got good intel, but it came from a pretty good source. So we'll
here we go, Rody. We're going to find out.
Is it coming? Are they coming to the podium?
Kansas City,
Matt Vasgersian?
Selection. And we got, put it on the board, Benny Hernandez.
Yeah.
Chicago, Illinois.
Good for you, Benny. I'm super pumped for that kid. Ben Hernandez, obviously from Chicago, has a plus changeup. I mean, I'm not saying I've done this a super long time, been around, a decade watching high school guys. This is the best high school changeup I've ever seen. I mean, it is an absolutely nasty pitch. He'll throw it to righties. He'll throw it to lefties. He'll go away. He'll go in. He has full confidence in the pitch. He was up to 95 at the Super 60 for us in a bullpen, so you think he's got a durable frame, electric arm. He's going to pitch in the low 90s moving forward. The question about him is the breaking ball. The curveball, he didn't really spin it real well last summer, but we did see him, start wrinkling in a slider at the Super 60, and it wasn't by any stretch like an average or plus pitch now, but it was enough for us to say, ooh, that's kind of interesting. Maybe that's in there instead of the curveball. But aside from that, you and I had him on a podcast. You want to talk about pushing your chips in on a kid because of character and makeup? This is the guy.
Yeah, real mature Chicago kid. He was committed to UIC, kind of staying home there, one of the premier recruits in the country, but really heavy kid. I after we got done talking to him, I said I'd take this kid in a minute. He's going to find his way to the big leagues one way or another. He just has that commitment, but potential plus fastball, definite plus changeup, and the command is real. If he kind of gets that spin together, that's a starter profile for the Royals, who already have a lot of good starters in the system. But really happy for Ben Hernandez there, and I think that's a great pick, quality pick by the Royals. Awesome.
Indeed. And Seif, you were obviously at the Super 60. What were your impressions? Obviously,
Brody,
it's a 25 pitch
coming
session.
in right here.
Oh, you got a pick
Jays.
on the Blue Jays? Okay.
This will be, I think, one of those Texas arms. CJ Van Eyk.
Oh, there we go.
There you go. All right. Well, Kendall, you only got 2 minutes to talk about CJ Van Eyk.
I think I've said all I need to say. He's a guy that Aaron saw him this year, but his last outing last year in the Super Regional before the College World Series. The curveball that day was plus. The changeup was a really nice pitch. The fastball, I believe, that day at LSU, he was up to 95 to 96, sitting around 92, 94. I'm a huge fan. He throws 3 pitches for strikes. He was exceptional that day. Aaron, what did you see when he went against Bryce Jarvis? I'm actually kind of curious to hear.
Yeah, he was good, and I think Seif caught a few innings of that game too. But it was kind of 91, 94 kind of range where he was pitching. Command was decent. He walked some guys. He's always had a high walk rate. I guess that'd be one bugaboo for CJ. But like you said, the curveball's a good pitch. Changeup's a good pitch. I think it's a chance for, it's a starter kind of profile, really. Although, we saw how electric he's been out of the bullpen in shorter stints. So I guess that's another option. You could stick him back there. But I just think the 3-pitch arsenal plays, in a starting role, and that's where he has the most upside. So I imagine that's what he'll do with the Blue Jays. But obviously I like the pick a lot too. This guy we thought was heading into the year was a potential top 10 to 15 pick, I just think the stuff wasn't as electric in the spring as maybe it had been in the past, but it's still very good.
This guy was in Jarvis' spot last year. If the season ended last year with what Kendall saw, he's going at 19, 18, 19, wherever Jarvis went, because the stuff was that good last year. This year it kind of struggled. The velo was down, and obviously the command. But I think this is a steal by the Blue Jays because the upside's there. Sorry, Mariners are up.
Moving right along today. I love it.
Zach DeLoach, outfielder, Texas A&M.
Can really, really swing it. That was evident of him in high school. He hit everywhere he went. The question might have been, can he play that premium position of center field? Fitzy, when I talked to you this spring when we did that, summer league, pseudo draft, I asked you if he could play center field, and it sounded like it was a pretty emphatic yes.
Yeah, I think so. I got another look at him in Frisco this year and really liked what I saw. He's an athletic guy. I kind of always envisioned him as more of a corner outfielder, but bear down on him a little bit in Frisco, and I think he's got a chance out there. He runs better than I think I realized he did. The swing is so much better. The approach is so much better than it was last year. He really struggled as a sophomore, but he's one of those guys that made himself some money, I think, in the Cape Cod League. Really one of the stars up in the Cape last summer and carried it over into the spring, shortened season that it was. I think that scouts liked what they saw from him.
Mm-hmm. What's our count on Texas A&M? Is that 2 Texas A&M guys now, Kendall?
I think that's 2 A&M guys, and I think Roa will go today as well, probably in the next round or 2.
Which program is going to have the most picks when it's all said and done after 5 rounds? Arizona State?
It's a good guess. You still got
possibly,
out there.
Yeah, Workman and Dabovich still out there. Hoover.
Yep.
So I'm just trying to think if there's anyone else that has a group like that. But
Mississippi State still has, Ginn, of course, would be their 3rd. Maybe Tanner Allen, but I doubt it.
Hatcher potentially.
Yeah, I think.
Oh,
certainly in the 10-round draft, Josh Hatcher would have gone. He could go in the top 5 though. It's legitimate left-handed power there. So yeah, that's another candidate.
Yeah, I think accounting will come into it. Once we get to the 5th round, which of those juniors are willing to sign? Who wants to go? Who wants to go back and play? That's going to be the talk of the day. Accounting.
Isn't it always?
One thing that's really interesting, I was actually talking to a buddy of mine about this morning, but, you look at the Cape League last summer with Nick Gonzalez and Zach Deloach, both guys who really increased their stock. And, you kind of wonder, like, this summer with no Cape League, like, there's no chance for a guy like a Nick Gonzalez or a Zach Deloach to kind of just flip their prospect profile over a little bit. So it's kind of an interesting discussion on that.
Yeah, and Rody, I was just it is, and there's been a lot of talk with. I mean, MLB hasn't figured it out yet, which stinks with financially. So scouts, there could be some issues after the draft with the scouting. I would think the fall is going to be a huge time to get out there and scout. You got to be at inter squads. You have to be at all this stuff. You didn't have all summer in the Cape and the Northwoods League, Alaskan League, wherever, Team USA. Those inter squads become vitally important for scouts, at least from my point.
The question mark is whether Major League Baseball lets the scouts get back on the road and when. Right now, even if there's summer ball, in certain pockets in the country, the scouts aren't allowed to go see those guys right now. And I'm a little concerned that a lot of departments are going to use this opportunity to just downsize their scouting staffs in general and rely more and more on the TrackMan data and the video and have fewer and fewer scouts on the road, which I think would be a bad direction to go. But it seems like this could be the fig leaf that these Major League Baseball owners are looking for to cut more costs and get more scouts out there. I hope it doesn't go in that direction, but it's a real fear talking with people in the scouting industry that maybe when we come back from these furloughs or layoffs, whatever, that the scouting departments never get built back up to where they were.
I agree.
The
I do
Astros model.
think. Yeah, well, I think though for me, and I mean maybe you can color me an overly optimistic, but I think in the short term that's certainly true that teams will try to move more in the direction of like the Astros, smaller staff, more heavily reliant upon data. But as you all know, we know how long it takes for drafts to, for their results to play out and to evaluate, how they went. So, yeah, the Astros have had a small class or a small department for a little while and lean heavily on that technology to make some picks, but those picks are very recent. 5 years down the line, maybe they realize like, oh, that didn't work. So because I really do think that, I think we all believe that it's going to be a blend of the two, technology and in-person scouting. And it just might take some time for everyone to realize, oh, if we go too far one direction, that's going to hurt us. So we need to go let the pendulum swing back and find the balance of that happy medium. But
we got the Pirates,
years.
Rody, Pirates, Jared Jones, La Mirada High School, California.
There you go. We've got a very excited producer next to us. Alley Cat is a huge Jared Jones fan. I mean, electric arm, premium athlete. If he had ended up at Texas Shooter, he could have theoretically played both ways. I mean, this is a guy that has been on the radar since his freshman year. When we went and saw him at the Boris Classic, you saw him in that outing, and it was like, all right, this is a dude.
Yeah, and the kid competes. Really athletic, and you just said it. This is the second of that UT, really good class for UT to go. But it's an electric arm. The thing that I like most about him is his competitive nature. He goes out there looking to win and embarrass guys as much as he can. He's throwing fastballs by him. The slider's gotten better as it's come along. Rody, last summer we saw the changeup really there. And I think when he gets into that player development system with the Pirates, they're going to bring him along. He's going to have a chance to start. I think he's the type of guy who they can take to the next level. This is a really good value pick for them here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So with another Texas recruit off the board, they've got Petey Halpin, Tanner Witt, and Jared Kelley still left on the board in that outstanding Texas class.
And who would have thought that Jared Kelley would have been one that, right now, the way you're looking at it, might have the best chance of getting to campus?
Yeah. That definitely, if you had told me that a year ago, I probably would have laughed. But, I mean, talk about the Texas recruiting class. Obviously we still got the rest of the second round to go where I think we'll still see some high school names called, maybe even into the third round. So it remains to be seen. But as of right now, if you lose Jones and Tucker, but you keep those other guys that we just mentioned, I actually think that's making out pretty good for Texas based on what they could have lost.
And Rody, I wonder last year, because I mean, he's in Southern California. He's been seen for 4 years. The scouts knew him really well. But he went head-to-head in North Carolina against Brennan Malone, who I'm sure there was a lot of heat in there to see him. And he pitched – that might have been the best game I've seen him pitch. I was streaming it – actually, my kids are born. I was streaming it in the hospital. But he pitched outstanding. I'm sure there are some really important eyes there that got to see him there. And the Pirates might have been one of those teams.
Yeah, they certainly, I imagine they had somebody watching that game because that was a very popular game, him going up against IMG Academy and Brendan Malone. They actually just showed some of the highlights of that on the MLB Network broadcast. But yeah, he was electric in that, and he pitched well enough to win and, lost 1-0. It was a tough luck loss, but that was one of the better pitching matchups I've seen recently, and one of the few that live up to hype. What we got?
We got the Padres taking Owen Caissie, outfielder from Ontario.
Wow. Okay.
Future game, Super 60.
Future games, Super 60. He's a guy that it was not on our not on the PBR draft board, but a guy that we definitely felt like fit in the conversation and was going to go at some point today. Left-handed bat, can really hit. Super 60. He stood out. The TrackMan metrics, everything there. Just a big time left-handed bat shooter.
Oh, without a doubt, can really swing it. He's a Michigan recruit. I guess we could have put Michigan in the mix a little bit, but not so much. I think they'll do okay, even with losing Caissie, they added kind of late. He's younger for the grade. Really just starting for the grade. I guess it's different in Canada how they do their schooling, but the bat plays, the metrics stand out to him. I think he's going to really hit. They had Hassel, the Padres first. They had Caissie. They kind of seem to have a type, that left-handed stick that can really hit. He can run a little bit. I think they still have some money, the Padres. They're continuing to stretch, which is interesting for the entire draft when we're going to look back on it, because they'll be able to go into the third round here and still get somebody good. So that's a good pick there for them.
Yeah, I was talking to a scout about him, and it sounds like it's pretty competitive makeup. And you want to talk about Michigan and the recruiting effect of that. One of the things about Caissie was it wasn't like he was considered unsignable. Like, even if this wasn't a factor, he still could have been a pick in this area. But the question of Jesse Franklin, is he going to be back at Michigan? And Kendall and Aaron, you guys can probably chime in on that, but Owen Caissie, I was told, was not the kind of guy that wants to show up on campus as a freshman and sit there and wait for an older guy to, be gone and to give him a chance to play. So if he maybe looked at this and was like, you know what, there's a possibility that Jesse Franklin or someone else at Michigan might end up back, which would, take a spot away from me, I'm just going to play.
We got the Rockies coming up here.
Chris McMahon here, guys.
Chris McMahon.
There we go.
There we go.
All right.
The sinker in Denver. Good pick.
Fitzy, you're a big Chris McMahon fan, yeah?
Ooh.
Yeah, really athletic. Delivery, arm action really works. Big physical guy. Of course, if you recall, before his freshman year, he had that accident, that kind of derailed him, got to a slow start to his college career. But, I was really excited to see what he could do as a junior. I think he would have skyrocketed up boards if he had a full season. I mean, it's a power guy, 3-pitch mix. I think it's a starter profile, and I think that's a great pick at number 47 overall.
Mm-hmm.
The weekend is done in Miami. We're rebuilding the weekend.
Yeah, Ciccone, McMahon. Do we think Van Bell is any chance of him getting back?
I mean, my guess is as a senior, a true senior. I mean, even if he doesn't get drafted, you have to imagine he would consider taking a $20,000 signing bonus as a non-drafted guy. I'd be surprised if he's back.
Mm-hmm.
Keep an eye on Jared Kelley and Christian Rowe here soon, guys.
Ooh.
Christian Rowe.
Yeah, that's surprising if this comes to fruition.
Who's Christian Rowe?
You didn't have to do that, Shooter. You did not have to do that.
I guess we'll just wait to
That's not very nice.
Shooter's trolling today.
Keep an eye on Jared Kelley right here.
Yeah, I mean, we're still in the second round, too. We got 3 more to go.
Yeah, I mean, Christian Roa, if he is a second rounder, that is a very, very rich pick there.
All right, the stocks are up here.
Southsiders, what do we got?
We got Jared Kelley, Refugio High School.
You mispronounced it. Refugio High School in Texas is way, way down yonder. But Jared Kelley, first round premium octane on the mound, like first round type stuff. Like shooter we talk about all the time. They grow them big in Texas. The fastballs are big in Texas, and Jared Kelley is no different. The breaking ball has been a question for him, but that changeup is at least above average for me. And the one thing that really stood out about him last summer was at area code games. You know, he's sitting 96, 97, and he was dotting it up on the corners. I heard scouting directors walking away from the outing saying, we've never seen that from a high school guy, taking 96 and 97, saying, oh, I'll put it there, and I'll put it there. So the changeup was pretty good.
He's taking a leisurely stroll when he's throwing out there. It's like he barely breaks a sweat going 96 to 99 with it. You throw him next to Michael Kopech, like those guys are throwing 100+ easy. He's going to get on that workout regimen that the White Sox are working in. He's going to make, 102, 103 for Jared Kelley. I think is in the mix at some point if they want it.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah,
the
it's
pitch to me, having that swing and miss pitch, the spin, it comes down to player development. He's got the arm strength there. I think they can work with some stuff, get on the Edgertronic, get with the TrackMan, driveline type within the organization. If he finds anything to get off the fastball there to get that swing and miss, I mean, this is a steal here. Again, looking back to last summer, this guy went in probably as the top right-hander. He and Mick Abel are really neck and neck for the most part. And you just got him in the second round. Great pick.
Mm-hmm.
Are you surprised he slipped that far? I mean, why do you?
Yes.
Is it just because of the breaking ball stuff, or?
Well, I think it's a couple of things. One, question about the breaking ball. Two, he's a high school right-hander, which that demographic we know is the riskiest in the draft, and those guys get pushed down anyway. And then three, I would assume that there's some kind of bonus demand.
We got Christian Roa going to the Reds.
Who?
There you go. It's interesting.
Kendall Rogers has
We
somebody
had Roa.
in his earpiece. Christian Roa. All right, take it away, Kendall.
75th in our college. Well, we had Christian Roa 75th on our college list. Obviously, he's going higher than that. But, obviously this is based on projection. As Aaron mentioned yesterday, he made a great point that Roa has certainly lacked command the last 2 years. But he's a pitcher with a kind of a mean streak. He can get up to 94 to 95 with his fastball. He's typically going to sit 91, 93. But the breaking ball is a pitch that I think at the next level will continue to develop to wind up being a very solid pitch for him. So this is probably a little rich for me on Christian Roa, but he certainly has had some buzz here as of late.
Yeah, I saw him in Frisco, and it wasn't a great outing, but you can see why people like him. I mean, I think it's a chance for a legitimate 4-pitch mix. I think both the breaking balls need some refinement. They can kind of blend into each other a little bit. He'll snap off a good one. He'll show it to you, but it's inconsistent. At least it was for me. I actually thought the changeup was maybe a little bit better on the look that I got. But the arm works. It seemed like there's some riding life up in the zone with that fastball. It's a great body. I almost see him as like maybe a Bobby Miller type, a little less velocity, but I see kind of the same developmental needs there and track record.
Mm-hmm. So the slot there is a little over 1.5. Do you think he gets full slot at that point, or do you think he's a little bit under that? Because I'm looking back, the Reds took Austin Hendrick in the first round. That slot is a little over 4.3. I don't know that a high school back gets all of 4.3, but I wonder if maybe you save a little bit of money with those guys that you put packaged together, because Cincinnati does have the 11th highest pool at $8.5 million.
And they have another pick at 65 in that competitive balance. The one thing I will say, Austin Hendricks with Boris. Just thinking about the slot value there, probably gonna get darn close to it, if not all of it.
I would say close, yeah. But
the one and the Giants are in. We'll go back to it. But Kyle Bodie with drive lines now with the Reds, so there's potential that they know something that they can fix.
Yeah.
Caissie Schmidt, third baseman, San Diego State.
They announced as third baseman because he pitches too, doesn't he, guys?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
yes.
he did both in the Cape and did really well both in the Cape. I liked him more just like anybody, I think if a guy does both, you start him out with the bat, see what he does. You can always put him on the mound. So Schmidt was kind of our pick to click in the Cape, Fitty. I mean, we saw him at third. I thought he was one of the best defenders on the dirt at third base. He's got a 60-65 arm. He's got soft hands, good range. He's got plus raw power in BP, but he just hasn't put that into game use. He might only have 6 or 7 career home runs in college, but I mean, the guy's a baseball player. He's athletic. That's as a position player. On the mound, you put him on the mound, he's low 90s. He popped a 95 for me, just one pitch. Mostly everything else was 91, 93. But his best pitch on the mound is a split finger. The night I saw it was you could have given a 60 or 70. I mean, really, what's the difference? Guys were swinging through it almost every swing, and I was really, really impressed with him in the Cape last summer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me too. And
go ahead, Aaron.
I mean, for me, he's one of the few guys in this draft where you could make a case for him as a position player prospect or as a pitching prospect. I mean, I think I'm with you ultimately. I don't know. Actually, I've gone back and forth on this, how I like him better, because I do believe there's more power to come. I do think the athleticism plays at third base, but also just the natural pitchability that he has is pretty intriguing. I mean, it's a tough one for me. I think he fit as a second to third round kind of a talent as both a pitcher and a hitter. So it's kind of a neat pick.
And I really like it because it's pretty similar to the guy at Cal 2 years ago, the center fielder pitcher. You're going to have to help me with his name, but also Mike Lorenzen, a Southern California guy a few years before that. So that's 3 two-way guys out of the state of California, all pretty similar in what they can do. So I like that pick a lot.
Still no Clayton Beater. Some people had him anywhere between 25 and 33, and we're now to 50 with no Clayton Beater. So Texas Tech fans got to be liking this.
We have Beater at number 50 on the rankings on the draft board. So
Daniel Cabrera is still on the board.
Our
too.
highest rated guy that's not sophomore eligible, college-wise, is Logan Allen. He would fit in really well here for me as well. Second rounder, I would take him about 10 picks ago, but that's just me. I really like that guy.
Yeah, I really like the report you had on him in that tell of the tape. I thought it looked I thought he sounded very good. I haven't seen him, but it sounded great.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the surprising thing, we were talking about this yesterday a little bit. In that tail of the tape, we had his slurve. I think we went 45-50 or 45-55 with the slurve. That he has the plus split change, and low 90s fastball, can move it around, good command. But then I saw the TrackMan tweet, and as far as what they look for in good curveballs, Logan Allen had the third best college breaking ball rated by TrackMan, ahead of Reed Detmer. So
interesting.
I feel kind of bad that I 45-50 his breaking ball in the tail of the tape, because TrackMan knows more than David Seifert. But he pitches, he throws strikes, he's competitive. He's a two-way guy. He's a career 320 hitter for FIU. I mean, where is this guy fit? He's got to fit in pretty soon.
Mm-hmm. Shooter, you made an interesting point there. Daniel Cabrera is still on the board. What do we think might contribute? I mean, he's one of the best hitters in college baseball.
Well, I mean, he and Trey Cruz, I'm looking at. I would expect them to come off real soon. Those two.
Yeah. You're a Trey Cruz fan? You're a Trey Cruz fan too?
He can hit.
Oh, I love Trey Cruz.
I will say this about Trey Cruz. Seifert and I have debated Trey Cruz so much. He used to be an absolute butcher in the field, but to Trey's credit, he's worked really hard. He's gotten much, much better defensively, and he was already a premier hitter. So I'm actually in on Team Cruz right now. Like, I think he's much, much better as a defender. I think he'll move over to second, the next level, though.
And if you've seen how hard he worked pregame in the Cape, while everybody else is playing two-ball or playing pepper or whatever, he's over there taking extra hand-eye porting, extra ground balls, doing extra hand-eye stuff, stretching. I mean, he's putting in the effort. Of course, he's hopefully a third-generation big leaguer, so he knows what it takes.
Yeah.
We got a pick.
And the Rangers take Evan Carter, outfielder. Elizabethton, E-Town, Tennessee.
Wait.
Evan Carter.
Screenshot.
Yeah.
From Elizabethtown.
Screenshot. Evan Carter. Interesting.
Elizabethton High School?
Yeah, Duke kid who can really swing it two-way. Wow. I'm shocked that Duke's getting – that's how long it took. can really swing it. Potential two-way here. Wow. I didn't think
Say
Duke would
Duke
get hit
commit?
this far with him and Jordan Walker.
Duke commit, yeah.
Yeah.
Not in our top 200 though. This is definitely
No.
sounds a big surprise.
I'm shocked. I mean, Shooter, I had to. I hate to say it, I had to look him up.
Yeah. And I saw it. I remember going through when I first saw him because Elizabeth and I played there. The Twins had their rookie ball team. So anytime, I think they're the Cyclones, home of Jason Witten, tight end. So it's some little facts about E-Town. But yeah, the swing really works. I think he's got a chance to pitch. It's an athletic kid, but I'd have to check. Did they draft him as an outfielder?
Yes, I believe. I'm
Yes,
looking.
outfielder.
I don't see the graphic up.
The bat's there, and they're showing again the bonus pool breakdown. I'm not sure what Foscue got, but if that's $4 million slot there. If he got 3.5, you save 500. Depending on what Carter got, are they saving a little bit? Yeah. But hey, Duke was not on our trouble seat because I thought Jordan Walker would probably go, but you throw Evan Carter in the mix, they may be as surprised as we were to hear that name called. But
they're losing some guys this year.
Wow.
Tough break
Yeah,
for
his
Duke.
slot, by the way, is $1.47 million. Evan Carter's slot there.
I'm gonna guess he's not getting full slot. Just a hunch.
Probably not.
Rody, what I will say though is when you start looking at Duke is, I don't want to say they're the Stanford of the East or that Stanford's the Duke of the West, but
you just made some enemies.
There's no walls being around Raleigh. It seems like these Duke guys are signing, whereas Stanford's usually like he's going to school. We got
Stanford's on another planet, like compared to the entire landscape of college baseball.
Duke's right up there.
No, they're not when it comes to guys signing or getting to school.
Bro, we got to pick it. We'll get back to this.
Burl Carraway. While you guys are arguing about Stanford and Duke, Burl Carraway goes to the Cubs at 51.
Well, if there's a Major League Baseball season, bullpen piece right there in September.
Yes.
What do you think, Shooter? What do you think,
Absolutely.
I'm with you on this one, Seif. I'm absolutely with you on this one. I think he can put him there next week, and I think he'll be able to get guys out. I mean this guy comes after you with power stuff. Really like this pick. Surprised, frankly, that he lasted this long. It was somebody that I thought, because of, as we've talked about, the shortened season and the chance to maybe get into the playoff mix if you weren't expecting, and this guy can help you right now. I thought he would go earlier. Without
a doubt. I've seen a lot of them over, living in a Missouri Valley town where their teams are coming to town every weekend, almost Illinois State. But they held the Missouri Valley Conference tournament here last spring, and so saw all those guys, and Carraway were just absolutely shoving. Upper 90s fastball, plus breaking ball.
Oh,
athletic. He's only 6 foot, but he can really throw it. Got a couple weapons.
My favorite thing about
it's
Carraway that I've
interesting.
mentioned is when I saw him at UNC, and you guys told me that this is on purpose. He comes out and his first warm-up pitch is like hit the bull, like up in the backstop, like airmailed it, and UNC fans are all over him, and then he just went 1, 2, 3, sit down.
I think you sent me that video too, Reddy. It was pretty impressive.
Yeah, he's a really interesting story.
I think you went out and found Dominic Hamill for us too, so that was a good find of you as yours as well.
He's a really interesting story. Aaron did a good Golden Spikes feature on him last year. He's from College Station, where I went to high school, and he was a really skinny kid out of high school who's only maybe up to 89, 90, bumping a 1. And for him to be who he is now, sitting 93, 97, obviously he's a lot of work to get to that point.
Yeah, we've got video up of him right now facing off against Aaron Sabato. And he just, I took this video. I was at this game, and he just dominated him. I mean, it's hard not to when you throw upper 90s with a wicked breaking ball.
Hey, Rody, was he the guy who would come in for warm-ups and just airmail the first couple to send a message?
You weren't here 30 seconds ago, were you? Oh, you're such a troll, Shooter.
I wonder if the Mets will go with college arm here.
Mets are going with JT Ginn.
JT Ginn.
Oh, I love it. I love this pick. JT
Shooter
Ginn,
does
first
not
rounder
like
out
this
of
pick.
high school. didn't sign, goes to school, dominates his freshman year, comes out sophomore year, pitches one game and gets hurt. Obviously has Tommy John surgery. Kendall, Aaron, I mean, obviously you're going to wait a little bit before he's pitching. Never mind the fact that there might not be a minor league season this year. He's got to recover, but it's an electric arm.
No, I saw him last year early in the season in SEC play, and I'll tell you what, I mean, it was consistently 90 to 94. It looked effortless. The slider was a big-time pitch for him. And in the game I saw, he went 7 innings, gave up 2 hits, and all he threw was a fastball and slider. So when you can only throw 2 pitches against a good SEC team, that gives you an idea how good his stuff is. He's going to be a really good one. And obviously the medical must not have been too scary considering where he went.
Well, I think Tommy John surgery has enough of a track record now that if you've got a guy like Ginn, you'd think that he could, once he's healthy, he can move quickly. And then, you get what you can out of him at the big league level. And if, there is certainly a window there before potentially getting hurt again. But with a guy like Ginn, again, he can move quickly, be in the big leagues, you can get what you can out of him.
I think at pick 52, this is one of the best values of the draft. I really do. I mean, he's already been a first-round pick. He showed first-round stuff last year when he was healthy. That turbo sink, boy, that thing is angry. And the slider is just filthy to go with it. This guy he's got a mean streak. He competes really hard. The only question is he physical enough to hold up in a starting role long term? I mean, he's not the biggest guy. That would be the one question that he probably has to answer.
Yeah, but he is pretty durable though, like thickness. So when I saw him in high school, he's strong. When I saw him in high school, I saw 3 pitches. I mean, he was big time fastball, big time slider, and the changeup. I mean, I don't know what you guys have seen recently, but when I saw the changeup, right before a senior of high school, that was an above average changeup potential plus. I mean, it was filthy stuff.
I love that pick, Rody. Depending on what they pay for it, like you said, it was filthy stuff. That's 94, 96. That's a sinker. I mean, and we say he's a little bit smaller. The Mets have Stroman right now. They traded for Stroman, so there's some upside there. But Ginn's the first to go. Ginn, Wilcox, and Henry, SEC Friday guys, and the Brewers are in here, Rody.
Ooh, Freddie Zamora,
shortstop, Miami.
Yeah.
Wait, Zamora?
Very interesting.
Freddie Zamora?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
He can really hit, but this is the same guy that a year ago had a fielding percentage below 900 at shortstop.
Yeah, and that is one of the weirdest stats in the country to me because, I mean, you watch him, the actions and the range and the arm strength is all there. He checks the boxes defensively. He just made way too many mistakes and, threw balls away and just, I think, lapses of concentration. And so I think you just have to believe that that'll get figured out with more maturity. And, of course, he was out for the year with an injury he suffered at the very beginning of the spring. He'll have time to rehab that in a pro system, so it makes a lot of sense. But he's an offensive guy, too. I mean, he's got bat speed. I don't know what kind of power he's going to grow into, but I could see him, being a 15 home run a year guy and a regular shortstop. I mean, there's development that needs to happen for him to get to that, but I think there's a chance for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he certainly has all the tools to be an everyday guy. One thing when I watched him play, kind of seemed to have a low motor. Maybe it was the cold at Louisville because it was a cold weekend. He's from Miami. They're from Miami. So I get all that, but he just didn't seem to be too into the series, in the ACC series. But we were talking about Miami earlier. We were talking about Ciccone, and we were talking about McMahon. We failed to mention Zamora. So Miami's another program that's getting hit hard right now. And
I think there are 3 on that list.
Yeah,
you kind of wonder what. Yeah, you kind of wonder what the Brew Crew is giving to him from a bonus standpoint as well here.
We got Cardinals coming here. I got to think arm here. Cardinals go with Mason Winn.
Whoa, okay. All right.
They announced it as a 2-way shortstop and right-hand pitcher. They announced him as a
2-way. Okay, I like it. He's an electric athlete. He's one of the best athletes in this class. Electric stuff on the mound. I mean, mid-90s, a pretty nasty slider. But, oh, by the way, he could swing it a little bit. I mean, he's definitely a legit 2-way guy. He would have done that if he had ended up on campus at Arkansas. But I think, you give him a shot to do it in pro ball. Like, he's a really, really good athlete. So you see which way it works out for him and, kind of go from there and just, let it play out.
And he and Robert Moore would have paired really well there at the Baum, up the middle. I mean, it would have been similar to Houston. Is it Houston Street that was with UT way back?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very similar, where he's going to play the field. I've watched him warm up from second base to then come into the game in that inning. But really athletic. The fastball plays with that hop through the zone. The metrics are really friendly to him on track, man, with a lot of that. But this Arkansas class, I would think Mason Winn is kind of one that they thought would go. And what I wrote about was that they already got Robert Moore to get on campus, which is a huge win for them this past year. Anything else is kind of just kind of the cherry on the top, but I think there'll be a few more arms that go from this this Arkansas recruiting class in the next couple rounds. Good athlete, though, Mason Winn. And the other thing, like similar to Jared Jones, his competitiveness is really high. I think that would have played in college baseball. He and Rob, I can't get over them up the middle would have been a lot of fun to watch because both competitive, play with a ton of energy. He would have been a two-way guy. I mean, Arkansas is not hurting for any talent by any means, but losing a guy like this is definitely not something that they're going to be happy about. But Caissie Martin's still there. There's a lot to be said about Arkansas coming the next few rounds.
Yeah, you still have some really good college players still on the board. Logan Allen, Clayton Beater, Caissie Martin.
Cole Wilcox still out there. You wonder at this point, like, is it now
Tommy
Mace on the clock?
This is a Wilcox selection here for the Nationals potentially.
They were linked to him in round 1, so it'll be interesting.
Cole Henry.
Okay. The other sophomore.
This is going to be an interesting situation here for LSU. Cole Henry, from what I'm being told, wanted $2 million. The Nationals slot here is $1.31 million. So Nationals will have some work to do if he's going to stay steadfast on his slot there.
Who did they take the first round, Nats?
They took Cade Cavalli.
Okay.
Cade Cavalli, and that slot was a hair over $3 million.
Interesting.
So I don't know how much you can shave off of Cavalli. A little over $3 million.
Shave up later.
And then they take, you got 1.3 at 55. They pick again at 71, which is a little under 890 in terms of slot. So
did they square off in that game at the Shriners? Those two?
Yes. No.
Those are two different games.
No, that was Dane Acker and AJ Levis.
Okay.
The no-hitter.
I'll say this about Cole Henry. I think when we look back at last year when he was healthy, that fastball and slider combo was as good as it gets. And, he had that arm soreness issue, and he looked really good early this season. His velo was down just a hair, just by a tick or two early on. But I was really intrigued to see if he continued to, A, throw like that, like he did early in the season, and also, B, can he stay healthy? Because there is some risk here. I mean, because he's a guy that halfway through last season, he started dealing with arm soreness. This year, going into the Ole Miss series to start conference play, he was going to have to be the number 2 guy. Like, they were going to have to move him back a day because they thought that he needed an extra day of rest. So I'm really intrigued at the next level, how much he'll be able to handle that workload and not get tired and not generate some arm soreness and things like that. But there's no doubt he checks the boxes from a makeup standpoint. I really like the stuff. And, again, he's one of those guys that's never too high or too low. It's like a broken record, but I love that in a pitcher.
Yeah, that's what Coach Dunn said about him when we did that then and now about where he was in high school to, obviously his sophomore year at LSU. And he said he was a very even-keeled guy. He, never got too emotional one way or the other, and that's, what really played into his success.
Coleman Twitter here, Rhodey. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with what's going on in the rest.
Seif, any thoughts on Cole Henry, buddy?
I didn't see him this spring, but I saw him last spring when he was a freshman at LSU. believe I saw him at Georgia. Walked away really impressed. I was like, this is just the freshman. I'd heard things about him the previous year when he was a high school senior. I think he's a Georgia kid, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Alabama,
thank you. And I walked away, loved him. Loved the changeup, loved the arm action, the body, the delivery. We had him ranked 30th on our overall board, so we thought he was end of the first round type of guy. So I'm surprised he lasted this long, but again, we don't have all the intel on the medical and that type of stuff, but I'm with Kendall. I love the stuff, love the body. Going to be a successful kid. I really like this pick. Strong pick.
I saw
and Aaron,
him.
you saw him in the fall, right?
I did see him in the fall, and it was a good look. It was early in the fall, but it was 91, 94 and effortless. He'd worked really hard to develop that changeup and to make it even more usable in different counts, because he always, I think, had some feel for it, but he was incorporating it more into his repertoire. The curveball as well, good sharp downer curveball. Alan Dunn thought he had a chance for 3+ pitches, and I kind of thought this was a guy that had a chance to be a top 10 pick either this year or potentially next year. He's another one of those guys like Wilcox. If he were to come back as a junior, I think he'd be a strong candidate for 1-1. So I can't imagine this would be an easy sign.
Yeah, I had somebody just reach out and say that they think the deal will get done on this. So it's the same person that thought he was going to stay pretty hard on that $2 million number. They seem to think a deal will end up getting done. So we'll see what happens.
So.
But,
just based on how the drafts have gone previous years, you can pretty much put a 98% chance on any deal getting done based on the previous numbers. But I saw Cole Henry as a sophomore pitching for Florence High School out of Alabama in the NHSI just a couple of days after I saw Braxton Garrett, who was a first-rounder out of high school, a left-hander. Then I saw him again that summer in a tournament pitching for the Louisiana Knights. You guys want to guess who the pitching coach on that team was?
Ron Gidry.
Shooter Hunt.
Oh.
Close.
Oh.
Yeah, and that was the first time I met him. He's a big-time recruiter. I think he was committed to LSU at the time. 2-hour rain delay. He's sitting there, and me, I'm like antsy. You're going up against, I think it was Elite Squad. Tristan Casas, first round on that team. This team's stacked. Gets real humid. He goes and warms up, and Cole Henry is dripping sweat. It's humid. I'm like, this kid's got no chance. We were sitting down for 2 hours. He's got to go. He warmed up for like 50 minutes. It took forever. And he went out the first inning, 1, 2, 3, punched 2, and broke Cassis' bat. And I was like, all right, this guy's good. He's not going to be scared of the box. He'll be okay. So, so Wilcox is the last of the Friday night draft eligibles on the board right now.
Sophomore eligibles. Wilcox is
you got to think at this point Wilcox is going back.
And he got to.
Yeah.
The Indians are up, and I think the Indians should still have some money here.
Logan Allen here, maybe?
Yeah, Baltimore has a ton of money, too. So
Logan Allen.
There we go, Logan Allen.
FIU.
Great pick.
Look at that.
They got Logan Allen and Tanner Burns, two very good picks. Logan Allen.
I'm kind of with Seif. I love that scouting report on him. I like this pick as a 56 overall.
Yeah, we talked 20 minutes ago on Logan Allen, just everything he brings to the table. Two-way guy, athletic, Team USA player. He's got the resume. He's got the performance. He has the athleticism. What's not to like? At 56 overall, we had him 33rd on the PBR draft board. I'm all in on Logan Allen.
Great value. And like you said, pairing him with Burns, you're getting two polished guys that are going to move quickly and give him a chance to help out in the fairly near term.
And I could have missed a transaction, but help me out here. Doesn't Cleveland already have a pitcher in their Major League Club named Logan Allen? Or is he not there any longer?
Come on, say it again.
Cleveland already has a left-handed pitcher on their Big League Club by the name of Logan Allen. Am I correct?
Is he on the Big League Club? I know he was traded, but yeah. He was drafted by the Padres, and they traded him last year, 2 years ago. But yeah, he's also a left-hander.
I think he's on the Big League Club. So let me baseball reference this real quick.
That's where I'm at. Yeah.
40 man.
That's really funny.
Debuted last year. Was 2-3 last year. So yeah, there we go.
There's definitely a Cleveland Indians Zoom call going on with a lot of scouts laughing and giggling about the fact that they drafted the guy with the same name.
I definitely have some people I will be asking about that.
Their next pick's going to be Clinton Longnecker.
Yeah, oh yeah, there you go. Nice reference there, Fitzy. Former BA intern.
Ooh, Tampa's up now. They took Bitsko last time, right?
Keep an eye on Carson Seymour here, guys.
Big arm from Kansas State.
The Rays select Ian Seymour.
Ian Seymour.
Left-handed
Seymour.
pitcher, Virginia Tech.
Sounds like somebody sent you only the last name, Kendall.
No comment.
We did a really nice then and now on Ian Seymour, and if you go back on the website and see his high school picture compared to what he is now, it's hilarious. So if anybody would like to do that, it's a good look. But Seymour, we saw him in the Cape, lefty with a changeup. We saw more 88, 91, 92 in the Cape, plus changeup, good command. But apparently his 4 starts this spring, he was up. He's more like 92, 93, touching a 5. So saw a different guy out of the gates than we had last summer, but still plus changeup. The breaking ball is a little further along than what we had seen in the Cape. So I didn't know we were in the college lefty pitchability area of the draft yet. That kind of is right around the same time we start drafting power arm relievers. But Seymour, quality pick. He's a winner. Good value. Probably move fairly quickly through the system with what he has just presently. There's not a ton of ceiling there. He's 5'11", 6 foot, thicker body guide, but certainly a talented lefty.
Mm-hmm. We have a question coming in from Facebook, which we've talked about, but I'm sure he's listening in. Is there a chance that Cole Wilcox returns to Georgia in 21? And I think we're all leaning toward yes. There's a pretty good chance at this point.
Yeah, if you look at the slots right now, the 58th pick here to the A's is $1.21 million. Wilcox being a Boris guy, being a draft eligible sophomore, unless somebody just has a lot of cash to throw around after this point, it would be a wise business decision to return for another year.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Baltimore still has a chance, right? They still have a lot. They have this.
I'm sure they've got a bunch of money. Yeah, they've got to.
They got to have an extra $2 million, I would think, from Kerstad. Maybe not 2, but 1.5.
We got the A's right now. The A's take Jeff Criswell, right-handed pitcher, Michigan.
Hail to the victors. I'm sorry, had to do it.
Kendall, we saw him together opening weekend in Arizona. What did you think of him? But was that your first? No, you saw him at the World Series too, so you probably see him just as much as anybody.
Yeah, I actually went back and watched one of the games against Vanderbilt, and every single fastball was 93 to 94. I think the breaking ball is good. I don't think it's great. I think it could be better. But there's no doubt, man. He's got size. He's got some physicality to him, and he's got 2 pitches to work with. For me, he's more of a reliever, but we'll kind of see how he develops.
He was pretty dominant in that role for them down the stretch in their CWS run.
I mean, from what I know,
he really was.
You like the slider, plus slider, low to mid-90s fastball, but he's an 80 competitor. At least that's what I saw. I mean, he controls it well. It's not like out of control competitiveness, but he's controlled. But he's up there to battle you and to fight you, and really solid pick. And again, we just spoke 2 minutes ago about the college reliever. Right now, this is kind of where end of 2, 3rd round. This is kind of where it all begins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was the second best prospect on that team. I think Steve Hazier next year is a better prospect than he is.
Oh yeah, Hazier has got a lot of upside. That left-handed, athletic, projectable frame.
Love him.
Yeah, really good.
Anytime you can make Spencer Torkelson look silly, you're pretty good.
It's hard to do, that's for sure.
Michigan should have another guy picked.
The Twins coming up, and then Dodgers are at 60, and then they'll go again at 66. So I'm really curious to see what the Dodgers are doing because they have some money left, and they have 2 picks kind of real close.
Yeah.
Well, one thing that's interesting, too, is like everything I'd been told leading up to the draft is that Caissie Martin and Daniel Cabrera are both guys who made it abundantly clear they wanted to sign. So I kind of wonder if this is actually kind of hurting them and where they get taken here.
Mm-hmm.
What we still got left on the board here?
Well, I've got it right here.
Trey Cruz.
Besides Cole Wilcox, our next college guy is Caissie Martin.
We got a pick coming in from the Twins. Alaric Solari. Oh, you guys say it. The Tennessee kid.
Alaric Solari.
Yeah.
Alaric Solari.
Solari. Damn. So close.
This
I'll
guy.
tell you what. Go ahead, Aaron.
I was just gonna say I think he's just a really a natural hitter. And that's what he is. He's a natural born hitter. I just think it's a guy that's going to hit for average. That's going to be the carrying tool. I do think there's some pop in there. I don't think it's your prototypical power hitter, but just feel for the barrel, man. That's what he does. He finds a lot of barrels. He is a good athlete, but I think he's certainly a corner outfielder. I think he's a left fielder. But the bat is what you're buying here.
Didn't he play a little second base too?
Yes,
he can play a few positions.
Mm-hmm. He was a pick of the Durham Rescue Dogs in our made-up collegiate summer league. So
Good
I like
pick.
this pick.
He's got some swagger to him too, man. He's got a lot of personality. He's a fun kid.
Yeah, I like how
one interesting note about him as well is he had started the season hitting. I think he was after the Round Rock tournament after week 2 or week 3. He was hitting around like 160, and I think after the next 4 games, he was hitting 290 going to SEC play. So it kind of gives you an idea of what kind of spring he was probably looking forward to.
Mm-hmm. We got Dodgers yet, Shooter?
No, nothing yet.
Yeah.
I wonder if they'll try to save some money here and then go after somebody later.
Yeah. We're seeing right now if we can
and here it is.
If we can
Dots
pull
are
up
in. Landon Knack, right-handed pitcher, East Tennessee State.
Yeah, Aaron just
he's
wrote
a
about
senior,
him.
right?
highest rated senior on the
Walter.
board. Yes, college senior, highest rated. First 2 years, I believe, he was at Walter State, redshirted. So I guess he was actually there 3 years. Last year as a junior, just kind of ordinary stuff, 90, 91, 92. But then this spring, kind of like several other guys we've talked about here, they took this big jump for 4 weeks. All of a sudden, this guy's touching 98, pitching at 94, 95. He already had the pitchability because the velocity was, like I said, a thing that he got when he was 22. He's 23 years old now, but kind of a unknown guy, really, nationally, for sure nationally, but, you know, maybe in that area he was a known commodity, but went undrafted last year as a junior, and again, just put in the hard work in the offseason, come out just pumping gas. He's always thrown strikes. I don't want to say good pick, bad pick. I've never seen him in person. I've seen a lot of video, but to make that your second rounder, you must have something in your sleeve for 66, right? Sure?
Yeah, 66 is on the board.
Yeah, how about this, guys, with Landon Knack, 51 strikeouts and 1 walk this year in 28 innings.
Yeah, he had some pretty
silly.
dirty numbers. Does he project as a starter or a reliever down the road for you guys?
What I saw, again, I hadn't seen him in person. I saw a video. He has 4 pitches, throws strikes. The delivery is, you could say it's, I mean, who's to really qualify? There's so many guys with reliever deliveries that are starting now. But, yeah, I mean, he's online to the plate. The arm works. I don't see why he couldn't be a starter. And if you're taking him here, I guess the Dodgers think he's a starter because if you're taking him at your last pick in the second round, you think he's a starter. I don't think you're going to take that guy there if you think he's a reliever.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I asked because obviously, you know, Bobby Miller in the first round, you know, some thought to him being a reliever. So I'm just looking at the package of those two, there being their 2 picks.
Yeah, for me, if you said Miller or Knack, I would say Knack has a better chance to start long term than Miller. But
okay.
you're not spending your first 2 picks on guys you think.
I got to think some of those big money guys are still on the board now. Looking at Tanner Witt, you're looking at Cole Wilcox. The Dodgers saving a little bit of money there. Even the Marlins here coming up 61 in the competitive balance. They still have some cash to work with. So some of those premium guys who are not slipping, Daniel Cabrera in the mix, Trey Cruz, obviously, definitely have them here.
Yeah. Can you guys hear the peanut gallery on my end?
Yeah, I have cats. I have a cat, so it's not me.
They're chirping you.
That's what happens when the UPS truck comes rolling around. So
I guess we have some not so Landon Knack fans over there.
They don't know the difference.
So we got the comp round with the Marlins coming up here at 61, and it sounds like the Dodgers at 66, according to Shooter, might be courting a couple of interesting guys as well.
I'm looking. We got this competitive B round's gonna get fun because there's some teams with some money: Cardinals, Mariners, potentially the Reds, even that have some stuff to throw around. So I'd expect some upside guys to go here.
Yeah. We've got the board up right now on the screen. Obviously, you can see there's some premium high school guys at the top, and then Wilcox we've mentioned, Cam Brown, Alex Santos, couple right-handed pitchers out of high school, Caissie Martin, who we've mentioned recently, but then Tommy Mace of Florida, Daniel Cabrera, Ben Hernandez's name's on there, but he's off the board. But Clayton Beater, we've mentioned. Kevin Abel, certainly a wild card, when it comes to this, just because, you almost forget about the guy. He hasn't been around in so long.
Yeah.
Trey Cruz still on the board. We know Hudson Haskin is off the board. But then you got Zach McCambly, Sam Weatherly. Aaron, you talk about small sample sizes, early in the season. He was a guy, there were some questions about him throwing some strikes. He started to do that in that month, but then, he only did it for those 4 weeks.
Yeah, but I'm surprised, frankly, that he's still out there. We were hearing right after the season ended that he maybe had pitched his way into first-round consideration. Mm-hmm. It's kind of similar to a Jared Schuster, where it's strikes were an issue for 2 years. Performance was really uneven. He was raw. He was a two-way guy, an athlete, but he put it together in the fall. It's a big old power breaking ball. That's his pitch, and up to the mid-90s, and the arm worked. He is a good athlete, but I'm surprised that he's still floating out there, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm shocked that Caissie Martin, Tommy Macy, and Daniel Cabrera are still out there too.
Or how about Trey Cruz? We talked about him a minute ago. But, Trey Cruz absolutely should go right here.
Oof. After this competitive B round, I'll give kind of a rundown on what school or what conferences have had picks. I'm going to throw them up in a second.
I think that sounds like it'll be a good time for me to grab a slice of pizza.
Ooh. I got some.
You're going to get out of your chair tonight, Roddy?
Marlins are up.
Are they walking to the podium?
He's here.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Marlins select Kyle Nicholas, right-handed pitcher of Ball State.
Okay.
Big arm.
Size guy.
Kind of a local guy. Yeah, the Ohio high school kid, but a big arm. We were first put on to him, 2 years ago, Kendall, when you're texting back and forth there. Hear about the Nicholas guy, but he was up to 98, 99 this spring. His first outing of the spring, I guess, was just phenomenal, but he's got a plus breaking ball up to 98 with his fastball. Looks the part, 6'4", 205 pounds for Ball State University. The question mark on him was command control, whatever you want to call it. But this year he kind of put it together early, and that's a quality pick right there. You get a huge arm and a breaking ball, similar to Criswell. I had Criswell over Nicholas, but just by the thinnest of the margins, it looks like the industry did as well.
And how about this? Go ahead, Shooter.
I was going to say they keep. I feel like the Marlins keep extending things, and we had talked about that before the draft. If you would kind of go after, save some money here to extend and get more prospects than just pushing it all to one. So in taking Max Meyer over Asa Lacy, maybe you save some money there, and getting Dax Fulton potentially below slot. They're continuing to stretch out this signing bonus, at least from what I'm seeing here, to try to build up that system even more.
Yeah, and what's really interesting about their 3 picks so far, you go with Max Meyer, a guy that we kind of all three of us believe he's a very proven commodity. You've got Dax Fulton, a guy that y'all love, a big-time projectable high school player. And then you have Kyle Nicholas, who might not be the most pure pitcher out there, but he's got big-time stuff, and it's an arm that you can totally buy in on at the next level. So it's kind of 3 different types of players here. And here comes the next pick.
Wow,
Tigers.
Here we go already. Tigers, Rody. Daniel Cabrera.
Yes! I like it. Tiger stays a Tiger. Good pick. I like that, Detroit. I'm liking what they're doing so far this year. So left-handed batting, one of the better college hitters.
Yeah, I mean he's just a toolsy guy, athletic, and you look at the Tigers draft right now: Spencer Torkelson, Dylan Dingler. You take care of business behind the plate, and then you go with Daniel Cabrera, who's certainly tooled up there in the outfield. He hasn't been ultra consistent in his career at LSU, but it's certainly a bat you could buy in on. He's got power. I think he's going to be a lot more consistent moving forward.
Hey, Kendall, I'm going to throw out a name, and all you guys can get behind it. He was a big-time – I think they're both Boris guys, but Jacoby Jones went to the Tigers too, right? Out of LSU?
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Kind of like slid a little bit from where he was kind of projected to go earlier on, but he's been a big leaguer for the Tigers.
Yes, he has.
Yep.
He might be their center fielder for the foreseeable future. We got Curtis Granderson, former Tiger, talking about Daniel Cabrera on the MLB Network broadcast. That's awesome. So Cardinals are up next. I think this is where, the Cardinals, they've picked once already today, but, things really going to be interesting for them because they've got several extra picks because I think they pick again soon.
Let me see something. What do the Astros have? So they have 2.2. Is there any chance the Astros just throw all their money at this first pick?
No.
No?
No chance.
They're just going to stretch it out instead of going after one big-time guy and then a bunch of senior signs?
Cole Wilcox would be such a good pick for them, though.
I'm putting that at 0.00001%.
We got a shiner on the line now. That's just happened. Picks in for the Cardinals. So we got 4 more picks in this competitive B round. Cardinals, Mariners, Reds, Dodgers.
Phil Haig is chiming in saying something about Tanner Witt. So
that's what the Cardinal. It would fit the Cardinals mold. And he's kind of got some weight right.
They win all high school so far, though.
Here they go. Cardinals coming up. Tink Hence, Watson
Really?
Chapel High School, Arkansas.
Tink Hence. Wow. Well, I didn't get a chance to see him because of the shutdown, but we got him on TrackMan. There's a lot of upside there. Really athletic. Shooter. Phil Haig talked about him, coming out of that TrackMan session, saying that, there's a lot of potential you can tap into with him.
Yeah, and he's still developing physically. 17 right now, so a little bit younger for the draft class, but it's an electric arm. 94, 95 comes out of that easy. A lot to build on. Yeah, I think much of his best is obviously had him only a high school guy, but I think he can make significant jumps, especially in that Cardinals development program. They've done such a great job with those pitchers. I think that fastball will play up, and they'll continue to put it to work. I actually thought they would go Tanner Witt there. So I think UT dodged a bullet there. He's an Arkansas recruit. In the article, I said I thought he would sign. He and Mason Winn. There's still some more that I think will go from that class. But, good pick there. It's electric.
I'm pulling it up right now. Phil Haig had him on a TrackMan session. His peak velo was 94.3. He averaged 93. His spin rate was above average. Peaking 2400 plus, kind of sitting at 2300 some. The induced vertical break being 16.2 inches, which is a pretty good ride. Horizontal break was 10.2, coming from that 1 o'clock.
Rody, we got the Mariners here.
What do you got?
Mariners take Connor Phillips, right-handed pitcher, McLennan Community College, a former LSU.
Yeah, I kind of had a feeling that he might go back for another year, but I guess not.
First junior college guy off the board, I think. And Rody, this is the guy you put me on to maybe like a week into the fall. You said, by the way, we need to get this guy in there somewhere. I don't know where he got lost in the mix or whatever, but we had just released like a junior college list or something like that, and you're like, you forgot a guy. So
yeah. Yeah, we really liked him in high school, and he very easily could have been a day one pick last year, and that didn't work out for him. So rather than going to LSU, he decided to go to McLennan and just re-enter this year, and it works out, going 64th overall to the Mariners.
Yeah, I think after one of those, junior college gets going a little bit before the Division I guys. Sorry, tongue-tied there. Some really good outings to the point where we were getting word like this is potential round 1 type guy, at least supplemental. So another good value pick for the Mariners. Who do they have so far? I wish they'd flash that up there.
Deloach and Hancock.
Okay.
Zach Deloach and Emerson Hancock.
And I meant to say that GM, they had some quotes out of the Mariners saying that Emerson Hancock was number 1 on their board with the pitching. I would think, of course, they're going to say that now that they got him, but the fact that they did have him at number 1 on their board, Sife's smirking at me like, of course they said that.
You fired up Kendall. Anytime you put anybody.
Oh my!
Oh, we got you.
Jackson Miller, catcher from J.W. Mitchell High School in Florida to the Reds.
Wow. Okay.
Who's he committed to?
Wake Forest.
Wake Forest.
Interesting.
Tough loss for the Demon Deacons. Shooter, he's a guy that we've seen plenty, and he's steady Eddie. He's good defender behind the plate. Always gets hits. Not necessarily the loudest guy when you show up somewhere, but you get what you pay for every time you come in with him.
Yeah, he's got a big league approach to everything he goes about. And I remember seeing him as a freshman, just the way he receives, real quiet, soft hands, the arm works. He was also a really talented pitcher. Potential to do some two-way action, I would think, at Wake Forest. But a left-handed bat just continues to show this high school catching core how talented it was. And this is even minus Kyle Teal, who's heading to Virginia, who might have been the best of all of them. This catching core is really good. And Jackson Miller, again, the athleticism, the bat's going to play over time. Rody said the hit tool is kind of there. I think the power will develop even more in the system, but a good quality pick with a nice-looking backstop.
Yeah.
I would keep an eye on Clayton Beater here to the Dodgers.
I can believe that. That'd be a real good pick. He's a guy that could go, if there is a season, go right into that postseason bullpen, kind of like we were talking about Carraway earlier.
Just like Burl, yeah.
Here we go. The last pick. Dodgers, Clayton Beater. Right-handed pitcher, Texas Tech.
Yeah, I saw him at Round Rock. It seems like an eternity ago, but a few months ago, and he was, I want to say 93, 96, bumping a 7. I'll say this. I saw him 2 years ago, and the slider has definitely gotten better for him. I'm guessing that was kind of the differentiator with him as a prospect. He clearly had the arm strength, but the slider just continues to get better and better. And so, as Seif mentioned a second ago, he could certainly go in and help the Dodgers tomorrow if he needs to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't get to Lubbock this spring, obviously, in just the 4 weeks, but saw a lot of video on Beater. And the thing I noticed is every pitch he throws out, he has a high slot, but every pitch he throws is identical from that same release point. Just nasty. Tough to tell what's coming at you. And he'll top at 97, 98 KR, pitch at 395.
Yeah.
Pretty
and it's not a hard 97 either. Like, it doesn't look like he's trying that hard.
Yeah, good pick.
I just sent out the breakdown for those rounds there.
You just sent out what?
The breakdown for those rounds on what the conferences the guys came from. SEC with 6 picks in the second in Comp B. ACC with 4. Pac had nothing. Big 12 with 1. Big 10 2. Other conferences 6 and JUCO 1. The Big 12, I just feel like each year we've done this, Rody, their recruits seem to get robbed. And we talk about the SEC gets so many guys that go, you can see their teams. think if a lot of these Big 12 guys got to campus, you'd be seeing a considerable amount more from the Big 12 going. I mean, the SEC still has a lot of guys who are getting drafted out of high school, but the Big 12 usually has the same amount. Interesting that the Pac didn't have anything there. A year after Adley Rutschman went 1 overall, they had some guys there, but I'd expect some more Pac guys to come off now, potentially. I think USC is the hurt kid. There's a good amount of arms throughout the Pac usually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been kind of keeping track high school, college as we go along here, just tallying them up. And I know in the pre-draft yesterday we talked. Well, I guess I predicted 35 to 40 down from the 47, 50 that there normally is. But right now we're at 32 and counting. 32 high school, 1 junior college, and then the rest 4-year college.
Yeah, since we were talking about Cole Wilcox earlier, even if teams have money to play with now, the slot for the next pick goes all the way down to $976,000. It just seems really hard for him to sign at this point.
Yeah, after Beater at 66, I thought that was maybe the last chance for Wilcox if somebody could save some money. But with that said, I mean, you still have Baltimore. Baltimore still has some money. They have some picks. Maybe they can make a late run at him. But I'm starting to agree with you. I think Cole Wilcox looking more and more like he's going back to Athens.
Mm-hmm. So we're about to get into compensation picks here, free agent compensation. So the Giants are going back-to-back at 67 and 68 for losing Madison Bumgarner to Arizona and Will Smith to Atlanta. Then it'll be the Mets at 69 for Zach Wheeler to go into Philadelphia. St. Louis losing Marcell Ozuna to the Braves. Washington at 71 for losing Rendon to the Angels. And Houston 72 for losing Garrett Cole to the Yankees, and that will be Houston's first pick of the 2020 draft.
Backtracking a second here, guys. Wilcox obviously likely going back to Georgia is a pretty huge boost. I mean, I felt bad for Georgia potentially missing out on what could have been a national championship caliber run, with Hancock and Wilcox. But if you get Wilcox back, I love their young arms, to go with them. Some of those guys in their freshman class were just electrifying, and the look I got at them in the fall. So I still think they're going to be a real contender once again next year, especially if Wilcox is back.
Mm-hmm. Do you anticipate hearing Ryan Webb's name today?
I think that's I don't know where he is on our board, but yeah, I mean, again, you're talking about a physical power lefty, probably a bullpen guy, but he's like a Burl Carraway with less velo. I mean, I think he could probably fit somewhere in the 3 to 5 range. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have him 140. I just know that he's at Georgia, and might get a little overshadowed, being that Wilcox and Hancock, were the big arms there. But I mean, I wonder if Bulldog Nation is maybe crossing their fingers, holding their breath a little bit if they get Wilcox. Like, oh, maybe can we get Ryan Webb back? But
yeah.
Says the pick is in, Rody. They're not walking to the podium, but it says it's in.
They're going back-to-back here. Wonder if they're making any of their area guys sweat, a la the Angels with Mike Trout.
Rody, here we go.
What do we got?
Giants, the back-to-back picks here, but the first one they are taking... Nick Sweeney.
Sweeney.
A left-handed pitcher, North Carolina State.
I think it is Sweeney. I think it actually is Sweeney.
Like Davo.
This is a fit pick to click here. Love this guy. I saw him. He came on strong at the end of last season. I thought he was by far the best arm that they had. A lefty. Earlier in his career, the command, the control were kind of lagging behind, but at his best, you'll see him up to 94, especially in like a 3-inning stint. I don't know that he necessarily holds that velocity as a starter, but he dominated for his 4 weeks this year. I think you'll see a above average to plus changeup and above average to plus breaking ball. So and it's a good athletic frame. A lot to like about this guy here at this point in the draft.
Yeah, I first saw him when he was a sophomore out of NC State's bullpen. I forget what weekend series I was there for, but he came to the bullpen and just shoved. And then in week 3 this past spring, I saw him up in Minnesota. I think he retired something like 24 in a row or something. It was ridiculous. He may not have the pure stuff of an above-average or plus breaking ball, but it plays there because he can spot his fastball. He's got the arm side changeup down to a T. It's got sink away from the away from the right-handed hitter. And he just flips that breaking ball in there, and it's tough. It definitely plays above average plus, just like Fitty said. Good pick. Solid pick here.
Do they really need the minute between their next pick? I mean, come on. Hit back-to-back picks. Just give them to him.
Hey, don't take away Carlos's TV time here, Rody.
I like what the Giants are doing, too, with going to college route. Bailey in the first round, his teammate here in the second round, comp round, whatever you want to call it. Caissie Schmidt, their true second rounder. So I like the picks of the Giants. More conservative, but I really do like them. Do a great job.
Speaking of Casey Martin's still being on the board.
Yeah.
I think a lot of teams are going to be happy when they get him because I think what you saw freshman year, most of sophomore year, is what he is. But here comes the next pick. Jimmy Glowinski, shortstop, DBU.
It's a Seif favorite.
Seif favorite, yeah. Really locked in on him. I think it was 2 summers ago. Really, his name got real quick, but then he got injured. I believe he got injured shoulder, just DH'd his entire spring. There's not a ton of power in the bat. I think he's kind of a tweener. He's played shortstop for DBU, but the arm's a little short, so he'll probably end up being a second baseman. But maybe a little higher than I thought he'd go, maybe about 2 rounds, 1 round, a little higher than I thought he'd go, but certainly a talented guy with a good track record. I believe he hit something close to 500 this spring, though, in just the 4 weeks. So he had a phenomenal spring as their DH. He hadn't gotten back on the field as a playing short or second base yet, but sticking with the college route for the Giants.
Giants are poaching NC State, Fitzy, with Patrick Bailey and Swinney.
Yeah, it's you're right. I mean, those are 2 really good guys to get from one program. I mean, certainly it's interesting. We talked about Bailey yesterday. You know, you draft a catcher when your top prospect. I think Joey Bart is their top prospect, but best player on the board, right?
Don't draft for needs. Take the best available. Draft for talent. Solving problems later.
Jeff Fisher taught me that.
This is what the Mets do for an encore after taking JT Ginn with their last pick. This will be an interesting. I'm going Tommy Macy. Just gut feel.
Oh, here we go.
I know nothing. I'm just looking at the board. I like the name.
Tommy Macy. I like it. Sorry.
Isaiah Green, outfielder, Corona High School.
All right, there we go. He broke. We had him at the SoCal Pro Case last summer. Really twitchy athlete, left-handed stick. Broke out at area code games. Had a really good showing there. And then after that, with his travel team, he played against Team USA, the 18U squad, in a bunch of scrimmages before the 18U squad went overseas to Asia to play in the World Cup, and he just went off. Shooter, I know you and I were both checking those box scores, and, if he played, 3 or 4 games against Team USA, he had, 10, 15 hits. Like, he was raking, and obviously everyone's there to see Team USA, and here's this guy on the other side, Isaiah Green, just, barreling up pitchers. So he was definitely a guy that had a lot of helium. When I went to the preseason classic in Florida, I was having conversations with scouts. They're like, all right, well, who's going to be the first rounder that's not in the first round conversation right now? And someone brought up Isaiah Green. Obviously, shortened season, didn't get to play his way up further, but certainly not surprised to hear his name called early on today.
Yeah, Missouri recruits, so a California kid who was headed to the SEC. But I'm watching here. The video that they just showed, if anybody's watching, does not do him justice. They probably should have got some PBR video to show with some of the hits, because he's made those advancements, and that was.
We're showing
really
PBR video, so.
What's that?
I said we're showing PBR video.
Oh, we're showing. Watch our video. That's what he really is. The video I'm watching, I'm like, that's not him. That's him from like 3 years ago. But can really run, put the ball in play. The fact that he was getting hits against real arms is what stood out to me. And then he came out early on in the spring, shooting Southern California, and they never stopped playing. So he had at bats in January and February.
Mm-hmm.
He had enough eyes on him, and that's what made him rise throughout this. But I really like this pick for the Mets again. They already had Pete Crow Armstrong in Southern California. Got some good scouting going on there in SoCal with the Mets. So sticking to their guns.
Yeah, indeed. So we got.
Sorry, I was watching the video. I'm like, that's not that's not Isaiah right now.
That's all right. Hopefully they're watching us. If they're listening to you, they're watching us. So
all right, the Cardinals are up. Here we go.
Here we go. All right.
Alec Burleson.
Alec Burleson.
Ooh.
That's
Fitt fave.
Guy.
Yeah, this was one of my. I think it was my pick in our dream draft that we did right at the first second round turn. Just a great player, just a really good college baseball player. They drafted him as a position player. He was the best two-way player in the country, but certainly his pro future I think is a hitter. That's his carrying tool. He's a thicker-bodied guy that just can drive the ball all parts of the park. A lot of feel for the barrel, and I don't know how you grade out the power tool. I feel like it's hit above power, but he's definitely got strength. So he's a college performer.
Mm-hmm.
So. Yeah, and he's the guy that has the double swing right now, the gap swing or whatever. But Cardinals will turn him in about 2 years. He'll be a 35 home run guy as well.
Yeah.
So about a minute away from the Nationals picking. Just a little programming note for you guys watching. I don't know if they're going to take a break at the end of this compensation round, but if they do, we are going to take a break with them. But don't go anywhere because obviously we will be back very soon to continue with the coverage. So just want to give everyone a heads up on that. So, Aaron, do you think Burleson is a guy, his future is as a pro, but do you think if you're put into a tough spot or if you need someone to just hop in there to save you an inning or something like that he can come in a la, I guess the reverse of like a Brooks Kieschnick from back in the day?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, but I mean, I really don't think the stuff plays at the big league level. I mean, it's, really like a 86 to 88 kind of lefty. He's got feel for break, ball, changeup, but I mean, he's a hitter. I mean, I think certainly you put him on the hitting track. You don't worry about the pitching piece anymore.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. So it says the Nationals pick is in. What do you got, Shooter?
Are we officially sending Cole Wilcox back to school? Has that been done yet?
I will.
I've heard to keep an eye on the Padres, but that is not. It is not like that they're for sure taking him, but that they're at least looking at him.
The Nationals select Sammy Infante, shortstop from Monsignor Pace in Miami.
Yeah, I had heard that he was a guy that he's not in our top 200, but I had heard that there was a chance that he would go in the top 5 rounds, and so we certainly see him here. He's an athletic infielder. He's got quick hands. Strong arm in the infield, so chance he stays at shortstop, can certainly handle third base as well, and there's some projection there at the plate as well.
I mean, he was headed to Miami too, so Zamora's leaving, potentially Infante's coming in. Now we're going to be looking for another guy here. Their class outside of the big arms that were already on campus, Infante, still around. Miami has a really quality class, so they're still holding on to things right now.
Mm-hmm.
I am really intrigued, guys, to see who the Astros take here. Given this the first pick of the draft, they have a bonus pool of just over 2.2 million, and the slot for this pick is 870,700.
You can't buy anything for $875,000 anymore. Must be rough.
That's Seif money right there.
Jeez.
We
only have $870,000.
Rody, I think this pick's getting 1.8 at least. I think they're going all in on this pick.
Cole Wilcox, maybe?
Not Wilcox. I think this pick's going to get paid.
I'll let you know after I see the name.
Intel, or is this a shooter prediction?
This is just a shooter prediction.
I like it.
And
I think you only have one pick. What are you going to give, 600,000?
No, I don't think they're going to go like under slot like that. But let me tell you guys just from experience that predictions that come from Mr. Hunt are very much like his name. He's just shooting like.
He's just throwing.
Hey, how about
he's from the hip.
Nostalgia purposes, we take Trey Cruz here.
That'd be a nice hometown pick.
That would be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they need a shortstop second baseman, but that'd be a cool pick.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot, I'm still hanging with you. Even though you told me a couple days ago you'd pick a guy in the first round, not sign, just get the pick back. You're cool with that strategy?
All I'm saying is, big talk of yesterday's draft is that Nick York wasn't going to get signed. Just saying, I'm throwing out great storylines. That's all. I'm hitting 1,000 in my world.
Here comes the
conspiracy theorists out
shooter,
there.
get ready.
The Astros select
Alex
Santos.
Okay, I like it.
Already care to apologize?
No, because I don't think it's going to be 1.8. You said 1.8. It's not going to be 1.8 million. I do love the pick, though. He's one of my favorite arms in this class. Really projectable frame. Put on some weight in the offseason. So, physically not at the same upside that we saw last summer, but big-time stuff. I mean, the fastball's got a high spin rate. He can really spin the breaking ball. It's a loose, athletic arm. He's 6'4", 6'5". Shooter, I talk about him a lot. I love this arm.
Yeah, and I do too. New York kid. I think I saw him shoot the winter in his freshman year. And my notes, he's probably 82, 83 in that bullpen. This kid might throw 100 someday. It's a real loose, athletic kid, big frame. Actually, Pete Crow Armstrong, when we interviewed him, said that Alex Santos was one of the toughest arms that he's ever faced.
Right.
This is a kid who's faced a lot of dudes there in Southern California. I had him going in the first round in my mock draft to the Dodgers in the back half there, so it tells you how much I value that talent. He's a Maryland recruit. I don't think the Terps were expecting to get him. They got on him early, and it was a really good pickup. They've done a good job getting those recruiting classes together. But again, I am now very intrigued to see how much Santos gets.
Mm-hmm.
What if he gets 1.5, Rody? Do I still get a dub for that?
No.
Seif, what do you think? 1.5? Does that give me the dub?
I'll give it to you regardless. Sure.
That's like 70+% of their.
You guys are way too easy on him. This goes to his head, just so you know.
They're going to throw in the towel in their 4th and 5th round picks, and they'll be just fine. It'll make it interesting when they pick in the 4th and 5th round.
They're not going to be alone. A lot of teams are going to be thrown away.
Hey, we are in a commercial break here.
Awesome. Well, let's go ahead and do the same. Take a commercial break. You guys take your breaks, grab a bite to eat. Those of you watching, we will be back very shortly. So until we see you on the other side. All right, everybody, we're back, and it seems I think we've had a pick.
Two
The
picks,
Orioles.
and
Two picks.
favorite of our college guys.
All right, so who'd the Tigers take? Let's get up to speed here.
Tigers got Trey Cruz,
Okay.
and then the Orioles took Aaron Fitt, Anthony Servideo.
My man.
Nice.
I had this guy pegged as a third rounder. Is that where we are? Third round now? Yes.
Yep,
Yes.
top of 3.
So there we go. I mean, I love this guy. And talk about a guy that really boosted his stock in the short season that we had. He's always been able to really played a great second base last year. Then they lose Greg Kessinger. They slide Servideo to short. Boy, can he defend, man. Great range. He's just such a quick twitch athlete. Hands, actions really work. I mean, he can do some slick things. And the arm plays. I mean, I think it's a plus arm too. The question mark was would there be impact with the bat? And I think what you saw was he drove the ball a lot more. I mean, he's not a big guy, but he's wiry. Showed a little bit of a sneaky whip in the swing this year, and some pull side power. I mean, he's not going to be a power hitter down the road. He's going to be a gap to gap guy. But I love the defensive value.
Hey, Aaron, how about this for a tweet? The Orioles selected Mississippi State and Ole Miss's shortstops.
How about that? Wow, that is a tweet it.
How about that?
Well, how about the teams with the most money are just going college position player?
Interesting.
Between Detroit and Baltimore, 8 picks, 8 college position players.
Marlins are up here.
Oh. Okay.
Marlins take Zach McCambley, right-handed pitcher, Coastal Carolina.
Good pick.
Okay.
One of the best curveballs in the draft. It's hard. It's high spin. Fitting maybe a 2,900 spin rate for this breaking ball. Fastball's a high spinner. He'll run it up to 96, pitch at 94. Strong body guys. Starter potentially could go to the pen down the road, but he'll definitely. They're drafting him there to start him. Another big arm for the Marlins. Another great breaking ball. Looked like they just went with electric stuff for the Marlins with Max Meyer, Dax Fulton, Kyle Nicolas, and here now McCamry. But I'm a big fan of McCamry. Saw him first time he was a freshman at Coastal, and then I saw him last summer in the Cape Cod League. Talented kid, big arm.
Wow. And we're going back.
Coastal does a good job of getting those guys and turning them into, some big arms. It's not the first time we've seen that.
No, Coastal's a power major. That's why.
Yes, they are. They are firmly in the power major category.
Similar to Tulane.
What's
Definitely.
the College World Series champions? What's the shelf life on them being a power major shooter before you have to reevaluate?
Shelf life on a College World Series championship would be 10 years.
So, okay. All right.
So there's a fringe one coming off the board somewhat, but I'd still consider them a power major.
Who's that?
Fresno.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'd still put them in there because they're draft picks.
All right, so
picks.
So then where's that put Tulane?
Power major all day. Look on
Biased.
first rounders on the reg.
I'm kind of surprised Sam Weatherly. We haven't heard his name yet. Obviously,
Yeah.
we talked about Tommy
will.
Macy, but
We got the Royals coming up here. That could be a Sam Weatherly pick.
It could be a Macy pick too. They kind of like those Gators.
Tyler Gentry, outfielder, Alabama.
Well, here's a guy that I saw in the Cape last summer, and really, really liked him. I mean, he's athletic, he's strong, he has tools, and then you kind of just talk around like, oh no, he's not really a guy, and then all of a sudden, he's a dude in the spring. Fitty, is that fair to say from the feel, the vibe we got in the Cape last summer? Like, oh yeah, he's just a good college player.
Yeah, I
You're
think
kind of like, we really like this guy, and now he's a third rounder, put together a huge spring in just the 4 weeks.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Seif. I mean, this is one of those guys that kind of snuck up on me, and I liked him the first time I saw him in the fall, his first fall at Alabama. He's very strong and physical, and a pretty good athlete too. He runs pretty well, but and there is some strength there. But boy, I mean, he definitely shot up the charts in the last year, and I think he's a worthy third round pick. That's what he became.
I gotta say, we haven't had a Pac-12 pick today. A recruit or a player. I don't know if they're guarding them right now in the pack and not letting them go anywhere. But just something that I'm following. I don't know if those kids are just saying we'll sign for anything, so they're saving them for the fifth round or not. But there's definitely some talent on the board from the pack.
But you know what? It is an illustration, once again, that we've talked about this in recent years, that it does not feel like the pack has attracted the kind of premier talent that the SEC has, and maybe even the ACC has. The fact that they've been shut out today is pretty telling.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably the Pac-12 network, right, Shooter?
Don't get on the Pac-12 network. As soon as this draft ends today, I'm canceling my cable because of Pac-12 network.
Lack of network.
I'm impressed that it took us to day 2 for us to get a Pac-12 jab in there.
The California high school kids going, Mick Abel, Oregon State recruit, going in the first round. You're losing a lot of high school kids in the pack, but if they don't go, you can look to the pack to be pretty strong next year again.
Yeah, our next highest ranked Pac-12 college guy is Kevin Abel, and then we go down a few more slots to Gage Workman from Arizona State. So those are our next 2 Pac-12ers on our board.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think here, Fitty? A good time for Jordan Wagoo from Michigan or Xavier Warren from Central Michigan? What do you think? I think this is about the time, isn't it?
Those are good names for this part of the draft. I absolutely agree. Wagoo, of course, just another one of those guys. He's kind of like Gentry for me. Can really hit, physical guy. Gentry, I think you could maybe put in center field. I don't know that I see Wagoo as a center fielder, but he's kind of in that mold. And then who's the other name you mentioned? Of course, Xavier Warren. It's one of our favorites. We love Xavier Warren. I know you think that if you were drafting him, you'd probably stick him behind the plate, which I think is a very intriguing option. I believe he caught some in high school, if I'm not mistaken. But
he caught a lot in high school. Yeah, we have a ton of video on it. We did a Ben and now and Xavier Warren. He's got the right attitude. He's a very confident kid, but he definitely has hands and definitely has the arm, and he's a switch hitter.
Yeah.
A lot to like with Xavier Warren. So I think it's only a matter of a few picks, I would hope.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Shooter, how we looking recruiting class wise?
I think right now Nick York was a surprise day 1, but that Evan Carter promo that we're going to cut from this when that name got called, I would expect him to go on to have a big league all-star career now based on how we reacted to that. He can really swing. I was getting some reports from a good buddy who played against him. He's like real simple swing, big kid, hit. And that's what I remember from watching a little bit on him. I wonder if he lives in, Elizabethton's in Carter County, so Evan Carter coming from Carter County. Look at me dropping.
You played there, right?
Yeah, dropping Appalachia facts. But I'd say Duke, Texas right now, Arkansas, a lot of guys we expected to go. Texas right now, Tanner Witt's still on the board. If they get Tanner Witt, you have a potential Friday night guy coming in who could be a top 10 pick in 3 years. So if he's not getting taken, he's betting on himself, and that, to me, would be a win. They also have not had Petey Halpin picked yet.
Right.
Arkansas, Nate Wolgemuth still in the mix. Miami right now is, outside the fact that they lost to Coney, they're kind of winning right now because you're looking at Rosario. Remind me, what's the other pitcher's name?
Medeiros.
You got 2 frontline guys. The Blue Jays are coming up, and then Morales too. Blue Jays selecting right here. Trent Palmer, right-handed pitcher, Jacksonville.
Good pick. We saw him in the Cape as well. All-Star game, Fitty.
Yeah, you really like this guy, don't you?
I do. Strong-bodied kid, good arm. Profiles as a starter for me. 3 pitches, 94, 95. Will touch a 6 or a 7. Breaking ball is probably his best secondary, but the changeup is strong as well. Really good pick, 3rd round. You can get a guy that profiles as a starter in the 3rd round with 3 pitches that throws in the mid-90s. That's a pretty good pick right there. So good pick, Toronto.
He kind of fits the Chris McMahon, Jeff Criswell mold for me. I really do like that pick at this point in the draft.
Mm-hmm. He's from Minnesota.
Another Minnesota, yes. Gone south. Another Minnesotan gone south. We did a nice then and now on him as well. Kind of he's always been a strong-bodied kid. Let's put it that way.
I was gonna say, what was the Rob Allison book on him back when he was in high school?
He's cleaned up his body a lot. I guess is probably. I won't tell you what Rob said, but Rob liked him. Two-way. He was a two-way guy back then, but more strong, than quick twitch, I guess, is another way to put it. But yeah, Rob liked him. I think he was rated pretty high in the state of Minnesota 3 years ago, and he's done a good job. Another Minnesotan, Wisconsin kid gone down to Jacksonville and put together a pretty good career.
Mm-hmm.
They've got Jacksonville has their niche up there in the great northern states.
I know I keep coming back to it, but he was such a big time prospect, and we're getting a little bit later here, but Caissie Martin's still on the board.
Yeah.
I know we said he wanted to sign, that he wants to sign. At what point maybe does he not sign? Go back. He's got an extra year eligibility, chance to play himself back into what he was as a freshman and sophomore, and really elevate from where he's at currently in the draft.
Well, I think that's probably why he hasn't been drafted. I mean, we don't have the intel that's coming in, but he may be insignable at this point. He may have just said, hey, I'm going to come back for my junior year. Because, I mean, technically, we're talking about these guys as juniors and seniors, but they're really sophomores and juniors, essentially, eligibility-wise, if you're going to look at it like that. So maybe he's just like, hey, I'm going to clean up my strikeout rate, because that's really the main – that's what kept him out of the first 15 picks, is just that high strikeout rate, the inability to adjust to the slider. So – Mariners just going back to school.
Mariners take Caden Polkovich.
Oh, love
it. Ooh, that's a Fitzy fade. Yeah, right Fitzy likes that one.
Yeah, Seif and I were fighting over this guy in the dream draft that we did. We both love this guy. I mean, from you know me, I like my short guys. He's short and strong, and in a switch hitter with some positional versatility. I think second base is probably where he fits. Probably needs to do some work there to clean it up a little bit, but you could put him in center field. You could put him at third base. For a shorter guy, he's got real compact strength. He can drive the ball. He can run. And he's a gamer, and he really performed in the Cape.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think Shooter, he was on that Future Games team that had Dax Fulton, Cade Horton, Connor Beekler, maybe Nate Wolgamuth. That team was stacked.
I think he was. And I want to say, I'm trying to find the tweet. I think Driveline put something out on the guys' WAR, and he was in that for the college guys, like the highest WAR in 2020. Just start the year.
When they just created their new metric, the college WAR that they introduced this week. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. They basically developed, WAR using college stats and doing the ballpark adjusted and all that. So if that's what you're referring to, then
I think that's the tweet that I saw, and I'm pretty sure Polkovich was on there, but a fit fave.
Fit fave. We all like fit faves.
I gotta start going through what these teams have now and refreshing myself. Are you guys doing that? I'm sure Seif is.
Yeah,
well I have a sheet going to see where the prospects go that I'll eventually sort by team, but right now they're just in order from our draft board.
Okay.
What I find very interesting of the top 6 teams, so Detroit, Baltimore, Miami, KC, Toronto, Seattle, the 6 that are picking the first, amongst them here, they've only had 2 high school picks in all
we got
combined.
Nick Garcia.
Chapman.
Nick Garcia to the Pirates from Chapman University in California.
Here's the guy. Rhodey had a Southern Cal trip all planned out, and it got banged, right? And then Nick Garcia was in those plans.
Yeah,
thanks for reminding you. I'm sorry.
I had it all played out, man. I was gonna get down to Southern California to see the Boris Classic, and I was gonna mix in a guy at Chapman U with Nick Garcia, but nonetheless, it did not work out. But it sounds like this is a guy that found some velo recently, and his stock was on the rise.
Yeah, I heard his name again, I guess you'd say, early in the spring. So that's when, we talked about him. But just want to give it a shout out to Dan Jurek, our state director in Oregon and in Seattle. He went to the New York Collegiate Baseball League All-Star Game in 2018, so 2 summers ago. Garcia had just converted from third base to the mound. Jurek took some great video, nice ride-up, projectable arm. And he's basically – Garcia has developed into what Jurek saw and said he would become. So kudos to Dan on finding this guy originally for us 2 summers ago, and Garcia's getting paid now.
Dan's a great evaluator. Really impressed with his with his knowledge in the Cape. It looks like our search party came back and found Kendall Rogers, so that's good news.
SOS. Welcome back, there.
Hey,
Glad to have you back, Kendall.
the Padres are coming up here, Rhodey. I'm looking for left-handed high school hitters that they can take another one of. Colton Keith's still on the board here. He's an ASU recruit. Is Tolentino's not a left-handed hitter, is he?
Yes, he is.
Tolentino's on the board. Unless any left-handed hitter.
If they got Tolentino here, that'd be a great pick. And I hope they do, because I have got a great fun fact about him. I know you already know it, though, Shooter.
Here we go. Padres select Cole Wilcox.
Here we go.
Whoa, okay. All right.
Baby.
Holy cow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves a big splash in the third round. Cole Wilcox to the San Diego Padres, draft-eligible sophomore out of Georgia, high-octane arm. I mean, we said it not too long ago. We thought he was going to get back to school, but color me surprised at this point.
I mean, how much money did they save throughout now? Now you look at Hassel, you guys start going back through all the guys that they picked and collect what money they were getting. Because they're picking here, what was the slot for the Padres was $767,000. I would think it would cost Cole Wilcox at least $2 million, at least.
At least. Yeah.
So how much did they get Hassel for at 8? So let's see what 8 was. 8 was 5.176. Did they give him 3.5? Is 3.5 out of the question?
I mean, yeah, I think that's reasonable. So
I'm sure they save some money with Lang and also Caissie.
Yeah, save some money with Lang for sure. So
the whole time.
Think of all the high five. Think of all the high fives going around the Padres scouting department right now. That's a great pickup in that spot.
That is.
That might be the steal of the draft so far. Besides Jarvis at 18, Cole Wilcox at 80 is probably the steal.
The rich getting
rich. You need smile. You need smile, Fitty.
I mean, it's a fascinating pick. Obviously, the first 3 picks were all high school guys. It's just a matter of can they save enough money with those picks to make a real run at them. I mean, we've talked about it before. I think he's a top of the draft candidate for 2021 if he goes back to school. So it's not easy to sign him. But then again, if they can scrounge up $2.5 million, I don't know how you turn that down.
Hey, Hudson Head got what, $3 million last year in the third round from the Padres?
Yeah, I think you're right actually.
Is the third round the new first round in San Diego?
But it was a lot easier to save money in round 6 through 10 last year to throw at that third rounder.
That's true. Wow. The Padres system, that's a top 3. I'm sure some people have them at number 1 farm system right now with what they're rolling, Mackenzie Gore, and all those dudes out of there.
Yeah, it's pretty stacked. You throw not only Cole Wilcox, but the other guys that you have in this draft so far into it, and it's just, I mean, it's an embarrassment of riches. The rich get richer. So now we just need to see it, make it to the big leagues and compete at that level.
Wow. And now I'm excited to see what all the signing stuff does. It's interesting. Oh man, Georgia thought they were out. They thought they were getting them back.
Sorry, Athens.
Ryan Webb just got a lot more valuable.
Price of talent.
Wow. All right, who we got coming? The Rockies coming up next.
Well, let's see. All right, let me go here. I need to pull up my tab. Not putting this on the screen at the moment, but all right, best available. Again, Kyle Harrison, Carson Montgomery, Cam Brown out of high school. Pretty good bet that those guys are getting to school at this point. Casey Martin, we've discussed. Tommy, all right, settle it for me. Is it Tommy Mace or Tommy Macy? Because
Mace.
I don't know if I should believe Seifert or not.
Oh, yeah,
Never
don't believe me.
believe
I'm the last one.
Never believe Seifert when it comes to pronunciation.
He's been saying Macy the whole time. It's like I have no idea who he's talking about.
Fitt and KR will be nice. Mace. All right, got it.
Kendall, I'm pretty sure we can't hear your audio right now, so you're gonna have to connect your audio somehow. I'm not sure what's going on your end. But Casey Martin, talked about him a little bit. Kevin Abel, a wild card. Sam Weatherly, he's certainly slipped. Tanner Witt, we talked about. Caden Wallace, shooter, is a guy who I didn't really hear a whole lot of buzz on this spring, but really good hitter. Certainly expect him to get to campus and be a premium pick in a few years.
So, I'm looking at Kevin Parade and Jake Vogel are SoCal kids who are going to take some money, but I expected them to sign. Those are guys. Parade is a Georgia Tech commit. Vogel's a UCLA. Chase Davis, Arizona commit, big physical NorCal power hitting left-hander. He was the one in that Arizona class I expected to sign, not Nick York. Blaze Jordan's still out there. I mean, he's one of the most famous names in high school, Mississippi State recruit. I kind of likened him in that article to, hey, you start looking at Andrew Vaughn, you look at Torkelson, go to college, prove it. You have a chance to be a top 3 pick, number 1 overall. That's what I thought Blaze Jordan might go the route of. The one college guy, Aaron and Kendall, that I like, Andrew Abbott, and I think some teams are going to start highlighting him soon. And I really like his stuff.
Absolutely. I'm a big fan of Andrew Abbott. I mean, again, it's just a really twitchy left-hander, compact and strong. He's not tall, but it's live stuff. I think that's a good call, shooter. I bet he goes pretty early here.
So the one guy that's really interesting to me is Sam Weatherly. I obviously didn't see him in that shortened season, but I kind of wonder, is he one of those guys that like a few scouts started to really like, so he just had some fake helium?
Hey, Kendall, we got Sam Weatherly to the Rockies.
Hey, I was about to question Sam Weatherly, so this is a pick on my part.
I think to what you're talking about, though, Kendall, I think he's a kid, two-way player, Michigan prep, but came in, didn't throw strikes, didn't throw many innings at all as a freshman and sophomore. Started to figure things out this fall, and came out and started really, really well in the spring. Still ended up with like 11 walks and 20 innings. So that's not the best control, but his biggest thing that's plagued him is the control. But he's a mid-90s lefty with a power slider, and it's pretty nasty. And I think Fitt's probably seen him the most of all of us. But it's a pretty good arm to get in the 3rd round.
Yeah, exactly. We talked about him before. I think that's great value. I mean, like we said before, there had been a little bit of sneaky first-round buzz on him earlier this spring. It seemed like that had kind of backed off a little bit, but certainly pick 81. I mean, a lot of upside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it comes down to player development, You got the raw stuff in there. If you can work with these guys, there are so many tools out there now to, help with that. Maybe you can work with something there.
Is that something you think they look at? Because Weatherly really pitched off that fastball a lot, big arm strength, upper 90s. The slider, I think, got better throughout this year. But the fact that he could pitch off the fastball at Coors Field, is that something that they look at? Safe?
I would hope so. I mean, I think the Weatherly it's a left. You're getting an athletic lefty that throws in the mid-90s, has a plus slider. I mean, that's what you're getting. I'm not sure this is a high pitchability guy, so hopefully the Rockies didn't read into he can really pitch and he can pitch in our park. It's just, hey, you're getting a mid-90s lefty in the 3rd round that has, by the way, has a plus slider. I mean, that's what you want right
now. The Angels up. And the Angels select David Calabrese from Ontario, Canada.
Yeah, definitely thought, this guy had a good chance of going today. Arkansas recruit, so tough break for the Hogs there. But left-handed stick, premium runner, right, shooter? I mean, we're talking like a 6'4", 6'5" runner.
Yes, left-handed stick, and I think he's younger. Like the schooling's different in Canada, so the class is so off. But he's only 17, good-sized kid, can run. Again, fully expecting the sign. I think most of the Canadians who have this type of talent have, historically signed. So I don't think Arkansas expected to get him at all. So not a huge blow for them, but a good pickup for the Angels who, let's see, that's 744. Maybe shaved a little money, but probably slot there. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think he's close to slot there, for sure. But the scouts that I talked to, they like Calabrese, thought there was a good chance that he signed, but it wasn't as a slam dunk, I guess you could say. They were certainly more confident that Caissie was for sure, gonna get popped and signed. Calabrese, it was one of those things they wouldn't be surprised either way. So I don't think this is much of a shock. And if he had fallen, I don't think it would have been much of a shock either. But yeah, tough loss for Arkansas. But obviously a good pick here.
I mean, I think most Hogs fans would trade Calabrese for Caissie Martin at this point, if they can get him back. If we're going to trade straight up, getting Caissie Martin back and having, I keep going back to that, but that would be huge for the college game with him at Arkansas. They're bringing back, I want to say most of those arms on the weekend were all sophomores this year at Arkansas.
Yeah, Connor Nolan was a sophomore. He's actually draft eligible.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
And who was the other kid? I'm totally blanking for some reason. Wicklander, Patrick Wicklander.
Wicklander's the one. Okay.
Oh yeah, the California kid. Connor Nolan, is he still playing football, quarterbacking for?
No,
Arkansas?
he's done with football.
The Sox are up here.
White Sox are up. Anybody coming to the podium yet there, Shooter?
Oh, not yet. We got Dan O'Dowd going right now. Interesting. Who else do we have? Like, I'm still shocked. Like, the Pac-12 has not had a player or a recruit go today. So
That's a very Pac-12 thing to do there, Shooter.
the Sox are up.
Here we go.
Addison Coffey, right-handed pitcher, Wabash Valley College. Now, ironically, I'm pretty sure he was at ASU, or was he at Louisville? Addison Coffey. This is the Seifert area.
I know. He was.
I want to say he was.
No, you're thinking it. There was a different Addison at Arizona State who was a shortstop.
No, it was Addison Coffey.
Was it? So is this the same Addison Coffey? He's a pitcher now?
Yeah. Hey, Seif, Addison Coffey from Wabash.
He stepped away for a second, so
I'm back. I'm back, Brody.
Addison Coffey.
Yes, transfer from Arizona State. Really liked this kid out of high school. Transferred back from Arizona State. Came to Wabash as kind of a two-way guy, but he really developed on the mound. He's up in the mid-90s with a plus breaking ball, last I heard. But we're super athletic kid. So
yeah,
very much surprised. We don't have him on the draft board in the 200, but he is a name that was floating around out there. And I'm sure as a third-year sophomore, he was very signable. So they're probably trying to save some money here, but it is a big arm and it is a very good breaking ball.
Mm-hmm. So it is the guy that Shooter you were saying from Arizona State. So it is who I'm thinking of, a kid from Indiana. I really liked him he was a shortstop, right?
Yeah, he was. Rody, the Reds are up right now. The Reds take Bryce Bonin. Sorry.
Bryce Bonin, really? Okay. He's got some electric stuff, but some control issues there.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was talking to somebody close to Bonin camp a couple weeks ago, and there was a lot of helium in him moving into the third round. I think we all kind of thought he was more of a fourth or fifth rounder, but this person insisted that he was a third rounder, and he ends up going right there. With Bryce Bonin, I saw him at Round Rock a few weeks ago. Or a few months ago, and he was 92 to 96. The breaking ball is just okay. A little bit of a head whack there. His control can really get off kilter, but when he controls his stuff, it is a beater like electric arm. And so this is a nice pick here. He's not as polished as beater, but he certainly has as much potential.
Mm-hmm.
We got the Giants coming up next.
Hey, Rody, I'm gonna jump back to the White Sox here real quick and their pick of Coffey. He's well known by the scouting director for the White Sox. I would speculate Coffey's an Indiana kid from that pocket where the scouting director for the White Sox lives. So I'm sure that had a lot to do with taking him there in the third round. So.
Yeah, I'm sure it did. That was at 83, right?
Coffey was 83. Bonin was 84. Yep.
Bonin 84. And Bonin was the Reds, right?
Yes.
Trying to keep up with my chart here. So the Giants are up next at 85
The Giants
overall.
college. So, Seif, you think they'll go college here?
Odds are, yeah, they're following that Detroit and Baltimore plan right now.
We're falling into the high school guys not going to be on the board or not going to be drafted much.
We've only had one this round. Yeah, Calabrese has been the only one this round.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a Canadian too, so.
Is school different there?
Seif busted my balls.
Oh, jeez. Hey, this is a child-friendly broadcast, guys. Hey, on a more serious note, one kind of storyline to follow here is the fact that Tommy Mace and Jack Leftwich are still on the board. Jack Leftwich, I had heard a couple weeks ago that Florida was cautiously optimistic that he would come back. But tell you what, if these guys continue to drop in the draft and they return, I mean, think about how good Florida is going to be next year with an older Mace, an older Leftwich, Hunter Barco, Christian Scott. I mean, Florida's going to be loaded. Not that that's any surprise, but Florida's going to be really loaded.
Right. Well, we have that question coming in from Facebook. Do we think that Tommy Mace will return for his senior year? So, I mean, at this point, kind of got to lean that way maybe a little.
I can tell you Florida is not too optimistic on Mace just yet.
Okay.
Go ahead, Aaron. You want to say something, Aaron?
We're still in the third round. I mean, I'd be shocked if he doesn't get popped here soon. And I mean, he's just too talented. He's going to go, and I'd be shocked if he's back for his senior year. But
shocked, I say.
Christian Scott is another guy who is eligible as a sophomore, who I don't expect to get in the top 5 rounds today. But electric. I mean, certainly in the 10-round draft, would have been picked and would have signed, I suspect. So yeah, you're right. I mean, what they've got coming back potentially is pretty exciting.
Not Christian
Maybe
Scott,
they'll
a
just
Sean Duncan
continue
favorite.
where they left off.
Not to pour salt on the wound, and I am the resident West Coast stan here who supports the Pac-12 and tries to keep it up. With no picks coming from the West Coast, and we've had Jacksonville, Ball State, East Tennessee, Coastal Carolina, FIU have all had pitchers drafted.
There you go. A realignment. They can the Pac-12 can pick up Ball State.
What are we doing?
Who's going to be the first Pac-12 guy drafted today, you think? We got like maybe a Stevie Emanuels?
Can somebody take my man Christian Chamberlain?
What about
Christian
Braden Ward?
Yeah.
They're not giving me much to go after Kendall with this to protect the Shield, the Conference of Champions.
Yeah, you're.
How about
don't even
we
start
got another
that
question coming in from Facebook. How about Mississippi with Tyler Keenan? Do we think that he gets drafted today?
I do.
I'd
Yeah.
for him to get drafted. I think he's a really good player.
Yeah, I think he'll be drafted. I really do. I mean, again, it's a physical, big-bodied guy with power at the hot corner. I mean, I know you look at him and you wonder about the mobility.
Sorry, I took Kyle Harrison.
Wow.
Really?
Wow.
Kyle Harrison to the Giants?
Wow.
Oh, man.
Oh, the phone's blowing up now. Whoa.
I love it. I love it. You can get Kyle
really?
Harrison in the 3rd round. That is big time. He is a first-round arm for me. Athletic lefty, loose, projectable secondary stuff. And he was one of those guys that we talked to Pete Carroll Armstrong about, shooter, that said that he's one of the tougher guys he's faced. He is not afraid to pitch inside. The breaking ball is sharp. I mean, I love it. Love this pick.
I mean, this is a UCLA recruit. I would have thought, hey, this guy's going to school now, and I'm getting really jacked up if I'm the Bruins. This is the top-ranked left-handed pitcher in high school for us. I mean, almost every year that guy's a first-rounder. And this is the top guy and falls to the 3rd round. Now you got to look at what do the Giants have, how are they sifting out their money. With those picks, we talked about all college guys. Seif, you can take a peek where they're probably saving money. Harrison also a Boris guy, so you got to think he's getting at least 2, probably closer to 2.5. Where are they getting this money from?
Well, I think they saved a little bit with Sweeney at 67, but I would imagine they saved a ton with Glowenke at 68. I mean, I like the player, but that was much, much too high for Jimmy Glowenke. But that's probably where they got the bulk of their money right there. between those two guys. And maybe a little bit off Caissie Schmidt. He maybe wasn't a mid-second rounder, maybe, I don't know, 10 picks lower. But I think just shaved a little bit off each guy. The most off Glowinky, and there you go, Kyle Harrison.
Bailey's the next pick.
Bailey's slot is 4.2 by the way.
Here.
Takoa
Roby, another high school guy.
Wow, Takoa Roby, really?
First
Interesting. Panhandle kid. He was one that I had circled trying to see this spring. I just, wasn't able to, get out there, but projectable. Threw hard last summer. Was kind of a pop-up guy last summer. Pitched well at the East Coast Pro Showcase. I'm seeing some video now of him. Physical lower half, relatively easy on the mound. I honestly had not heard. I mean, he was in the mix, but I did not hear a whole lot about his name this spring compared to other arms when it came to the high school class.
Yeah, he was a Troy recruit, big arm strength, panhandle guy. Doug Freeman was kind of letting us know, hey, there's some, or Doug Freeman, our director down in Florida, is letting us know, like, hey, this guy's got some juice around him. There's some arm strength. I'm going to get up to see him. So really interesting pick, but having the arm strength, bigger, stronger physical right-hander, kind of the Rangers' MO a little bit at times, going after a guy like that. So, no sooner do I say it, the high school guys are probably done, but 2 go off the board, including a Morris guy.
Yeah.
Well, I'm still buzzing over the Harrison pick.
Dude, so am I. That's
Harrison, Wilcox. These have been some big picks in the 3rd round.
Mm-hmm.
So with Harrison, Shooter, are you telling me the Pac-12 may take another hit?
Yeah, that's when he didn't go yesterday. And then we get through the 2nd round, I'm thinking, wow, they're going to bring in Harrison, they're bringing Radchick. Those are 2 weekend dudes immediately on campus. So that's not good for the Pac. Phillies are up right now. Casey Martin, Arkansas. There
you go.
All right, there you go.
Good for Caissie.
Well, why don't you, I know we've talked about him quite a bit, but I got a Phillies fan sitting here right next to me. So what kind of player are we looking at?
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing with Caissie is just a premier athlete. I'll tell you what, guys. I mean, some have speculated he might go in the outfield. I actually really liked him at 3rd as a freshman. Like, I thought he was solid defensively there. He had a strong arm. He hits for power. Clearly, the biggest thing for Caissie, the next level, is he's got to have much, much better strike zone awareness. It was brutally bad early this season. So if he can figure that out, he's got the power. He's got all the tools. I mean, he's a top half of the 1st round guy from a tool standpoint, but he's got to be more consistent and he's got to figure out the strike zone.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think he ends up, KR? You've seen him the most. I've seen him at shortstop. Struggles to make the routine play, but he'll make the fantastic play. I really haven't seen him in the outfield. How does he look out there?
I think a premium athlete like that, we'll let Aaron weigh in too, but I think a premium athlete like that can run like he can, I'd put him in the outfield and see if he can stick up there.
Yeah, I'm with you, Kendall. I like him in center field, and I think the speed will really play. I mean, it's a plus runner, so yeah, why not?
Why not, indeed. So Cubs are up next at 88. Says the pick is in, so we'll see what the Northsiders do here after taking Ed Howard in the 1st round. What else are some of their picks? They took Burl Carraway, who could move quickly.
And that's it.
Oh, those are the only 2 picks so far. Yeah. Okay.
I think they may have some money here.
Yeah, they might have a little bit.
I think they could have maybe saved some on Ed Howard. Huh.
Wait, what do you think? Tanner Witt? What do you think, Brody?
Ooh.
I don't know if you can. I don't know if they've saved that much.
You know what, Seifert? After Harrison, I don't know anything. So, not that I ever did.
We kind of wrote Wilcox
I quote you on that?
and then Wilcox, boom. We wrote Harrison off, and Harrison.
Aaron Fitt writing a novel.
Sorry.
Jeez. Aaron might as well just be going like this.
I pulled a Kendall on you.
So
See what we got. Are they coming to the podium yet? There. It says
Not
the
yet.
pick is in.
Oh, here we go. And the Cubs select. Dun 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 dun. Jordan, the Michigan outfielder.
Wogu.
Jordan and Wogu.
Hail to the victors.
Oh man.
Seif, talk about him. I know you like him.
Yeah, we talked about him earlier. I mean, he is just athlete first. I think he could have walked on to play football at Michigan as he looks like a tight end. He's 6'4", 220, just chiseled, athletic. He looks like a guy that not really a runner. I mean, he's just that big in the box, but then he'll run you a 4-1, 4 flat from the right side down the line. I've seen his arm improve from his freshman, sophomore year from a 30. It's 40, 45 now, so there's, he's getting better. Not sure what position he played. He played center field early in the season. Kendall and I saw him out in Arizona. Got some late breaks on balls. His routes are a little shady, but he was playing center field because of Jesse Franklin was out. He's probably best at first base, but then I think you lose a little bit of value. So I think the team that drafts him probably draft him as an outfielder, put him in left field and see what they can do. But a tremendous athlete. Love his hand strength. He has power to all fields. He has superior just hand-eye coordination and strength in his hands. But I don't think he recognizes pitches the reason he's a third rounder, not a first rounder, is he has late pitch recognition. So it seems like he's always fighting off the pitch. But he does have that elite hand-eye that really helps him battle. And I think this is a steal in the third round. Great pick by the Cubbies.
Excellent. So that means the Red Sox are up next at 89. It says the pick is in. Kendall, do you see him coming to the podium?
Not yet. Still no Tommy Mace. I'm just looking at some guys left on the board here. Still no Tommy Mace. We still have Kevin Abel on the board.
Yeah, and if Caissie Martin just got picked, why not Gage Workman? Workman even has bigger tools than Caissie Martin, but they kind of have the same problem. They just strike out too much.
Carson Seymour,
big arm. Yeah.
Gage Workman, Bryce Elder. My man Bryce Elder hasn't gone yet.
Yeah, I've been waiting to hear his name because
this would be a great spot for Bryce Elder.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Red Sox need to shoot for upside here. Not having a second round pick, and I don't know. I kind of like Tommy Mace here.
Is that an educated guess?
That is a shot in the dark.
Oh, okay.
You're not pulling a KR and you're like, oh, look for a so and so here. I'm just taking a shot in the dark, even though I got it on my cell phone.
Wonder about.
Of course, the pick is in and they go to commercial. Let's go, guys. Like,
I just had to look at like a guy like a reliever
they
here.
a ton of money, right? Just
say that.
They've got plenty of money to work with. They had to save a ton of money. Well, I guess they haven't signed the pick yet. That's going to be the tricky part. You got to get them signed before you can start overdrafting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean, like, let's look at it. They
Canterwit.
Stop! Oh, stop!
You
made me look. That's gonna get clipped later. I got whiplash from that.
Hey, who did Dax Fulton go to? Was that
Rockies?
Miami Marlins.
Marlins.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, Marlins.
I'm looking at.
Yeah, don't listen to me.
I think we're going maybe JUCO.
He got over slot. I got some intel.
Got a little heads up on this one.
Yeah, good for him. Good for you, Dax Fulton. You go, Dax Fulton. You go, Glenn Goko.
Marlins going with the arms. Detroit, Baltimore going with the bats.
Everybody's been waiting for this Boston pick for.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for 24 hours.
Hey, good for them for going to commercial and just drawing it out, getting the whole Red Sox nation.
Everybody's on edge. I am
He's
zeroed
on edge right
in
here.
on Fitzy's reaction here because his reaction
He's on
last
edge.
night was pretty good.
I was just stunned 'cause I never heard of the player. I mean, that's
That's because you're a college writer.
That's an immortal pick. Like that
Hey,
picture
to be fair, Rody, who was the guy earlier that you were like didn't even know who he was?
Evan Carter.
What was that kid?
You'll never
Evan
forget
Carter.
it.
Yeah.
Well, I did send some text messages, and I am not the only one that was completely caught off guard by that pick.
no, you're
Rody, here we go.
Yeah, pick your beat. Come on, man.
Red Sox select Blaze Jordan.
What?
Central High
All right.
School. Oh, boy.
Wow.
That's how much
Now,
money
Hank-
they save.
Yeah.
Where was he? Where is he committed?
We
to?
had him like
Hey,
90
Oh, yeah.
reclassified. We had him 94 on the board. Big bat. I mean,
went
big
89.
time power. So, I mean, he will put a lot way over the Green Monster. He plays third base in high school, but I think he shifts over to first base. So you get high school first baseman, right bat. Obviously, that demographic isn't, super popular, but there is some absolute thunder in the bat.
Blaze Jordan's going to be all over Barstool Sports because the home runs that he has hit since he was 14 years old, that he's going to be hitting over the...
They're showing it right now on MLB Network. Him hitting tanks.
He's already a fan favorite. I mean, Aaron, this is awesome for you. Bad for Kendall and his SEC fandom, but very good for you as a Red Sox guy.
Where does this SEC fandom thing come from? Fake news. Come on.
And he was a 2020. Brody, you just said it. 21 reclassed.
Yep.
Again, you're looking at, I think, 3 years on campus, Andrew Vaughn type, Spencer Torkelson potential. Power to all fields. Does he play third base, like Brody was saying? Probably a first baseman, but the bat's there. But although I must say the body, as he got old, and it's still getting better, and I'm sure he'll get with the Red Sox, chance to play third base. He was also in the 90s on the bump, so athletic kid. Since I said that the high school guys would not be drafted, the biggest names have come off the board. So
Well, then what's next, Shooter? What's not going to happen?
Oh, and wow. I mean, Rody, pretty much that's what they did. They selected the first round or the third round after taking York in the first.
Yeah.
So saving that money with whatever they give to York, it makes more sense now, at least to me, with Blake Jordan.
Just if you wanted this guy, then and you want to give him that kind of money, why not just take him in the first and then just take whoever you want in the third? I guess they like York that much.
Oh my!
I mean,
The Diamondbacks selected Liam Norris, Green Hope High School.
Wow. Okay.
So now they're just all
Diamondbacks
gonna
go
start
back to
taking high
North
school
Carolina. So my man George Swain, the area scout for the Diamondbacks, getting some guys. Liam Norris, physical left-hander. I mean, it's a starter's frame. He comes from a high slot. He can, pitch in the low 90s, touch the mid 90s with the fastball. Can really spin the breaking ball. Shooter, the thing that with him has been strikes. They kind of come and go for him. He's got to learn to sync everything up a little bit better to find the zone consistently. But aside from that, the stuff is pretty big.
Yeah, you can't teach left-handedness. You can't teach the kind of stuff that he has. And Aaron, I had told you that I fully expected him to get the school.
Yep.
But because of the command issues, a lot of times those guys, you get to campus, we got to win right now. He may not have gotten the innings he needed. Could be a really good decision by him to go out and get 100-plus innings for the next 3 years in a system where he knows he's going to go out there every time. Even if he walks 4 guys in a row or 5 guys in a row, he's going back out there. And in the end, if you hit on that guy and it connects, at least a number 2 with that upper 90s stuff and the breaking ball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a tough loss for UNC. I mean, they probably thought they might have at least a decent chance to get him. But even so, I think they probably may have hedged a little bit and said, you know what, even if we're on the fence of whether we get him or not, I think the rest of their class they probably feel pretty comfortable about getting.
The Mets are up right here. Anthony Walters, shortstop, San Diego State.
What do you got, guys?
Was he? I don't even know if he's in our top 100.
He's not in the Pac-12. That's what I got.
The Mountain West even has more picks in the Pac-12.
I'm kind of baffled by this one. Hit a 516 OPS last year in limited action. Hit 271 with a 689 OPS this year. I mean, there's not really a performance track record. He wasn't really on our radar. I'll be honest with you. I'm baffled.
You certainly save a little bit of money though, given the first three guys you took in Crow, Armstrong and Ginn, and Isaiah Green. So you obviously need to maybe go down a little bit further to shave off right here. I mean, obviously this is not, we don't have the 6th to 10th round like we usually do where you take some big cuts, but maybe this is kind of the 2020 version of that.
Yeah.
Is he a senior?
No,
Yes.
He's a fifth-year junior, JUCO transfer guy. He was at.
As I said, he was 22, which is a little bit old for a junior, isn't it?
Yeah, Mount St. Jack. He had a torn ACL, and they thought it was a pretty good draft if he hadn't gotten hurt. But he has tools. I mean, the Aztec side, he had a chance to be a top 10 round guy this year. He does have some bat speed and athleticism, but the performance just doesn't. There's really no performance history, so that's an interesting pick.
I think they're saving money there. That might be a 20K type guy, kind of not a shortstop, more second baseman, average type guy, right. But
you have to find some money for JT Ginn somewhere, don't you?
Yeah.
The Mets took a lot of seniors in the past too. They were picking seniors last year in the 5th, 6th round, if I'm not mistaken. So that may be exactly the route they're going right now in the 3rd.
What?
Milwaukee's picking next, KR. Who do you got? You got the last one right. You just threw it out there, and there it was.
Let me see.
Go.
What we got?
I don't know.
I mean, Blaze and Harrison going have me speechless right now. So Xavier Warren, catcher, Central Michigan catcher.
Like it. Like the pick. Not only a college performer, but a college athlete. Very, very versatile. I think his quickest path maybe is to the big leagues is catcher. He caught 3 or 4 games back there in their 15 games this spring. Hadn't really caught much in college up until this spring. I first saw him as a sophomore last year. I forget where I got back from. I think a cold weekend at Ole Miss maybe or something. Came back and caught a Sunday doubleheader between Illinois State and Central Michigan. And I looked out there to watch the game for about a minute, and I noticed Central Michigan shortstop. And then he came up to the bat and hit a home run in about 32-degree weather. So I've been on Warren since that spring. Go to the Cape. Liked him a ton in the Cape. He showed a 70 arm on a couple throws across the diamond. So he's got the hands, he's got the feet, he has the arm strength. He's a switch hitter, like I said. So really, really like this pick a whole lot.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. You said it all. I just really like the way he plays the game too. He's very aggressive. He taking the extra base. He's just a lot of fun to watch.
And I think his separator too is just his confidence, and it's not arrogance. It's just a very confident kid, and I think that's going to be, you always look for that intangible that's going to separate him from the other guys that can run and throw and do their thing. But his confidence is going to get him through a long ways through some slumps or hard times in the minor leagues, just like everybody has.
Boys, sorry I'm lacking energy right now. After Blaze Jordan and Kyle Harrison go in the 3rd round, it's
supposed to inject energy, shooter, not sap it.
I mean, come on, I'm a college baseball guy. So
that is a big loss for college baseball, is those guys going. I don't know that I really expected Harrison Well, I guess, after not hearing a lot of buzz on his name, it started leaning toward maybe UCLA gets him. I still wasn't convinced, but I did think that Mississippi State would get Blaze Jordan.
Those are first-round type talents. And getting there and Aaron and Kendall, I know you don't know these guys yet, but that hurts. That hurts it hurts college. Because Blaze Jordan would have been for 3 years one of the most talked about guys in the SEC. He would have been more talked about than Robert Moore. If I could put it that way.
So who's the top-ranked high school guy right now that has not been picked? Is it Carson Montgomery? Is he gone?
Yes. He's still on the board. So
Florida State.
Florida State, yep.
Another Boris guy, Florida State. Well, we've had Boris guys go kind of later now. He may still be on the board.
I don't know. Who's got money though? Like some of these teams have.
Can we get our accounting department off camera to give us some teams with money?
I believe Cam Brown also still on the board. Is that right?
Yes, correct. Cam Brown is still on the board. That is correct.
Hey, I'll tell you this. If we're going to stick to that with Cam Brown, TCU's sitting pretty right now. They have big-time arms that have not been picked yet, and they're going to command a lot of money.
Yeah. Yeah, so we're looking at the board right now. Carson Montgomery, as mentioned, at the top available. Cam Brown, another high school right-hander. Tommy Mace, Kevin Abel, Tanner Witt. So a lot of names that we've talked about frequently. Shooter, a string of high school guys that we probably feel like at this point are going to school, and Caden Wallace, Cole Foster, Blake Shapen, and Cade Horton. We got Carson Seymour, the right-hander out of Kansas State, Gage Workman, Arizona State. Bryce Elder, we've talked about a little bit, kind of expect to hear his name relatively soon. Milan Tolentino, shooter, shortstops out of California usually don't last. Tolentino has so far. Drew Bowser, shortstop at Harvard Westlake. We expect him to go to school. He's a Stanford guy. He has said that he is going to school, so I don't expect to hear his name. But Luke Little, that's a big-time left-handed arm that's still on the board right now.
Yeah, I think he has a pretty big price tag, too. But, yeah, he's big arm. I think, Phil had him up to, 97, 98 during the TrackMan workout here a few weeks back. I think
who's he committed to?
South Carolina.
South Carolina.
We got the Cardinals coming up right now.
He actually committed during his freshman year, but then delayed it a year.
Levi Prater, left-handed pitcher, Oklahoma.
Oops, yeah.
Levi is kind of the opposite of Cavalli, where he actually had some production. What he is, he again, we kind of talked about these steady Eddie prospects. He's kind of that guy. Like, he's going to sit 89, 91, he's going to bump it to. The secondary stuff's solid. It's not great. But what he is he is the same guy every time out. And so the Cardinals are getting kind of a sure thing here. They're not getting a guy who I think at the next level is going to be an absolute star. But what he can be is a good back end of the rotation kind of guy in the future.
Yeah, he threw well for me in the Cape, too. He threw maybe a little bit harder in the Cape. More low 90s with a good breaking ball. He's more control than command, but competitive lefty. A lot to like. Good pick in the third round.
The third round's been going on for like 4 rounds.
It has.
It does feel like it's been going on forever.
Jeez. And it's like there's still a bunch of picks left. Ooh, I wonder what the Astros are going to do here.
So far, just 2 junior college picks.
Phillips and Coffee.
Coffee, yeah. But like Luke Little would have been a good one. Beck Way is another junior college name we heard throughout the spring. Yeah, I was going to
get about your guy Mitchell Parker.
Yeah, I really like Mitchell Parker. He fits. If you're going to draft Prater right there, Mitchell Parker's every bit as good as Levi Prater for what I saw in my.
Ooh, Holden Powell.
Nationals.
Holden Powell.
Let's go, Pack. Let's go.
Third round, Holden Powell.
Hey, there you go, Pack.
Stumptown.
But it's all UCLA. Does it really count if it's all UCLA?
Hey, sorry. The Pac-12 is too busy getting the top pick the last 2 years. They're too busy with that.
I'll say this, and Aaron saw Holden Powell at Round Rock, so I'll defer to him here. But I'm definitely a big Holden Powell fan. The guy's put up terrific results, and he's got good stuff as well.
Yeah, first team preseason All-American for us, and his stuff took another jump forward and he was great last year. And he really, I saw him in Frisco. It was 96 mile an hour gas, out pitch slider, and he dropped in a hammer curveball too that I don't think I had seen from him before. So two different breaking balls that I think are both swing and miss, aggressive, bullpen profile all the way, but a guy that will move very quickly.
Let me ask you this. Can he pitch in the bigs this year? Does he have that kind of stuff?
I think he would be in that conversation. Yeah, I hesitate to put that on too many guys, but I would put him, in kind of the Burl Carraway conversation. I like the guys that are, already bullpen guys that are already used to those situations and conditioned to do that. And yes, I think it's big league stuff, and I think he's not far away.
Hey, I'd keep an eye on P.D. Halpin, the Texas commit here, the Cleveland guys here in the 95th pick. If that's the case, that would leave Texas with Tanner Witt as the only guy left.
All right, here we go. The pick's in. Indians select. And we got P.D. Halpin. Miracosta.
Wow, good guess, Kendall. That's amazing.
Thank you. I really know this.
Left-handed bat. He's from Northern California, but moved to Southern California to Miracosta. Left-handed back, like I said, plus runner. I really like the swing. I think he can hit. He stood out for me at the NorCal Pro Case, last June, and then was good again at area code games. Jumps down to Miracosta, where he plays with Kyle Karros, son of Eric Karros. So just a lot of upside here, for PD Halpin and the Indians. I like this pick because I think that's good value in third round for him.
Yeah, it can really run on an athletic left side, like you just said. Also, huge arm in the outfield.
Yes, can really.
I'm not usually big like the arms in the outfield, but his stands out. Or area codes, he unleashed some real throws. But a good athlete, and UT has now lost 4 of the 5, with Tanner Witt still on the board. So I don't want to say it's gone. I'd still feel good. Getting Tanner Witt is a weekend arm who can be a Friday night guy and can be a top 10 pick. Yes. He has 1-1 potential based on kind of his metrics and what he has a chance to do in college. The profile's there, good athlete, two-way potential. So having him still would be good for UT.
It would be great to get him on campus. I'm sure they are a little disappointed though with the way things have gone yesterday and today. So we got another California guy going here, maybe. A pitcher that had some a pitcher that had some helium. No.
Maybe Barnhart throws hard.
Boom.
Big
nailed it.
Yeah. Razor up. Raise select. Hunter Barnhart, St. Joseph High School, California, Arizona State recruit. Pac-12.
Here comes a Pac.
Pac is back, baby.
Hey, does it count if they take Pac-12 recruits?
Yes.
Because there hadn't been one taken yet today, right?
No, that's the second one.
Harrison.
Oh, yeah, right.
Barnhart's a physical guy. Had some helium early in the spring. We didn't quite push him into our top 200 just yet, but he's easily a guy that had the spring continued on and he continued that trend. He probably would have slid in there, but fastball into the low 90s, probably going to find some more and can spin a breaking ball shooter.
Yeah, can really spin the breaking ball. I actually probably have my area codes notes here somewhere, but I would have put about a third round on him just from what I was looking at. I think the velo had ticked up a little bit. Was that area codes that he came out? He had like a cramp or a little lat type deal.
Maybe I'd have to look at my notes. He
like
was good there. Yeah.
Especially in California, he would have had a chance to play himself in the second round.
Easily, yeah.
With the amount of eyes he would have had on him. But third round, good value. The Rays seem to be going after those high school right-handers who throw hard and can spin it.
Mm-hmm. Those are good attributes to have.
Shooter, I will give you some potential good news for the Pac-12 as we go further into this draft. Think about the possibility of Christian Chamberlain and Kevin Abel returning to Oregon State potentially.
Forgot about Christian Chamberlain. How did I forget about him? He's like my favorite pitcher. He was the Stumptown Spins #1 starter.
Even the
I don't know how you
Dogs
forgot about him. We just talked about him 20 minutes ago.
Obviously, I wasn't listening. Hey, and I'll tell you, like, the whole West Coast for next year, college-wise, I don't want to jinx anybody, but Long Beach could be bringing back a lot of guys. We haven't heard anybody from there, knock on wood.
Seminaris, yeah.
Seminaris, yeah.
Oregon State, like you said there. Even Oregon will be an older team next year. USC hasn't heard these guys, their names called, which will be interesting in itself because of private school, trying to get all the roster spots put together with the high price tag on tuition. But, yeah. Sorry, I got to talk West Coast. Somebody on here has to stand up for it.
Still got 2 rounds to go here, though. I think a lot of those guys, I mean, you talk about the Abels and the Chamberlains and the Kyle Hurts. I think some of those guys are still in the mix here as we still got, 63 picks left.
Yeah, Braden Ward. I mean, Braden Ward's an electric player up at Washington.
Yep. Shooter, it feels like you said, the high school guys, we were starting to see them thin out a little bit. Maybe we don't see as many go, and then all of a sudden a bunch go off the board. Is the third round the new 11th to 12th round?
I think the third round's the new first round. The amount of money that's getting dished out. We had talked about this.
That would be an interesting, and when all this is said and done after the signing deadline, it's to add up the bonuses in those rounds to see how they compare. I mean, obviously the first round is going to win out, but just to see what the gap is between the total bonuses for the round, I think would be an interesting investigation. What?
I cramped up. This
third
round's taking a lot out of me. I need a timeout.
Shooter's getting loopy. It's interesting now. We mentioned Tanner Witt. I mean, Shooter mentioned the Longhorns in his potential recruiting classes getting nailed in this draft. They are a Tanner Witt pick away from just getting absolutely gutted in that recruiting class.
Oh, yeah.
Shooter.
And to be honest with you, Kendall, the Braves and the A's potential for Tanner Witt here.
Is this education? Are these educated guesses?
Yeah. Just I'm thinking about the uniform and the type of pitchers they usually get.
So not educated guesses. These are just complete grasping at straws. Showing Alex Anthopoulos overlooking SunTrust there in Atlanta.
Jesse Franklin, outfielder, Michigan.
Interesting.
There we go.
This is a guy that I think Kendall and I are probably higher on than Seif, but there's some swing and miss tendency here, but I mean he's an athletic left-handed hitter with power, and he can run pretty well too. So I think he played first base. It seems like a while ago when he was a freshman, but they moved him to center field. And you guys think he can stick in center field?
I think he's probably more of a left fielder, but he's not bad in center. Takes good routes to the ball, but I think at the end of the day, he's probably more of a left fielder, more than center, and definitely more than first. I think you need to leave him. You need to leave him in the outfield. The biggest thing for me is his swing was so steep, so uphill when we saw him in the Capes 2 summers ago. He went out there after his freshman year. It looked a little bit better last summer, but he never got a chance to show the improvements this spring because he was hurt all spring. I think he separated his shoulder, I believe. But Atlanta's had 2 picks, and they've had Jared Schuster and Jesse Franklin have been their 2 picks.
Is Jesse Franklin a Pacific Northwest guy?
He is.
He's
Washington
from there?
kid.
Does that can we count him as the Pac-12?
Shooter?
He's in Pac-12 territory.
I mean, throw him in there. And you know what? Next year when Weiss gets drafted out of Michigan, throw him in there too.
There you go.
Willie's a Portland kid, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Mm-hmm.
Another guy could go. Washington recruit. I'm sure the staff up there is hoping does not get taken.
Yeah. Seif, what's on your mind as you look at the board right now, man? You've been a little quiet.
I mean, I like Levi Prater a lot, but then I look at the board and you got Andrew Abbott from Virginia, Mitchell Parker from San Jac, and maybe he's going to Kentucky, so maybe signability's involved there. But Shane Drohan from Florida State, Jake Eater from Vandy. I mean, those guys all belong with Prater, so I'm kind of wondering what's going on here. I like Jesse Franklin, but he was hurt all spring.
We got the A's coming up right here.
Michael, what's going on here?
We got Michael Goldberg. Outfielder, Georgia Tech.
Oh,
Wow. That's surprises me a little bit. I mean, he certainly has performed. Hits for average, not for power. He does run pretty well. Mostly played DH earlier in his career due to injury, but I don't know if he can play center field. I've never seen him do it. He does run, so maybe, but feels like like I said, kind of hit for average guy that just stick on a corner. This feels like a money saver here.
Mm-hmm.
They got to pay Soderstrom something, right?
Seif, what are the Yankees taking so far?
They've taken Wells, and that's it. Wells Arizona catcher.
Again, a Tanner Witt possibility. We're just on a Tanner Witt call.
Well, they don't have
they don't have the money for that. Come on.
Million. Their whole pool is only $3.2 million. They don't have a second rounder or a fifth rounder.
Yeah, Aaron. By the way, Aaron mentioned that about Michael Goldberg. He only has 3 home runs in 3 years, but you're talking about a guy who's had an on-base percentage over 500 2 of those 3 years, and the other year was around 450.
On-base machine is what he is, just kind of a contact guy and a walks guy. So I don't know how much impact is there with the bat, but as a money saver, you could certainly do worse than a guy who's got that kind of on-base ability.
So the Yankees are up at 99.
Trevor, ASU. Let's go.
Second base, huh? They had him listed as a second baseman.
That's
really?
interesting.
I think that's where he played in high school. He played middle infield in high school, I believe. So I can believe that. They're going for hitability. They're going for bats.
And for a round that didn't need any more excitement, the Astros are going to close it out.
Well, according to you, they used up their entire pool on their previous pick. So are they just going to pass this round, Shooter?
No, I'm sure they still have at least 250.
Pac-12.
Seif, were you ever with a team when the draft was it went on until you said you passed? Every team passed.
I'm not that old, Rody.
You're not that old. Can you imagine that?
Oh, no Bryce Elder yet.
No, indeed.
We got the Dodgers first. The Dodgers definitely have some money too. We got 2 more picks. Sorry.
Dodgers at 100, Astros 101. Dodgers
I think
pick
these
is
are
in.
probably the most nervous for high school guys right now. All right, here we go. Dodgers are up. We're at the board. They've done a good job with this. Dodgers select Jake Vogel, Huntington Beach High School, UCLA.
Shooter Hunt favorite. Take it away, Shooter.
I mean, this is a dagger for UCLA. Speedy center fielder, just gets hits. I'd say undersized, still going to grow into it. There's more to come. I figured he would sign. Those Southern California, he's been getting seen for 3 years. In a program that's had first and second rounders, they kind of churn it out there. Benji does a good job. Once we got past kind of the midway point of this third round, I thought he would be ending up at school, but I really like the pick. That's an outstanding pick by the Dodgers. Outstanding.
70 runner, can really hit. Comes from a big-time program, Huntington Beach. I mean, they've produced Nick Prado and Hagen Danner in the past. Way back in the day, they had, oh my goodness, I'm blanking on his name. Help me out, Aaron Fitt, the Hank Conger, the Angels catcher. Yeah. And Huntington Beach is also, who you made a reference to the other day in one of our text message threads, Colin Ballister.
Yeah, that's right, Colin Ballister. Good pull. Was this Henry Owens, Huntington Beach too?
No, he was I think the school is in Huntington Beach, but he was Edison High School.
That's right.
That's where Henry Owens was with Christian Lopes and Eric, formerly Snyder, but Eric Filia. They were on the same team as seniors. So, but yeah, we're watching video now. What you got?
How surprised are you guys by all the high school guys who went in round 3? I don't know, Seifert, what your tally is on that, but it seems like more than certainly Shooter was expecting.
Yeah,
we had in the third round we had 1, 2, 3, 4. Vogel was the 8th high school draft.
We got one more coming too. Well, I don't know if it's gonna be a high school guy. We got one more pick in the Astros in this round. So, but Vogel, I mean, he's got tools, man, and he's a hard-nosed player. So I like that. I like that pick. We had him 90 on the board, and he goes 100. So
what's that?
I said we had him 90 on the board, and he went 100th. So it fits. Astros pick is in.
How many picks are in this round, the third round, total?
30.
29.
29. Who has a third round pick missing?
Twins.
Because wait, why did the Twins?
Tyler Brown, right-handed pitcher of Vanderbilt.
Vandy.
Which is interesting because Tyler Brown announced like a month ago he was definitely going back to school.
Posturing.
He just put it on Instagram.
Yeah, I'm guessing that they did due diligence on that, and they wouldn't have drafted him if they didn't think they could sign him.
Yeah.
So that is interesting.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, obviously, big-time arm closer for Vanderbilt. I mean, he had some interest out of high school. He had Tommy John as a junior, I believe. Came back kind of his senior year, was throwing real hard, but obviously ended up at school. And I mean, 6'4", 240. It's a big boy on the mound. It's pretty intimidating stuff and physical presence.
What's your CWS report on him, Fitty or KR? Nasty, wasn't he at the World Series last summer?
Up to 96, I think.
I think so, and the slider is a put away pitch. I mean, that's his calling card. He falls in love with it a little bit, but with good reason. I mean, it's a really good pitch. I mean, I've seen in the fall from him in the past. I've seen some feel for a changeup too, and there were some people at Vanderbilt who thought maybe in a different situation this guy could start, but I doubt that they would do that now. I mean, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe you move him and see if he can start, but he just is so good in the bullpen, and his stuff does play up in those short stints.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
I don't know what your count is, Rody, but I have 33 high schoolers so far. Does that sound about right from what you have? 33 high school, 2
I haven't been counting.
junior college? No.
I can check. I've been tweeting out all the.
Are you talking about just today or total?
Overall. We predicted 35 to 40. I think we're at 33 if I've counted right.
Well, we would need to see a pretty big run of college guys here if that's going to stand up as a prediction, I guess.
It's getting harder to pay the high school guys right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a little surprised maybe, not totally shocked that we saw this many high school guys in the third round, but I would be shocked if we didn't see it trend heavier college in the fourth and fifth rounds. Because I feel like at this point it just gets harder to sign those guys. Now, if you have some guys that are relatively signable and don't want a ton of money, maybe you can do it. But then I would also look at the makeup of the rest of your draft. There's only 5 rounds. You can't miss in this draft. Like, you don't want to. It can put you back for a few years. And if you've got some college guys that have high floors in your draft already and you want to take a signable high school guy, for some kind of 6-figure deal, then I can see that in the 4th or 5th round. But if you went risk and upside, if you went a risky guy high in the draft and there was a signable guy in high school in the 4th or 5th round, I just don't see you doing it. I would think you would want to find some kind of balance in terms of that risk factor and get somebody with a high floor if you went high ceiling, low floor early. But that's just me. But what do I know?
I believe I'm with you though. You have to balance. It has to be. You have to take some risk here. You have to take some safety over there. So I definitely agree with the balanced portfolio you speak of.
Mm-hmm.
Brody, sorry, I'm getting a lot of text messages from down at Lake Point. We got a tournament going on this weekend with some potential first rounders the next couple of years.
Yeah, getting some good stuff.
Got a 22 left-hander, 94 to 96 right now. So in a couple of years, maybe we'll be talking about that.
Who is that?
You'll have to check out the tweets.
I'm driving down there tomorrow.
Tristan Smith, a South Carolina kid.
Oh, yeah. I've heard that name. So let me, while we're in commercial break and waiting for the fourth round to get started, let me do some sorting here. See what we come up with. The A's have 2 guys from off the draft board. Angels with just 1, though their other one, Calvarisi, we like. Astros 2 picks. They get Alex Santos and Tyler Brown. The Blue Jays, with their picks, get the number 2 guy, 42 and 74, and Austin Martin, CJ Van Eyk, and Trent Palmer. Braves, 3 guys on the board, Schuster, Franklin, and Seymour. Brewers, Garrett Mitchell, Xavier Warren, Freddie Zamora. Definitely that's Brewers' MO, is it not, athletes? So Cardinals looking like a pretty decent haul. They go 2 high school guys to start, Jordan Walker, Mason Winn, and they get Levi Prater and Alec Burleson, but also Tink Hentz. So 4 of their 5 guys are off the draft board. So looks like we're back from commercial. Detroit hopefully leading off the 4th round here with pick 102. It says the pick is in.
Here it comes. Detroit selects Gage Workman, Arizona State. Pac-12 is taken over right now.
Well, he'll
I thought it sounded like you had a little bit more of a pep in your step.
Feeling good right now.
I don't know if that was the craft beer talking or the Pac-12 picks.
That's a spin drift. One thing you're seeing right now, and you guys can speak to this, ASU had a pretty good team ready to roll this year.
Mm-hmm. Really good.
So
I really like the pick for Detroit. They went Torkelson, Dingler, Cabrera, Cruz. Those are solid plate discipline guys. Really, really guys that can hit. Not much. And then they get the tooled up workmen in the 4th round. I really like what Detroit's doing. I realize they have the second most money. They have the most flexibility, but they're having a tremendous draft in my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. Wow. Orioles up. They've had a good draft. They took the shortstops from both Ole Miss and Mississippi State. They're pretty much attacking the SEC right here. What other SEC guys do we have left?
Mace, Leftwich.
Those seems like pretty good picks here. If you can get them. I'd say college again for them here. What do you guys think?
I would think so. I think they have a strategy. They're going to stick with it. Yeah. It seems to be working. They're getting some pretty good players.
You think Luke Little's in play at all here? He said, we're in the 4th round now. Guy throws 100 plus.
I would say no. I think we're looking at more of a Bryce Elder type of guy, Carson C. I think we're going college pitcher here. They've went all hitters so far. So if they stay that route, then they're going to go. Our next college position player is Hayden Cantrell, shortstop from Louisiana Lafayette.
Is Luke Little headed to South Carolina now?
I would say so. I know he wants 7 figures, so I would think that's more of a slam dunk.
Coach King and the boys is going to be very pumped up about that. That'd be a big recruit for them. Who else we got coming up here? So Orioles will go. Marlins. We still have some money left. Marlins and Royals. And we got the pick coming in here. Orioles select Kobe Mayo. Uh-oh. Rody's going to be bummed he's not here. 3rd baseman, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. Kid can really swing it. The exit velocities for him are something for me that really stood out. Ball jumps off his bat. Kind of not Rody, we got Kobe Mayo just got picked. Not a college guy, but just the way the ball comes off the bat is different. And for 3 years, I watched him get hits. It's kind of an unorthodox setup, but when it really jumps, I think the power is going to be there from the right side. You go into the 4th round, it's pretty solid pick to get here. I know Doug Freeman would be ecstatic if he's talking to us about Kobe Mayo. I remember watching him way back when he was still uncommitted. But definitely an interesting pick, at least high school wise, as they go away from the college kids.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely a lot of power here, right-handed power at that, and obviously getting guys like Kierstad and Westberg and Haskin out of college, and even Servideo, you can gamble a little bit more on a high school guy. Mayo's not your high school guy that's got tremendous ceiling, but if you can tap into some right-handed power there, obviously that definitely has value for sure.
Yeah, 127 on our board, so we're kind of around where we had him. A Florida recruit, Florida's still going to end up okay.
No one's going to shed a tear for them.
If you bring back Mason Leftwich, I mean, they'll bring out the full weekend potentially, and
Jack Leftwich.
I don't want to speak for the D1 guys here. They might go into the year as number 1 if you bring back those guys.
Yeah, they would more than likely be the number 1 team if they get those 2 guys back.
And again, I think they could be even without those guys. Honestly, you talk about Hunter Barlow and Christian Scott and
Jake Eater.
Vera. I mean, there's just a lot of talent there.
Marlins select Jake Eater, left-handed pitcher, Vanderbilt.
Good pick. We saw him together in Arizona, Kara, right? He wasn't that sharp.
Yeah, I'm not on Jake Eater, so I'll let you talk about Jake Eater.
Well, I mean, there's a lot to like. He's 6'4", left-handed, his arm works. He's got a clean delivery. His breaking ball comes and goes, but when it's on, it's above average pitch. In the Cape, he was up to 96, 97. We didn't see that in Arizona. He was more working 90, 92. His control, his command was erratic. We had a bad look. Had a better look at him in the Cape. The thing with Eater, I think if he would have just been consistent and put it all together, I mean, you're talking about probably end of the 1st round, top of 2nd round pick.
Yeah.
But he just never. I mean, it was week 4. He still hadn't found his groove. But I think if that guy would have found his groove, he would have gone a lot higher than the 4th round.
Yeah, early in his college career, I thought this guy was going to be a 1st rounder and potentially a high 1st rounder because, like you said, you see him on the right day, and it's a old, really strong-bodied left-hander with angle who's popping 97s, or maybe I think may have seen a 98 from him. The breaking ball, like you said, comes and goes. He'll snap off a good one, but it's just inconsistent. But certainly, I mean, lots of upside here. I think probably it's going to be bullpen command, Seif, but he could be an impact arm out of a bullpen.
And I think another 2nd year in a row, the Marlins take a Vanderbilt guy. The scouting director for the Marlins is a former Vanderbilt coach. Not sure if he recruited Eater or not, but he probably knew him well, so he's comfortable with the kid's makeup, and great pick in the 4th round.
I think Eater was already committed to Vanderbilt when DJ was there, but DJ was instrumental in getting Austin Martin to Vanderbilt. I do know that.
Yeah, and I wonder, that's interesting that they chose Meyer over Martin with the 3rd pick.
So we got the Royals at 105. Pick is in.
Christian Chamberlain, let's go.
There.
Nice. I love Christian Chamberlain.
Cool, that's a great pick.
All right, Kendall and Shooter, take it away.
Go ahead, Shooter. I'm so happy I'm tweeting it.
Upper 90s arm. It's a smaller frame left-hander, so I'm sure some guys were concerned about that. But the fastball played up, real good metrics with the TrackMan. The breaking ball is real. It made Mississippi State, which was a talented lineup this year, made them look silly early on. And for me, that his moxie and his confidence out of the mound is something that stands out. He's going to find his way to the big leagues somehow and get him in the 4th round. Guy who probably would have been the Pac-12 pitcher of the year and had a chance at some national awards. It's definitely a big pickup for them. Tough loss for the Pac-12, though. I was hoping he'd get back.
Yeah, I was at that game in Starkville. and he it was 12 strikeouts and 5 1/3, and he was just dominant against a really talented lineup. So he was 92, 94 for the first couple innings, and then kind of held 90, 93, which I was curious to see how he would hold his velocity. He's only 5'10", 173. He's small, but the arm's so quick, and the breaking balls is a wipeout pitch, and the changeup plays also. So he's good.
Safe to say he would have been on the all-fit team if there was one at the end of the year.
Yeah, he's a prototype right there.
Oh, he's like the poster boy.
Polkovich.
Yeah,
Video. Yeah.
absolutely.
I got you. I'm locked in now.
So Blue Jays at 106 in the 4th round. Says the pick is in.
They've stuck to the college route this whole year, so this will be interesting if they go off course here. Austin Martin, CJ Van Eyk, Trent Palmer. They've kind of followed the Marlins' plans for college pitching. Shooter, you've been following along close enough here with all the picks. You got a favorite team so far, best draft?
Not team-wise. I've been more concerned about recruiting classes. And honestly, right now I'm trying to get this tweet out on this 22 down in Georgia up to 96. Get us ready for
Oh, that guy?
Did I not tell you guys he doesn't care about the draft? He always just wants to talk about underclassmen.
Uncommitted?
There's no chance he's uncommitted.
Yeah, he's uncommitted right now.
Oh, okay. No,
and he's a
not
twin
for long.
brother, too.
For
Interesting.
So I talked to someone about Tyler Brown. Apparently, his social media post was taken out of context. I don't think it really was based on what I read, but anyways, it sounds like he is definitely open to signing right now. So
How do you?
he has certainly backed off. Go ahead.
I was gonna say how was it taken out of context? It was pretty straightforward, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to ask questions.
He was hacked.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are we gonna go with I was hacked?
The freaking Russians are taking over Vanderbilt baseball Instagram accounts.
Any predictions here, KR?
I mean, I keep waiting for Bryce Elder. It sounds like he wants over slot, and it sounds like so far
It's
no
getting
one has
harder
wanted to
and
give it
harder
to
to
him.
do.
So
Huh. I've kind of heard the same thing about Ian Bedell. I would take Ian Bedell in a heartbeat here, but I think it might be past his signability.
So where are we at this point in the? Who's
Toronto's
up
picking
next?
up 106, 4th round.
Okay.
They went college back, college arm, college arm.
Here we're back, and we see their Zoom call. Oh, I see a Blake Crosby on the screen there.
Is Huck on there? All right, here we go.
No,
The
I don't
Blue
see
Jays
it.
select Nick Frasso, Loyal. No.
Big arm.
I've not seen Nick, so I will just defer to Seif here.
Frasso's super athletic, long, super athletic. He's 6'6", two-sport guy, really good basketball player in high school. But I saw him with Team USA, just one inning, mid-90s. Supposed to be more in the tank. He came out this spring. I think he made 2 starts and shut it down, though. I'm not sure if it was his shoulder or his elbow, but got to a really, really rough start this spring. Maybe like a 20 ERA, got roughed up. But what I'd heard, he was coming back. He was throwing bullpens, so he's feeling better. So obviously 4th round, Toronto took a gamble on a big arm. Good athlete with a big arm.
So let's see. What have the Blue Jays done? Austin Martin, CJ Van Eyk, Trent Palmer, and now Nick Frasso. So loading up on arms after taking the athlete.
Good year to do it. There's a lot of good college arms.
Mm-hmm.
So what do the Mariners have right now? Who have they taken? Emerson Hancock.
Deloach, Connor Phillips, Polkovich.
Yep.
Could we see a
Polkovich.
Kevin Abel here to the Mariners, maybe?
Potentially.
Little PNW guy.
I would think his price tag be more than here. A lot more.
Yeah,
than
probably
here.
so.
Mhm.
If I'm him.
Yeah, I have a tough time seeing him at this point. Pick is in.
Tyler Keenan.
Oh,
he's
okay.
ready for this.
I like Keenan. He's got big time power. I think he's more athletic than he looks. Like, he kind of looks a little thick, but he is a decent athlete. And I think he's a pretty good third baseman too. So,
Yeah, I think Fitt had the best look at him this spring. I haven't seen him since last spring, so I will
He
go
looks
with
like
your
him last year.
evaluation. But Fitt is probably.
yeah, he
our-
mashes.
6'4", 240. Oh yeah, he's a North Carolina kid. He's from Clayton, right down the road. Okay,
Yeah.
he kind of
So we were talking
snuck
about
out of
Kevin
here.
Abel. We were talking about Kevin Abel on the top college prospect list. We still have number 29 Tommy Mace left. We've got number 34 Kevin Abel, number 44 Carson Seymour, and number 49 Bryce Elder. So we still have 4 players out of our top 50 that are still on the board here.
Yeah,
And I just scrolled down the entire list. There are some really, really good players, and we only have about 50 picks left. This is going to get really
Yeah.
interesting.
52.
There's
52,
gonna be-
counting the one that's about to come in.
There's going to be
Saif,
a lot
any
of good
chance-
players.
You think any players are calling scouts asking them to take them? It goes reverse this year?
Man, there are a lot of good players still left, and there's only 52 more picks. College baseball is going to be really strong next year. We already knew that, but now
Mhm.
it's
I was gonna say,
the
I was
reality of
surprised.
reality's hitting us in the face right now. This is going to be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Florida has a chance to be so good next year. Goodness gracious.
To be honest with you, Hunter Barco may be the Friday guy next year, even if those guys go back.
Yeah.
But think of Vanderbilt's rotation with Rocker and Leiter, and if Mason Hickman goes back, it's kind of
yeah.
a good rotation too. I mean, those
Mhm.
are two of those are potential top 5 overall guys in 2021 because Leiter's eligible.
We got the Pirates coming in. The Pirates select Jack Hartman, right-handed pitcher, App State.
Ooh.
Happy to say
Oh yeah.
we got him on the track, man. B Hall got him on the track, man. I think here recently.
This-
Big arm.
Sorry, I don't know if I'm back here.
You're back.
This guy's interesting. It's a big physical power arm closer, mid 90s guy. Had some real helium in the preseason. It's a neat pick for App State. They're doing a good job developing arms there. Kermit Smith and his staff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I was told top senior in the area, so the Carolinas, throws hard, sketchy command. Got one guy I talked to said he didn't think he was a draft guy, but probably a top target for after the draft. So maybe you take him here and save some money. But flash some good stuff, reliever look. But again, history of successor strikes might have been a little lacking, so maybe take a flyer on him, save a little bit of money for your other picks.
Was he a true senior or 4th-year junior?
I think he was a true senior.
True senior.
I believe so.
But you know what, Seif? The Padres have had my favorite draft so far. They got
Padres?
Hassel the first. They took Lang in the supplemental. They went Owen Caissie, and then they got Cole Wilcox in the 3rd round. Do they have any money here, or is this going to definitely be a 20K guy?
Yeah, I think Colt Wilcox probably just wore him out. He probably took him to the bank. But that is a good draft. I agree. And I've never seen Owen Caissie, but I've seen Hassel Lang and obviously Wilcox.
Correction, you have seen Owen Caissie.
At Super 60.
Yes.
Yes, I saw 65 other guys that day too. So
And And Seif, to have your back here, he didn't have a stellar day there. The metrics were all good, but even his round of BP, I remember talking to Chris Criswell, who's our guy up in Canada, and he's like, he's better than what he showed today because he was second round good. Like, he is second round good, but he didn't show it at the Super 60. You could still tell he had that upside, but for you to just like gloss over seeing a kid for 10 swings or 15 swings is very understandable that day.
Well, I'm still thinking about Ben Hernandez there, and then also the lefty from, is it the Carolinas?
South Carolina, Magdiel Cotto. Yep.
Thank you, yes.
Yeah, he was real good that day.
There's many other highlights that day, too, but those are two that stick out the most.
I'm sure if Tyler Chadwick got popped, you'd be all over talking about him.
Yes, the Badger State boy, yes.
Forgot about him. I mean, the other thing that comes into play now with all these college rosters getting packed is, one, the junior colleges. The other thing I've heard, too, is that gap year. Like, not even going to junior college, go to a prep school or whatnot, so I get drafted next year. Just some things to look at college-wise.
I guess the difference with making that point is, like, being eligible next year, if you do the gap year, you're not eating up any of your eligibility when it comes to being a college player.
Yeah, and the one thing I would say against that would be you're also not playing junior college guys. You're still playing high school kids. So I think that even though there'll be some college guys that escape, or not escape, but like they have their recruiting classes intact, some kids may choose to do some alternate stuff, which will be interesting to follow again as soon as we're done with this, just to keep you guys over at D1 busy with what's going on.
I'm looking at so we were talking about Vanderbilt's pitching staff. They got a pretty good shot now to get Gage Bradley on campus. Nelson Berkwich, shooter out of Florida, and Grayson Moore. Patrick Riley out of New Jersey. So yet again, an embarrassment of riches for the Commodores.
But I will say for the Vanderbilt class and in doing it, those top two guys were real, and I think if they get Bradfield is huge. This isn't the same classes we've talked about Vanderbilt in the class or in the past where you're bringing in Rocker. Like, this guy's ready. You're bringing in Jack Light. This dude's ready. Where they've done that. This class is more, okay, there's some good pieces. I think Nelson Berkwich is going to be a really good arm for them. He's going to fill a variety of roles, has a ton of upside. Padres are up here, though. And the Padres select Levi Thomas, right-handed pitcher, Troy.
From Troy. I never got a chance to see him, but he's a 6-foot righty. I guess he's a really high spin rate guy, good riding fastball, good overhand breaking ball. Talked to a coach that faced him. Sounds like a money saver here, but certainly an arm worth being drafted. But again, a smaller guy with good spin rates, from what I know.
Yeah, he's a guy that Kevin O'Sullivan was raving about earlier this year when they played over at UF. I think it might have been the first or second weekend of the season. Kevin O'Sullivan was raving about this guy, though.
They played them tough that weekend, too. So it says a lot. That's why the lineup's good.
Yeah, I talked to some scouts down that way who liked him also. He's a performer, real bulldog. It's pitches off the fastball, with some life. 90-92. I'm sorry, Saif, if I'm repeating you, but change up, kind of a fair pitch, and the curveball. I think is the head of this slider, but it is a 4-pitch mix, and maybe like a kind of a back end type guy, number 5 starter potential, up and down kind of a guy. Yeah, nice money saver pick. I think he's regarded as probably a 8 to 10 round talent.
I wonder how Troy is feeling if they really felt like they would lose him as well as their recruit in Takoa Roby. So curious if they were prepared for that. Colorado's up next at 110 in the 4th round. Says the pick is in.
Let's see who the Rockies
are. Rockies have gone Zach Veen, Chris McMahon, Drew Romo, Sam Weatherly. So
they've had a solid draft too.
Yeah, so potential maybe they go for some saving some
20
money here because they
Might
might
be a
need
20K
it.
guy. Rocky Select. Case Williams, right-handed pitcher, Douglas County High School, Colorado.
Oh, shooter! It's our guy, Santa Clara
Yeah.
recruit. He was area code games. Was 90 to 93, real physical kid. Spins a breaking ball okay. So I mean, wow, I like this pick. I mean, it's somewhat of a hometown guy. I don't know where Douglas County is exactly, but Colorado baseball doesn't venture far outside of Denver for the most part. But
You know what, Rody? In-state, big physical kid, throws hard. I think he's going to throw harder. Mike Anderson, our director there in the state of Colorado, saw him with some workouts towards the end, and it sent me some video. I think there's some upside there, and obviously a hometown kid to get there is good for them. He was Santa Clara commit, right?
Yes, Santa Clara.
So
Yep.
tough loss for them, but I always like when the hometown kids get drafted by their own team. But interesting, high school guy in the 4th, so that's our first one here. But another high school guy for them.
Mm-hmm.
We got the Angels coming up next. Let's see what we got from them. So they've had 2 picks. They took Detmers, then they got Calabrese. What's their? I mean, they didn't have a big slot. They only have 4 picks. How big was the Angels pool? Angels had 6.3 million. Detmers, let's
That's not a lot.
see. Could they have saved any on Detmers? Is this a chance they can get a guy?
I don't think so.
No.
He was projected to go around 10. He went 10. I think he probably got close to slot. Again, I know nothing other than
Here they're up.
thoughts there.
I was gonna say you better continue your sentence after saying "I know nothing."
Angels select Werner Blakely, shortstop from Detroit Edison Public School.
Okay, Super 60 guy, really twitchy and athletic. Seif, I know you were impressed with him at the Super 60.
And you have a better memory than I. Yeah, I know I liked a lot of guys that day, but
He
Over
ran well. He's
66
got the
of them.
frame.
I'll take him. Really twitchy. He's an Auburn recruit. It looks real pretty in person. Can really field. Everything looks slick. I thought there was some question marks in game if it would play. I love the Auburn commit, and it was a good get for them. But a guy like that, I think he has to go play. He needs to get those 400 at bats, get some under him. I think it's got a huge upside for him in the future. He's super athletic. The game comes naturally. What I love about him at the future games, and Rody, the first day we're there, it's 100 degrees. We're out there. Everybody's hitting. It takes all day. And this kid's out there shagging. He's taking tags at second base. He was all over the field, just kind of a field rat in that sense. Looked good at the Super 60, more physical. I think we left that day, you and I, saying, like, this kid's not going to school. Like, that's a pro profile. Really excited for him. And as much as this helps the Michigan class this year, the 21s, 22s, and even 23s coming out of Michigan, we're going to be talking about a lot of high school kids the next few years with the draft. But good for him.
Yeah, certainly so. Yeah, a lot of twitch in there. And I know, just when he walked out, at Super 60, maybe some national guys not quite as familiar with him, as the area guys were. I mean, he was at area codes, but just the frame and the potential to fill out and be a physical guy, maybe grow into some power as well, and turn a lot of that twitch into, strength. Certainly a lot of upside with him. So, and he goes to the Angels there. Is that right? I mean, you talk about twitchy athletes with upside, that's the Angels' MO. Jordan Adams, Jordan Adele. So
I don't know how much the White Sox have left.
They do.
Well, getting Kelley in the second round with a 1-5 slot, they're probably paying over there. We'll see what they do here.
they probably got a big discount in the third round, I would imagine.
Yeah, out of coffee.
Yeah, half price probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
So still some possibilities. And again, get back to Kendall and Aaron. Those Florida arms are still on the board.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised maybe that Leftwich is still out there, but I'm shocked that Tommy Mace is still out there. Tommy Mace has good stuff. I know the track. I mean, you've seen other guys.
Cade McKice, Grand Canyon University.
Cade Meckles.
Yeah, Meckles.
Oh, the pitch. You have real high pitchability guy.
Hold on.
Cade
Give me the name
Meckles.
because it sounds like somebody butchered it.
Cade Meckles.
Oh.
Shooter said McKice.
I was reading an L as an I. Sorry.
Okay, Seif Jr.
If you kind of like this guy, didn't you see him before?
Yeah,
haven't
he
you?
was I like him because our stats found him actually. I didn't find him, but he was I believe he was drafted last year late. Didn't sign. Came back to Grand Canyon. Started off the season really, really well again, but definitely a stat guy, high pitchability.
Mm-hmm.
So the Reds are up next. Hendrick, Roa, Jackson Miller, Bryce Bonin.
And they got a decent pool, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like they probably had to pay a little more for Jackson Miller. That was a $1 million slot. Probably went over by at least $500,000.
Yeah, I think the White Sox paid Kelley a lot, not just a lot, but I mean they kind of drafted off with Coffey in the third round, and now essentially a senior in the fourth round. So yeah, I think Jared Kelley got paid a lot.
Mm-hmm.
They're having money.
More on Cade Meckles. I pulled up a good shotgun Spratling report.
All right.
Not
Shotgun.
And in this look, Cade was bumped 88 to 90, but really good command and shotgun put it devastate hitters with a changeup that has some good fade when he stays on top.
I'm killing us. I'm trying to get this tweet out. Texting Kerber. He won't get back to me the last hour. But Cade Meckles is from McMinnville, my wife's hometown. And I'm killing us. I keep talking him up nonstop. Now you just became my favorite player. I got to tell my wife upstairs that her hometown kid got drafted again. They just roll big leaguers out of that town. National champions at Oregon State. That's all they do. So
Who are the big leaguers from McMinnville?
Joe Patterson. You ever heard a guy named Scott Brocious?
Uh-huh.
Who?
Yeah.
Hey, Shooter, can I throw a know your beat on you here?
Yes. I'm trying to get Kerber. I'm trying to get in contact with him. I'm gonna have to go off screen. It's killing me.
I feel like you should know of any good player that comes out of McMinnville, Oregon.
I do, and I'm getting blown up by college coaches. Like, how do you not know your backyard? So shout out to all you guys watching right now for putting me in my place.
There you go.
Trying to talk about this
love it.
22 throwing 96, and I can't get it out yet.
You're too worried about the Pac-12 getting embarrassed and not worried enough about guys from McMinnville.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to take a timeout after this.
Aren't we all? Is it just me, or are we going like commercial break after every pick here? Like, let's go. Come on, MLB.
Solid content they've got this year. It's not going to be a season, so we got to milk it
Dragging
for
it
all
out.
it's worth.
Seriously. I did not expect today to take more than 4 hours.
Yeah, I should have eaten dinner earlier. If I start barking at you guys, it's because I'm hangry. Let's just throw that out there.
We've seen that.
Please don't
before.
start barking because mine will start barking. Let's see here. Who's next? Who's on the clock?
Cincinnati.
Reds. Excuse me.
Reds, who've gone Hendrick, Bonin, Roa, and Miller.
Mitchell.
Say what?
Wasn't it Jax Mitchell?
No, Jackson Miller. He goes to J.W. Mitchell High School.
Gotcha. Thank you. Jackson Miller.
Don't mess with a high school guy.
No, I just heard it wrong.
Imagine that. You pronounced his name wrong. Come on.
Miller? I can't really pull up Miller, can I?
Well, you said Mitchell.
Maybe I can.
You pronounced Miller Mitchell.
Mitchell.
All right, the Reds are on the podium. The
Here we
Reds
go.
will take Mackenzie Wainwright from St. Edward High School in Ohio.
All right, Mackenzie Wainwright.
Sorry about that, Rody. Whoa.
Well, shooter.
An Ohio State commit.
We got Mackenzie Wainwright just going off the board to the Reds. St. Edward. So the Reds are going in state, but they are stealing from Cleveland because he's at St. Edward High School. Physical guy, good athlete, above average runner. You start him off in center field. He might stick there down the road, but really it's the bat. I mean, we saw a really good swing. The metrics that we saw out of him with blast motion sensor shooter were high end.
Yeah, and not to mention he's almost a year younger for this class, so that's playing up even more. You're talking about essentially a junior in high school who they're taking here. I love the upside. The Reds are doing a nice job here, going after. I like the Hendrick, Miller, Wainwright high school picks. The thing that probably killed him, he was great at the Super 60. They didn't play the spring season.
Yeah, he easily could have played his way higher.
I thought he might have had a chance to do that. So. But to get your hometown or home state team is good for him.
I'm waiting for the text message from our own Mark Dvorak because it's his high school. Like, come on. Come on, Devo. You watching the draft? Your guy just went.
Yeah, nice pick. I think there's tons of upside power-wise. The blast motion sensors were real friendly to him. I mean, the swing really works, and it's come a long way. I remember Jordan Chiros, our director there in Ohio, as a freshman telling me about this kid. Hey, I think this is going to be a dude. And I remember watching the videos he was sending, and the swing only got better from there. I think he's another guy, similar to Blakely, where you get those 400 at-bats, northern hitter, time after time. He has a chance to really develop for them.
Yeah, he's a good athlete. You know, like I said, you try him out in center field, but maybe moves to a corner because, you know, really the bat will be the carrying tool for him and certainly profiles for a corner spot, but there's no reason to think that let's give it a shot in center field. What do you got?
RJ Dabovich, Arizona State.
There you go. We don't. Seif had to step away for a second. Dabovich is his guy. He really likes Dabovich.
And this just goes on to say, like, Arizona State had a chance to be special this year on the West Coast. I mean, we were talking earlier when we started the show, which team's going to have the most guys drafted. I think ASU's got the lead right now.
Yep.
Anybody else on that level?
So they got 5 guys currently.
I've got some David Seifert scouting notes on Dabovich. In this particular look, he was 93, 96, touched a 7 with elite spin rate up to 2680 RPM. Showed a slider at 85, so it's power stuff. He's a big, strong, physical joker. You're right, shooter. Arizona State could have been special. I feel terrible for those guys that they were building toward this year, and then to have it banged the way it was. This was their year. You know, it stinks for Tracy Smith and his staff, and certainly the players also.
Yeah. I'm sure there's a bunch of schools that had similar expectations for the year, but with ASU having all these guys leave, they won't have a chance to replicate it next year. Rangers coming up here. Rangers.
All right, Rody, sorry, I'm back, buddy. I had to go into a first rounder.
Come on, dude. You missed Dabovich.
Hey, I'm not going to miss this one in Oregon. The Rangers just select Dylan McClain from Central Catholic.
Oh! Come on!
So, yeah. He's actually with Mick Abel. Seen them both pitch a lot. Dylan McClain is actually the Oregon Player of the Year last year over Abel. Both had great numbers, but super projectable. Another kid, big projectable left-handers, really filled out, up in the low 90s. I think there's much more on the way. He's also almost a year younger for the class, so he's got that upside as a young draftee. Where I'm looking at the numbers here. Wow, they may have saved some money on Tekoa where he might get paid. So good for Dylan. It's a really fun story because he and McAble are throwing partners and they do almost everything together. If you were watching the video yesterday, he was at the draft party with McAble. So really cool for those guys.
Yeah, no, it's a projectable lefty. We really like him. His ability to pitch, can really spin it. He's a guy that, if you watched him last summer, you had to dream on a little bit because he wasn't throwing up huge velo. It was more like 85, 88. But you get him working out in the offseason in the gym. It takes a step forward. The spring was, bumping the low 90s, in some bullpens. And he's a guy, obviously he goes 4th round, so, he was already trending up. But, Shooter, if we play a season, we might be talking about him even higher.
Yeah, he's a kid I've seen for years now. It kind of helped them out with some of the recruiting process. He was committed to Purdue. When Elliot Kirby went to the University of Washington, he went with him with that commitment. But when I first saw him, they were talking about a left-hander his junior year, 83 to 85. But because of that youth, I think that's where that projection came from. Where 83, 85, but he really should only be a sophomore, and it kept coming until now. And he's another one, 4th round. I think he would have had some helium in potentially the back end of the 2nd round if he had a huge spring with the scouts being around to watch McAble. But good kudos to him. Rangers are a great place for him to go. He stays on the West Coast for spring training, which I'm sure his parents will be happy about that they can get down to see him. But congrats to Dylan McLean. That's a Shooter personal favorite there.
Yeah, no, you and I both really big fans of him. I like the guys that are athletic and projectable, show the ability to spin it, but because they don't have that velo to overpower guys right now, they really learn how to pitch, and then down the line, that power stuff really kind of sometimes comes along, and then you got a pretty big weapon there. So I really like this pick for the Rangers. Really like it.
Wow, another high school guy. Wasn't expecting that. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Another Pack guy though. That's not good for the Pack losing a recruit like that. All right, the Phillies are on the clock here. It's a lot of Oregon kids. That's all I'm saying, Rody.
Would have been a great year for me to come back out there. Womp womp.
Yeah. Huh.
How many Rody screams have we had in this broadcast? I can think of 2 off the top of my head. Where we get the
which ones were they, so we can go back and clip them or delete them?
McLean
for sure.
Well, yeah, that was in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, I can't remember the other one. It blurs together, but there was another good one earlier.
Vogel got a good reaction.
Yeah.
Harrison, he hit the ceiling with his head.
Harrison,
that's right.
that was warranted. Which Rody?
Rody definitely gets best energy in this broadcast. Well, Shooter's brought energy too.
Shooter did flatline for a little bit today.
Yeah,
though.
he did.
Hey, I gotta tell you, I have to apologize. I finally got this tweet out. I've been trying to get it out for 90 minutes. So it's finally out. I'm back. Dylan McLean got me back. I'm in. Got a kid from McMinnville getting drafted. This is awesome.
I kind of feel like my performance kind of goes like this.
Well, that's typical.
Well, we had to send out a search party for you.
Step up.
Here we go. Shooter, get ready, buddy.
We got the Phillies.
Carson Ragsdale, right-handed pitcher, South Florida.
Yeah.
I saw him for the first time. Well, Kendall, actually, you saw him before I did in the Northwoods 2 summers ago. You were the original reporter on Ragsdale, and I saw him a little bit later. But tall, slender, athletic guy. Right after we saw him, he went back to, I think it was Central Florida, South Florida. Help me out here.
South
Florida. Went there. I think he blew out his arm in that fall, so he redshirted last spring. Came out this spring and in four starts. The best thing about him is he has huge angle. He can spot his fastball to either side, and he's got a really good breaking ball that he just misses bats with. And he's a Tommy John guy. He's a 4th-year junior, but tall, athletic, 2+ pitches. Good pick by the Phillies right here.
6'7" and up to. I think he was up to 95 in his first live outing of the fall when I saw those guys in fall ball with a good 12-6er. So Yeah, I agree with you. There's pretty intriguing upside there.
Yeah, I mean, he was a guy that was 90. Looking back at my report from the Northwoods League 2 summers ago, he was 90, 91 up to 92. Had Tommy John surgery, then came back in the fall and was up to 95. So pretty interesting.
All right, the Cubs are up here.
Ragsdale's 177 on our draft board.
Cubs select Luke Little, Sanjak.
There you go.
There we go.
Wow.
It's good value.
I like what the Cubbies are putting together here.
Mm-hmm.
Carraway, Wogu, Eddie Howard.
Yeah.
Number 80 on our board, and he goes at pick 117. That's pretty good value.
Yeah.
How can he not sign with the Cubs? Let's go. Opportunity in the bullpen right there.
Mm-hmm.
Right now.
Tell us about this guy. I know I've never seen him, but I know he's a huge arm and an oversized frame, right?
Yeah, he's a big dude.
Yeah, he's a super huge dude. If you see his high school video, you're going to just scratch your head. Like, how did this guy ever develop into a fourth rounder? He throws over 100 miles per hour from the left side. It's coming at you. He's cleaned it up. He's worked hard. He's cleaned up his body, his delivery, everything. He's got more of a slurve breaking ball. But last summer I saw him at 101, touch 100 or 101. He was one of the top guys on our summer heat sheet last summer. And yeah, just huge arm from the left side, huge dude, 6'8", probably about 225. He only threw, I think, 9 innings this spring. He had some back troubles on the bus trip from Sanjak, driving over to Chipola, Northwest Florida State, I think the second weekend of their season, and just kind of slowly got into it. But big arm, and Phil Haig worked him out too on the TrackMan, right? I believe.
Yeah, Phil did, as well as Brandon Hall. We got him like a couple weeks apart, I think, on different sessions. Pitching in the high 90s, flirts with triple digits. And Seif, you're right. Seeing him in high school, I saw him at the area code games, and then again at the North Carolina Pro Case. I think we had him, and it was really just like bumping 90 out of high school. And Fitzy, you'll appreciate this. Before he was going to Sanjak, he was actually committed to Gardner Webb. So
wow.
Originally a Gardner Webb recruit, ended up at Sanjak. Obviously, now was committed to South Carolina, but obviously I imagine the Cubs get that done. But yeah, to see him go from what he was in high school, just basically like a baby giraffe, an octopus falling down the mound, to cleaning everything up, getting it in sync. What do you got, Shooter?
We got the Red Sox here. Jeremy Wu Yelland, left-handed pitcher from Hawaii.
Good arm. Did you see him in the Cape Fitty at all, or did you?
I think I missed him, but I heard the reports were pretty intriguing. Another big power lefty.
Yeah, I saw him in the Cape just for 2 innings, and he looked good the night I saw him. I think he's probably at the end of the day a reliever. He's a 2-pitch lefty, but he's athletic. He's strong build. I think he's 6'2", 6'3". Arm really works. It's a quick arm. There might be a little bit more in there, but I think his thing is just improving his control. Otherwise, he's going to pen. But how his arm works, his athleticism tells you starter. But I just think his spotting in and out and just his pitchability might keep him in the pen. That's a solid pick there. I really like the arm.
Spokane kid, another
He's
Northwestern.
from Spokane.
So watching the Luke Little film, it reminded me a little bit of kind of a Chapman or Oldest Chapman look. Although I assume that he's got better than 20 makeup, so he's different than Chapman. But I mean that's an uncomfortable at bat. You got that coming at you. 101.
Luke Little, what I know, Luke Little, super makeup, super nice kid, just a super human being. So yeah, I think the Cubs are getting not only a 100-mile-per-hour lefty, but a guy that will represent their organization really, really well.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Diamondbacks coming up. They got Jarvis, Ciccone, Norris, some big arms. You think they stay arms here?
I got AJ Vukovic on this one. What do you think? That's what I'm hearing.
Wow.
Ooh, look at you. Look at that.
AJ Vukovic.
Badger State.
That's a Louisville commit.
Yeah, we had him at
Look
Super
at Pitt
60,
joining the
Louisville
party.
recruit, long limbs, Played with Team USA last summer. I mean, big power. Big power. What did they announce him as a third baseman? Okay, so yeah, you give him a try there. But, might be first baseman, corner outfielder. Certainly athletic enough to move around, but really you're buying into the power bat.
Absolutely. Louisville commit. He could also pitch a little bit, just to help out with his athleticism. Those long levers, for as much as they can get in the way at the plate, it always synced up for him. And I felt like he always hit kind of the good pitching that I saw him up against. That area codes, the underclass, similar to Kobe Mayo, the exit velos are real loud. I'm trying to do the accounting, like where is this money getting sifted around? Jarvis probably took a little bit less, you think, in the first, Seif?
I would think so. He had probably under slot. Yeah, not a ton, but certainly an under slot guy. I know Fitty thought he was 18, but the industry, I think, had him in the first round, but more probably 25. Fitty, would you be okay with that?
No, I agree with you. I think the industry had him in the 20s.
Yeah. But I mean, they probably overpaid for Ciccone, though. They probably overpaid for Ciccone. Norris maybe too. So this might be just I'm sorry. Yeah. Not sure what they got Vukovic for, but the next pick, I think the Mets need money, so this might be another Anthony Walters type pick here. KR and Fitty might be a guy we've never heard about.
I'm ready.
Man, I don't think they're gonna get it past you guys.
Get ready to search D1 baseball here.
College.
We went to another commercial. Come on, guys.
Oh, let's go, guys. Come on. It's 9 o'clock.
40 picks to go.
Seriously. I'm going to start eating my pizza on screen here.
It's only 6 o'clock here. I'm good.
I'm gonna go with Jordan Butler here.
Wow.
Florida?
Is that a shot in the dark?
No. I'm just thinking. I'm trying to think of the most random pick, but who actually has at least some sort of tool.
Let's go with Luke Smith from Louisville, senior. What do you think?
I like that. That'd be a great pick.
He's a money saver. Good, talented guy, but try to see some good seniors here. Might be time.
You know who is an interesting name that's still, well, there's a lot of interesting names just scanning over our list.
We still have 4 guys in our top 50 college prospects available, in Mace, Abel, Seymour, and Elder.
I think Jackson Leith is an interesting sleeper here as we get into these last.
Agree. And Jordan Brannon from South Carolina.
Adam Seminaris out there.
That's a good one too.
Brandon Jordan was a guy that stood out for on TrackMan when I had that conversation with Zach Day. He had him in his top 20 arms.
Well, I saw him good in the fall. I like that guy. Chris Lanzilli could be an interesting bat at some point here in these last 4.
That's a Seif guy.
Yeah, I think unfortunately Fitty and I like him more than the industry. So I'd like to see him get drafted. I think he's worthy right here, but I just think you and I are the high guys, Fitty.
Well, I think you're right.
Unless the Giants like him again, they drafted him last year, right? And I can remember the day we saw him. I saw him against Louisville. Wake Forest was hosting Louisville, and the Giants. A lot of clubs left about the 6th, 7th inning, and 4 Giants scouts stuck around. So. Not sure what they were watching, but it might have been Lanzilli again. We'll see.
We're still waiting on Andrew Abbott. We mentioned Italian Mates. Michael Rothenberg still out there. Parker Chavers from Coastal Carolina. Shane Drohan, Florida State. Mm-hmm. Gavin Williams. There's a lot of upside guys just in the college ranks who are still out there. Somebody's got to take Luke Waddell, Seif. We're both going to shed it if nobody takes Luke Waddell.
Great pick, yeah.
All right, the Mets are at the podium. The Mets have taken Matthew Dyer from Arizona.
Ooh, that's an interesting pick.
Yeah, good hitter.
Yeah, college performer. Started his career at Oregon. Long, kind of lanky frame with some whip in the swing, feel for the barrel. You can, stick him behind the plate. You can stick him in the outfield. He runs really well. Like I said, he's kind of a beanpole build. Yeah, that's. He throws well. I could see him having a chance to catch Seif. I don't know. I haven't seen him much back there. Mostly when I've seen him, he's been at other positions. But what's your thought on this guy?
I think he is athletically. I think he has a chance to catch, but just body type wise, he is a beanpole. I'm not sure there haven't been too many beanpole catchers. You got to have some substance to you. If you're the third catcher on a club, yeah, sure, I can see that. Can you swing around to the outfield, play some first base? But I think he's drafted because he can hit. It's not a ton of power, but it's hit ability. And right now, to get a hit ability guy in the 4th round, good pick.
Hit 393 last year for Arizona, which is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
That'll play.
So Brewers.
This is a great list we have left. Let's go. A lot of good players still. What are the chances of my guy Cotto getting drafted and signed here? Where's he signed to go, Rhodes?
South Carolina.
Another. Okay, well, they lost one big lefty. Maybe they keep this one.
Yeah, I think at this point they got a pretty good shot at keeping him.
Ryan Webb, Fitty? I'd take Ryan Webb right here, too.
Yeah, that's another one. Jeez. Too many players, not enough spots. Expand the draft.
Ha!
All right, the Brew Crew's at the podium. Brewers take Joey Weimer from Cincinnati, outfielder.
Yeah, we had Hunter Pence. We used Hunter Pence as a comp earlier on. Who do we use that on earlier? Kind of a different way of doing things.
Haskin?
But that's definitely
Haskin, yeah.
But that definitely fits Weimer as well. We saw him in the Cape, tooled up, strong, just crazy strength, athletic. That's on the good
6'5",
side.
215.
He's got probably has a 70 arm. From the outfield. So at the end of the day, if he doesn't hit it, if he can't tone down his approach, it's an aggressive approach. If he can't tone it down, you throw him on the mound. You got a 6'3" athletic guy with a big arm on the mound. So that's worst case scenario. But great athlete, good pick here in the 4th round by the Brew Crew.
Mm-hmm.
I comp him, Seif, to Rob Deere.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh, the
hair,
yeah.
right field,
Okay.
body, swing and miss.
If you want to see it, Rhodey. If you want to see a guy taking some man hacks,
I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah.
I'm watching what I'm pretty sure is your Cape BP video of him maybe at that's a big exaggerated loaded hand, like leg kick, hands moving, but he does take some hacks, huh? Oh, yeah, here's the slow-mo.
He's not afraid to let it go.
No, not at all.
I love my Rob Deere comp. I want more love for that.
Let's go a mix of Deere and Pence. Can we do a mix?
Yeah,
of
all
those
right. All right.
I do love when we get
the Cardinals are to the podium. And the Cardinals have selected.
I like this pick. We just talked.
Ian Bedell from Missouri.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's gonna be an overpay there. I think I heard his number was a lot higher than the middle of the 4th round. Let's put it that way. But he's the guy. I think he's only he graduated high school early, so
he enrolled early. So
he really could be a sophomore. Age-wise, I think he's 19 or 20 years old. He's still. Yeah, he's he's one of the younger draft-eligible four-year college guys this year. But Cape Pitcher of the Year, I believe, Fitty helped me out with him. But he's got everything you're looking for. His fastball, breaking balls, changeup's probably his best pitch right now. But he's got good shape to his breaker. He'll sit in the low 90s. I think his velocity was a little down earlier this spring, more in the upper 80s, touching 91, 92. But I'm going to go with what I saw in the summer. I saw a starting pitcher, maybe a 3-4 pitcher in the big leagues. He's got it all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, agreed. I saw a legit 4-pitch mix in the fall. Seif 80-83 slider with hard late tilt and a solid curveball too with some power to it. Feel for the changeup with good arm speed, and he was sitting 90, 91, 93 in that look, so pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
If they can get him signed there, that's an outstanding job right there. I believe we had him. Where do we have him on our board? We had him 84 on our board.
So that's good value. But yeah, he was an
And
early enrollee at Missouri. I mean, they just threw up his stats on MLB Network, which I don't think, was too fair. They were showing his 2018 stats and, with like a 6 ERA, but it was like he should have been a senior in high school pitching in the SEC,
Yeah. I did a then and now on him too, maybe back a month ago or so. And one of the things I saw, his high school video, you want to talk about the quickest, cleanest arm you'll see. It was phenomenal. I hate to say it got worse at Missouri, but it certainly wasn't working as well. In the video I saw of him from the spring, he was working pretty good last summer. But man, for a high school kid, his arm worked phenomenally well.
We have the Nationals to the podium yet there?
No, not yet.
Not quite.
Oh, welcome back, Shooter.
What did I miss?
Here we come. The Nationals are at the podium.
Nationals select.
Nationals. Go ahead.
Brady Lindsley, catcher, Oklahoma.
Kendall's not enthused.
That's a muted reaction. Should I read into that?
Yeah, I mean, he's a solid backstop. I'm not sure how much of a prospect he is, but he's a solid backstop.
I think he had really, really good numbers this spring.
Yeah, him and Justin Mitchell are both just solid players for me.
I was gonna say they split time, right? Lindsey and Mitchell.
Yeah, they split.
I mean, I think this is based on the number. I mean, he's 22 years old. I'm guessing they got a deal, but I'm surprised that this guy goes ahead of Rothenberg and Opitz. Those guys are still out there, aren't they?
Yeah, right. Yeah. It's been a rough day for the Hogs, but if they can get Opitz back for another year.
I mean, they just signed 2 other catchers.
It's Arkansas, man.
You don't sign for need, Shooter. You take as many catchers as you can get. Hope one of them pans out.
No, they signed grad transfer senior catchers.
Yeah.
Razorbacks signed 2 grad transfers.
Yeah.
Right.
AJ
Cleveland.
Lewis, and who is he?
Wow. Don't tell me.
Are we really going to another commercial break?
We gotta slow this thing down, you guys.
Jesus.
Too rapid fire for me.
I mean, they're not playing games. We got to make money somehow, right, with the MLB?
Well, I mean,
This is brutal.
maybe now they can afford to pay their scouts for another week.
That'd be nice, but guarantee you they won't.
No, they won't. Taking shots at the billionaires.
Might as well.
Those 1%ers.
My goodness.
So, I mean, at this point, if you're Kevin O'Sullivan, you got to feel pretty good about Tommy Mason, Jack Leto both coming back to Florida. We'll see what happens here in the next few picks.
I'm still not ready to make that pronouncement. I think if either one of those guys gets drafted in the next, what do we got, 36 picks, I think there's still a decent chance. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know what their numbers are. Leftwich in particular, I think he fit as a maybe 4th or 5th rounder. Mace has slid farther than we thought, but I mean, if somebody takes a shot at him here, I still feel like they're not out of the woods yet on those 2 guys.
Yeah, we just had someone ask, is Tommy Mace almost a lock to go back to school?
I mean, he's a college junior, though. That's the thing. It's not like Wilcox, who's an eligible sophomore. If you're a college junior and you get drafted in the top 5 rounds of a 5-round draft, you almost have to sign because you got no leverage next year. You're older.
He's still a junior next year, right?
Yeah, but
Not
okay, yeah,
age-wise.
that's true. But you're a 22-year-old junior versus age-appropriate junior. I think that's still a big difference. But you're right. I mean, technically, I guess he still does have that year of eligibility behind him, but they know he's not going to want to come back as a 23-year-old senior. So,
All right, let's see. Tucker, they get money. Burns, probably slot. Logan Allen, slot. Halpin, a little over. I think Cleveland might still have a little bit more. They have this slot's 460. They may be able to go up to 5 at least.
Mm-hmm.
Shooter,
We've got the board up right now. I mean, bunch of high school guys, obviously, and we've talked about Tommy Mason, Kevin Abel, but again, Carson Seymour, Bryce Elder, the college guys, Seth Lonsway, Hayden Cantrell at Louisiana Lafayette, Mason Erla, Michigan State, Leftwich we've mentioned with Florida, Parker Chavers, Coastal Carolina. You guys just talked about Rothenberg. Andrew Abbott, Mitchell Parker, Drohan, we've talked about. Gavin Williams, that's a pretty big arm at East Carolina. You got some more college guys. You got Luke Waddell. I know Aaron Fitt is a Luke Waddell fan. Opitz. There's a lot of talent still out there, but we do have, 36 picks left?
Yeah.
All right, here we go at the podium. After the 80th commercial delay, the Indians select
High school.
Milan Tolentino, and UCLA is going to be not happy.
Oh, my goodness. All right, so, fun fact. This is the second time that Milan Tolentino has been drafted. He's a high school guy. How is that possible, you ask? He was the number 1 pick in the Mexican League draft.
Wow.
Oh, really?
Yes, his father is Jose Tolentino, who is I believe, the Spanish channel broadcaster for the Angels. But I love this guy, like really steady player. He's one of those where like if you watch him for one day, you might not totally appreciate what he does. But it's a sweet left-handed swing. I think he moves well at shortstop. A great pick. I love it. That's Cleveland.
Yeah, Cleveland. I mean, they're doing a good job here, like they usually do. That's 7 high schoolers so far in this 4th round. Let's see, where are we at?
That puts us way over 40 for the 40 already for the 4th round, for the 4 rounds. So very surprising this many high school players have been selected.
And I think we keep referring back to that article of those 10 recruiting classes. I think it went Texas, UCLA 1-2, and the Indians took Carson Tucker, Texas, Petey Alpin, Texas, Milan Tolentino, UCLA. So they're just doing some personal damage on the top 2 at-risk recruiting classes. Tampa Rays. So Tampa's got 3 pitchers, 2 high school guys. Probably it's potentially over Alika. I think Alika Williams signed for slot $2 million.
I'd say so.
Maybe a hair less, but yeah, right around there.
If he signed for a hair less, Barnhart probably got it in the 3rd.
Shooter, can I send you my taxes to do after this?
Yeah.
You can. My mother-in-law is a certified CPA. So.
Oh, good bloodlines.
Shout out to McMinnville once again. That's another McMinnville, Oregon shout out.
I would think Tampa Bay saved some money with Ian Seymour, Shooter. So if you want to punch in those digits.
We're at it's been punched in. They're at the podium. The Rays select Tanner Murray, shortstop, UC Davis. Stumptown spin. There you go. That was my shortstop. Oh, that's a Falmouth Commodore highlight.
Yeah. Saif, you kind of like this guy, don't you?
I don't. I know he was in the Cape when you were out there. Let me pull him up real quick. I know he's an athletic guy, more field than hit. May have to move to third base down the road. May outgrow the position. He's a shortstop at UC Davis. 6'2", 190.
He's from Ben Lamond, California. It's in the redwoods above Santa Cruz. That's pretty country.
Profile is more as a utility player. Great report written by Blaine Clemens, our North Cal scout up there. But more of a utility type. May outgrow shortstop, go to third base, defense over hit. But he does have a high contact rate, good plate discipline, just not a ton of power. And he's also a young junior. So interesting play. At least they're still drafting guys with projection, guys with upside, as the Rays always do.
So that was Tanner Murray to the Rays
Correct.
at 125.
So and getting back to the accounting department, they're sending it in here that the Braves likely save some money on Jared Schuster, and they have a potential to go after somebody here with the fourth round.
Yeah, I think the Braves would say they've only had 2 picks, and I think they saved money with both picks. So I would agree. We may see a surprise here.
This is recruiting class scary time right here with the Braves, and here they come.
Could this be Tommy Mace time, I wonder?
Oh, that too. The Braves select
Spencer Strider.
Strider, right-handed pitcher, Clemson.
Tommy John.
Oh,
right?
interesting.
He came back strong. He came back strong from TJ this year. Faster, I think, than anyone really expected. But great kid, great makeup. Kind of a strong-bodied, 6-foot, compact right-hander. Can get up into the mid-90s. Show you some promise with the slider. Limited track record because of the injury, but he was a name out of high school. Also, I'm sure you guys recall.
He was. Yeah, he was. We had him as Super 60. He was a legitimate two-way guy. I mean, there was some ability there as an infielder and with a bat, but certainly saw the upside on the mound for him.
So we got the A's, Twins, Yankees, Dodgers, Astros. I'm so intrigued by that Yankee, Dodgers, Astros at the end of all these because Yankees don't have many picks, the Astros don't have many picks, and the Dodgers have done a good job with the multiple picks that they do have.
Yeah.
The A's went Soderstrom.
Here we go.
Oh, wow. They're wasting no time. They must have gotten the memo that the commercials are killing us. The A's go with Dane Acker, right-handed pitcher, Oklahoma.
All right.
Interesting.
I
I had been talking to Seif and Aaron about this. I had been hearing that Acker might go in the 4th round. I kind of thought the info was a little bogus, but apparently it was not bogus. Acker threw a no-hitter against LSU at the Shriners College Classic.
I was
Again,
there.
he is very steady. Yeah, he's a very steady guy. Will sit 90-93. The slider was really solid that day. Really tough kid. Really zeroes in well. This is an interesting pick for the Athletics.
Mm-hmm.
And a big shout out to San Jacinto Junior College right now. They obviously had Luke Little go, but they have had Alaria Solari go. Now they have Dane Acker go. Obviously, everybody knows how good a program that is, but 3 guys in the top 4 rounds. One's a present player and 2 alum.
Mm-hmm.
And I probably missed somebody too. So there's
They roll them through there. That's no doubt about that.
Actually, you know what? 4 because Addison Coffey, after he left ASU, he went to San Jack to Wabash. So there's 4.
Nice. And we haven't even heard did Brandon Birdsell. He's a potential
He
guy.
hasn't been taken yet. Nope.
Yeah.
What now? Sabato 257. Is that full slot or is he going over? My thing. Normally, this Twins pick, I would say Mace is up here, left switch. This would be a perfect time for the Twins to get a guy like that. But I don't know if they have the money to get those guys.
They're all about the college guys too. And that's their philosophy.
What's the best bat on the board? Best college bat on the board right now?
Best college bat on the board. Well, Casey Martin's gone, right?
Yeah.
Because he went to the Phillies.
Would they go
Aiden
with a high
Cantrell?
school arm here, potentially,
Aiden
Rody?
Cantrell is the best.
Chambers.
He's the best position player we have, but maybe the best bat. Parker Shavers. Or Waddell, our boy.
Jeez, another commercial? Are you kidding me?
Hey, time for you to get a tweet out. Let's go, shooter.
Wow.
Would it be bad form just for me to tap out like now for the rest of the call? I'm just kidding.
So
What
we
high
got
school
the
guys
we
are
got the
left on
board
here?
up. We got the board up. Best available right now. We've
Montgomery?
mentioned a lot of these names already. Bunch of high schoolers on here as expected. But on the college side, Kyle Hurt, Southern California. Let's see here. Chris Lanzilli, we've talked about Wake Forest, is still on the board. Ryan Ritter out of Logan, JC in the Midwest there, Seif. Jack Blomgren from Michigan. Mason Hickman, we've talked a little bit about. Vanderbilt, maybe he gets back there and the rich get richer. Ryan Webb, another college arm that's available. Seif, you're one of your favorites, Franco Alaman, St. John's River State is on the board. So
I have a feeling he pitched himself out of the top 5 rounds this spring. I heard he had a rough spring,
Yeah.
but I still like him. I think he goes to Florida. He might not join the rotation. It sounds like the best rotation ever, but he's heading to Florida. I think he'll make a name for himself next year.
What about a sneaky? What are the high school guys? Montgomery's still on there. Tanner Witt. What about Timmy Manning?
All right, so here are the high school guys in order: Carson Montgomery, Cam Brown, Tanner Witt, Caden Wallace, Cole Foster, Blake Shapen, Cade Horton, Drew Bowser, Colton Keith, Kevin Parada, Chase Davis, Victor Medeiros, Enrique Bradfield, one of my favorites, Joey Dixon, Stanford, going to school, Magdi Elcotto, we talked about a minute ago, Daniel Susak, NorCal catcher, Mac Horvath out of IMG, Ryan Hagenow out of Farragut in Tennessee. So,
All right, here we go. We're gonna find out. All right, the Twins. Select Marco Raya, right-handed pitcher, United South High School, Texas.
oh, interesting.
Spin win.
Phil
Where is
Haig,
that?
yeah, he's definitely wow. Okay, Marco Raya is interesting. I had not seen him
Laredo
personally.
kid.
Yeah.
But Phil Haig definitely had some good stuff to say about him. I think he may have gotten him on TrackMan in one of the speakeasy sessions that Shooter likes to call
He
them.
did.
Yeah, May 5th, May 17th. I'm pulling it up right now.
It's a quick arm with some feel for spin.
Yeah. So he was up to 93, averaging 91, 2,400 peak spin rate. Let's see some of that. Let's see if it gets some 16 inches induced vertical break. So he's got that ride. Not a ton of horizontal break. But you're talking about spin. Here you go. Slider was basically averaging 81 with an average of almost 2,700 spin rate on the slider. So you're right,
He can really
spin wins.
Texas Tech Yankees are up. Sorry, we're moving. Yankees have 3 picks. They're probably like, let's
Keep an eye
wrap
on
this up.
Beck Way.
There you go.
Beck Way.
So who took Marco Raya? Sorry, Twins?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Beckway to
See, you know,
the Yankees.
who was he committed to?
Was he an
Was
LSU
he
guy
LSU?
or Tennessee?
LSU.
Who?
Beckway was LSU. Pretty sure. Tennessee?
I'm on it.
Now, I saw Beckway, I think his third start this spring, went down to Northwest Florida State. He pitched against, actually, he did pitch against Birdsell.
LSU
I saw Birdsell
commit.
away. Yeah, LSU. Big arm. He was in the Cape last summer, held his own, and transferred to Northwest Florida State this past spring. But last fall is when he really made a name for himself. He was up to 97 with an electric slider. Did really, really well. There was first, second round talk on him out of the fall. This spring, he just didn't show that same velocity or that same sharpness to his slider. But what I saw, the day I saw a better changeup than breaking ball out of him. I think he topped at 94 for me, pitched at 91, 92. But he's a strike thrower. He's competitive, athletic, 6'4", 200 pounds. Didn't think he was signable here, signed him out of LSU, but he may have had a change of heart. So good pickup for the Yankees at the end of the fourth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would look for him to sign.
Yeah, I don't think the Yankees took him there if they didn't. Yeah, they wouldn't have taken him if he
full
was
sign.
signed. So LSU, loses another potential rotation piece there.
They got Jaden Hill. It doesn't matter.
Jaden Hill can just do the old school college baseball thing. Start on Friday and then come out of the bullpen on Sunday.
Dodgers up here today. Oh, geez. They got some money here? Lincecum used to do that.
Here we go, Dodgers.
Carson Taylor, Virginia Tech catcher.
Okay.
Fitty, I think you probably had the best background with Taylor.
Yeah, strong-bodied, kind of thicker-framed catcher. Hit tool, I think, was ahead of the defense to begin with at Virginia Tech. Really had a strong start to the year. I think I named him best ACC hitter in our short 4-week season. But I think he also made a lot of strides with his defense. You know, he's worked hard on that part of his game. I do think he looks like a catcher. I think he probably profiles back there. Still needs some cleaning up to do, but switch hitter with some strength and kind of more of a line drive approach right now. But I do think there's some pop in there.
All right. Houston went way over slot with their first pick. Likely under slot with their second pick. Let's see what they do with their third.
Yeah. 5th round, home stretch. Do you think we're not listening, or do Kendall or Shooter, do you guys have the volume up at all, or are you just watching the screen?
Just watching the screen.
I'm curious if the 5th round this year is like the 40th round and they're all thanking the commissioner's office for the MLB draft.
Dingler. I'm not turning it on.
No.
Because I'll probably catch 8 commercials instead as soon as I turn it up.
I was going to say, scouts want more rounds, so they shouldn't thank the commissioner's office.
I'd rather get some like older scout on there. Like, we're going to have an announcement and be like, can you guys figure this the F out, please? And just straight up say it. Like, everybody's thinking it. It's America's pastime. The MLS is going to be playing in July.
Yeah.
Come on. We can say it on here. We don't have to be correct. We're not. Oh, man. All right. Let's go, Astros. Get this 4th round tweet together. 4th round, much quicker than the 3rd. I got to say that, though.
Oh, and I'm ahead of myself here. I forgot this is the last pick of the 4th round. We're not even in the 5th round yet.
Here he comes.
Come on.
Here we go.
We let it go.
Opens. Take Opens. Zach Daniels, outfield, Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Oh.
Cool.
Oh.
KR.
Liked him in high
That's the guy
school.
you loved in the
Yeah.
Northwoods. Yeah.
Yeah, I really liked him in the Northwoods. He was really, really good earlier this year at the Round Rock tournament. He hit for power. The question I have with Daniels was just his position. I'm not exactly sure where he sticks. I think they have him listed as an outfielder. I thought he was kind of an average to above average outfielder. But he certainly has some juice in his bat. He's a really good athlete. He's taken a step forward. We expect him to take a step forward last year, but he really struggled. But he kind of put the pieces together this year. Glad to see it.
Yeah, you talk about tool shed. This guy's quick twitch, strong, athletic. He certainly looks the part.
He's been a tease for a couple of years. I mean, I remember seeing him in a fall exhibition a couple of years ago and hit a ball a mile down at the Lake Point complex. And he hadn't been able to put it together his first 2 years. It's sub 700 OPS his first 2 seasons, just couldn't get regular playing time. But certainly, like you said, I mean, he's twitchy, he's tooled up. There is real power in there. I mean, serious buggy whip in that swing, and certainly he can really run too. So, I mean, I still think it's a lot of risk here, but it's low risk in the 5th round. I mean, it's not like you're taking this guy in the first. Yeah.
Sure. That's worth a gamble, I think.
So we're going to the last round.
On to the 5th.
Still Mace, Abel, Seymour, and Elder on the board. And we're going to commercial.
It's a long way down to 20K from the 5th round.
Mm-hmm.
It's a long way down. So, and I was joking about it earlier, Seif, but I mean, usually scouts are scrambling. Will you sign for slot? And kids are holding out. I might. Now it's like, yeah, take me. Their phones are blowing up. I'm sure every area guy, please take me. I'll take 50. I'll take 80.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's probably a lot of guys. But at the same time, a lot of these guys are probably happy to go back to school. They only got 4 weeks of a junior season, and I mean, there's nothing wrong with going back to school and finishing up your degree. You know, you're a senior academically, you graduate, but you have a year of eligibility up. You still have a little leverage. Not a bad position to be in either, though.
You know what, Kendall and Aaron, something you guys are probably going to hear with all these guys. Like, I think a lot of college coaches are going to be loving their team. I love what we got coming back. Yeah. That's going to be everybody. I love what we got coming back. Tigers coming up. Let's see what the Tigers are working with. Rody, you need to get some pizza. You want to step away and get some pizza?
I'm all right.
You're a trooper.
I had a moment of panic because I got an email giving me the results of our stream, which I got last night when we ended our stream. But I think it just basically like restarted itself maybe because I'm looking like we're still streaming. But I was like, oh God, what happened? But we're okay. We're still on the air. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Dr. Nick.
Fitty.
We're like well into hour 5 here, guys. I'm getting loopy.
We're approaching the 5th hour of because we started at 5 o'clock and then but
we're in the 5th. We're 40 minutes into the 5th hour. 4 hours 40 minutes right now.
You know what, guys? I got new energy. If you need me, it took me 90 minutes to tweet about one pitcher who's going to be a junior in high school next year, but I got the tweet out. I'm back.
I'm proud of you, Shooter. You're showing some real growth tonight.
Oh man.
Let's see. Tigers went Torkelson, Dingler, Cabrera. I mean, Gage Workman. They got great hit. Like, this is a good college class.
Great draft. As a college writer, I love it. It's just a great draft.
I mean, I would think a lot of these guys will have a chance to fly through the system a little bit. They're rebuilding. They're trying to get these college guys up. Caissie Mize in AA. He's going to be brought up. I guess not. I don't even know this year. I guess they save a year now on Caissie Mize. Because you don't even want to bring him up this year. You're going to play 80 games. Why waste any service time?
No,
the Tigers.
not.
Sorry. Pitcher? Do you think they have finally take a pitcher here? Colt Keith. Oh my.
Interesting. Okay.
ASU. Oh gosh.
Oh. Yeah. Sorry, Sun Devils, but man.
Oh,
Colton Keith, big left-handed bat. Also see some time on the mound. But I mean, that's a good pick for the 5th round. I mean, he's got middle of the order potential with that bat. He's got feel for hit, projectable power. I like that. Nice pick.
I mean, that was top 2. That's top 2 round talent, and
he's an Arizona. We had him 88.
Arizona kid, moved to Mississippi for high school ball. He's down in Biloxi. Committed to Arizona State. I mean, there's some upside on the mound, like two-way potential, but it's a loud bat, real BP every time he'd swing. Positionally, I think it's probably an outfielder in the end. What did they draft him as? Third base?
I'm waiting for the
They draft him as a shortstop. He's not a shortstop.
No.
But the left-handed bat plays. He's real athletic, can run. He would not even been on my board there in the 5th round.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to. We keep going. It's accounting more than anything, and we've stressed it the whole time. But you're trying to find money for a prospect like Colt Keith, especially when you know, hey, if I go to ASU, there's like 15 guys who got drafted from ASU this year. I still have a chance. Wow, That's rough. We got to get back on, Rody. We got some people that lost us.
What do you mean? Oh, just tell them to check Twitter. I think it did like a new tweet. So if they're watching on Twitter, there's probably a newer tweet. So
Did you put a new one up there?
do what?
I'm gonna send it out. All right.
Yeah, I just retweeted it a minute ago.
Quick. Did you pin it?
I will right now.
Yeah, pin it now.
Yeah.
All right, the Orioles. Carter Baumler. Oh my, TCU is not out of the woods yet.
Interesting.
Why high school guys? Saif.
Man, Seif. I mean, we're
Iowa.
surprised.
High school guy from Iowa, especially.
I mean, but we got to be surprised at the high school guys that are getting popped this late, quote unquote late, in the current draft.
Without a doubt.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, we're
Excellent
going to do a
athlete.
full show on once we get the signing bonuses, we can go through and be like, this is how this happened. Because even Kobe Mayo is going to cost them a little bit. How much did they save on Servideo at 8? Oh, interesting. But I must say for TCU, of Cam Brown, Storm Hierholzer, and Baumler, they're all top 50 guys for us.
Mhm.
I would probably take the first two. As if we got those other two, I'd still feel happy if you get 2 out of the 3. They have the more right now stuff coming from Texas, but a lot of upside.
Yeah.
A lot of upside. And the Marlins are up next. Here we are at the podium. The Marlins select. We're moving quicker here. Less commercials. Kyle Hurt, USC.
Okay, I like Kyle Hurt.
Waiting for that one.
Yeah. You should jump in there and Kyle Hurt there, D1 guys.
I saw Kyle Hurt really good. Cape Cod League after his freshman year because he was a sophomore eligible last draft, so he was out in the Cape a year early. I walked away really impressed. I mean, athletic, smooth delivery, threw strikes that day. I had no history, no background with him being a Southern California prep. So I didn't really know him from anybody else. But I left impressed. 3 pitches, good breaking ball. And then he went off and just had an awful sophomore year statistically. He walked the park. I couldn't believe how quickly he fell as a sophomore eligible. He kind of fell down in rankings just by his stats, but never had a chance to see him his sophomore year, and I never saw him this spring either. But I think he figured things out a little bit. He's a mid-90s guy when he's right with a hook and a feel for a changeup. Fitt, do you have anything to add there?
Yeah, I'm going to drop a Lance Lynn comp here, Seif.
Yeah. Maybe not as thick, but yeah, I'm with you there.
He was particularly thick. I mean, in fact, Shotgun Spratling wrote about it, how he had kind of let his conditioning go, needed to lose some weight, and he did that from last year to this year. He just looks like a workhorse kind of a guy. Shotgun saw him this spring. Shotgun saw him this spring up to 96 a couple times, 94, 95, and the slider was really good when it was on.
Will Klein, right-handed pitcher, Eastern Illinois, Saif.
We had him on the track, man, about a week and a half ago. High spin rate, breaking ball guy. You can hear his arm speed. His arm's so quick. Most guys 6'4", 230 are just arm strength guys that just chuck it up there. But I think Klein sets himself apart. Good pick by the Royals. He sets himself apart with just his arm speed. He's a big guy with arm speed, can spin it. He was a catcher in high school, slowly converted at Eastern Illinois. He was a Friday night guy, or their Friday guy for 4 weeks this season. He's coming into control, learning how to pitch. I think at the end of the day, it's a really good 5th round pick. But at the end of the day, you just let him go in the bullpen, let him throw his vertical hook, let him throw his riding fastball. 2-pitch pen guy, 7th, 8th inning type of guy. But real good arm, real good pickup here in the 5th round. With that said, he's kind of similar to like the Joe Boyle of Notre Dame. Some of these big arms. The Kyle Hurt. I think we're getting a lot of similar guy here right now.
Hey, Saif, with that pick, the Padres and Royals right now are two. I love their drafts. That pick kind of aided the Royals. They may move my top one, especially since they got Chamberlain in the 4th, but and Lacey in the 1st. The Blue Jays have a chance as well right here. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm with you on that Kansas City draft. Yeah.
I mean, just getting Lacey to fall to you down at 4 is huge. They're bringing up a ton of arms. They took 4 in a row a couple of years ago in the first 2 rounds.
I'd really like Toronto's draft too, especially if Frasso's healthy. Again, he went down early, came back, rehab, threw some pens here from what I understand in May. But yeah, Frasso's healthy. Toronto's putting together a really good draft without one of the biggest budgets. We're one of the biggest bonus pools. They've always drafted well, though.
Thank goodness for modern technology. My wife's definitely gonna kill me, but I was able to order pizza and ice cream from right here.
Oh, that's amazing.
So, wow, our recaps are gonna be great with this. Which teams had the best? The high school guys going it, and both those guys, Carter Baumler and Colt Keith, those are top 2 round arms. And for them to go in the 5th round, where I was thinking all these guys are safe now, I'm starting to plan out which recruiting classes won this whole deal. It's definitely not over yet.
Mm-hmm.
So who else do we have coming here? Who has money left? Who do you guys think has money left? My accountant went home for the day. White Sox have anything to spend? Who else is still out there? Rody, can you flash the still available? Caissie or Opitz is still there. I mean, Joe Boyle, we just talked about, he's still there.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the Florida Arms, which is we're getting close to having a full weekend back in Gainesville. Is that new stadium opening this coming year?
They just broke ground recently, I think.
Did they?
I think, yeah. I think I saw some construction photos. So, I mean, probably not broke ground recently. They probably, well, I don't know. I mean, are Kendall and Aaron there, like, I saw construction. Are they basically replacing the same footprint, or is it the new stadium going to be elsewhere for Florida?
It is a new footprint down the street.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's that.
So college guys, I'm saying, like Hayden Cantrell is not gone yet.
No.
Correct.
I would think he has a probably a likely potential of going soon here. I would think Kevin Pareto or Parada were past that time. Georgia Tech's probably done a pretty good job of letting him know that they roll out a lot of first-round catchers out of Atlanta. So, all right, we got the Blue Jays finally back from commercial break. Blue Jays have done a good job recently. Zach Britton, Louisville.
Oh, this is a guy that I really like. For me, it's kind of like Philip Clark last year from Vanderbilt. I just think he's a hit machine. Love the left-handed swing. Goes the opposite way really well. Drives that left center gap with authority. And I think he's just started to break out really as a junior. They've been waiting for him. He was a high-profile recruit as a catcher. Struggled defensively behind the plate his first 2 years. They moved him to left field /DH, and it kind of freed him up. And you saw a different guy this year. Boy, he can hit, man. I mean, I just think, like I said, you really haven't seen it yet performance-wise if you look at the numbers, but it's coming. This guy is going to rake, I think.
He fun fact, he same high school as Brian Hoeing.
Okay.
Catcher in high school. He was a pretty good player.
I've been to Brian Hoying's high school, believe it or not.
Mm-hmm.
He was a big name. One of my last years scouting, he was the big name in Indiana, number one rated. Went to Louisville, didn't quite have the career that he was supposed to have, but a talented kid.
I thought he was, based on what I saw that spring, I thought if he had stayed healthy, he had a chance to come out as a top 5 pick.
And here we come with the Mariners.
Yeah, totally agree.
Oh, my guy. Taylor Dollar.
Right-handed pitcher, Cal Poly.
Who?
How about that, Seif? From Cal Poly. So, Seif and I saw him Yeah, we saw him out against was it Vanderbilt that he pitched really well against. He's a sinker baller with a decent slider. I think that day, Seif, I want to say he was 90, 92, bumping a 3. Really hard-nosed guy, pounded the zone. I was a big fan of him.
Yeah, I was over at I think Michigan, Arizona State when you were watching that ball game, but I remember he threw well for you.
You guys, I'm going to drop a Rob Deere comp on Taylor Dollard. Just the flow, not the rest.
That's A+ flow.
Funny.
All right, Pirates, let's see what you got. A lot of pitching coming off right now. After Gonzalez, they went 4 straight pitchers.
My man Jonathan Mayo is looking like he's fading a little bit. Aren't we all?
Look at that like mid-century Red Rock Cola poster over his left shoulder there.
Yeah.
Mid-century might be generous. 5-cent cola. Pick is in Pirates.
So up at the Mariners draft, the Mariners draft Emerson Hancock, Zach Deloach, Connor Phillips, Caden Polkovich, Tyler Keenan, and Taylor Dollard.
And here we go, Pirates.
What you got there, Fitzy? Something's cracking you up.
Logan Hoffman, Northwestern State.
Logan Hoffman's
Aiken kid.
Oh, the strong-armed 6-foot Canadian righty. Yeah, he's got a mid-90s fastball, good hook. Saw him in the Cape Cod League too. That kid is a bulldog, aggressive. That's kind of funny because somebody actually direct messaged me the other day asking me if I thought Logan Hoffman would go in the top 5 rounds, and I'm afraid to say I thought he was closer to the 10th than the 5th. So good for Logan Hoffman. He proved me wrong.
And I actually talked to some sources at Northwestern State earlier today who thought that he would be headed back to school. So that's going to be a tough blow.
He had not allowed a single earned run in 28 innings so far this year, by the way.
Wow. That's impressive. Yeah, 28 innings. I'm looking at it right now. 38-5 strikeout to walk ratio.
It's a good arm. He's aggressive. I mean, there's a lot to like with him. I just didn't think he would go in the 5th round, but if he's signable, yeah. I mean, anything's possible. We all know that.
And he's kind of undersized, right? 5'10", if I'm not mistaken. But the arm, like you said, really works, and he's still, I think, young for the class. I think he's still 20. So interesting pick there.
Padres.
This is, I mean, going up against the Royals for me right now. This is top draft on the line with this pick.
Don't sleep on the Tigers, Shooter.
Any predictions here, Shooter?
Colt Keith actually would have made sense. Left-handed high school hitter. I'd say probably they're probably saving money here. They're paying Wilcox. No, you guys would know better than I. Upside
could a guy like a Luke Waddell fall in here somewhere?
I think those guys could, because the other option is, hey, you have to go back to school or take $20K. So I think you kind of have the kid here. Hey, it's either 80 or you're getting 20. And now here we go. Padres select Jagger Haynes, left-handed pitcher, West Columbus High School, North Carolina.
Wow! Someone told me today. Someone told me today that a pitcher in the Carolinas was going to go. It was going to go in the 5th round, and I threw out some names, I thought so. Jagger Haynes had some bullpens this spring that caught some eyes. He started throwing up some velo in some workouts. Obviously, didn't get much of a season, but he definitely created some buzz. So West Columbus High School, which is down in kind of that no man's land region of like west of Wilmington, south of I-40, Fitzy. So you're talking about West Columbus is the rival of Whiteville High School, where Mackenzie Gore went. The Benton brothers at East Carolina came out of West Columbus. I am trying to pull up.
We're going to commercial again?
Gives Rody more time to pull up information on.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up because I know I talked to Brandon Hall a little bit about him. I'm sure I've got him in some text messages here. Let me see if I can dig it up. Yeah, they were on Rapsodo. Threw up some velo. But most of the guys that I talked to didn't think that it was quite enough to get it done. So, but I did hear that today that Carolina's pitcher was going to go, and I had a feeling it might be Jagger Haynes. So, good for Jagger Haynes. He is. Let me pull up his profile here. North Carolina recruit. So UNC loses Liam Norris and Jagger Haynes, both left-handers. Haynes being 6'3", 175. So Brandon Hall last summer, lean, high-waisted athlete, loose arm swing, the three-quarter slot, athletic delivery with easy effort. Works on line, good projection left. Curveball tunnels with the fastball early out of the hand, 2 to 8 tilt with late action. Lays the change off early, working to create fade, slows the hand some. You guys can obviously tell we got a stud in Brandon Hall working in North Carolina for us. So a little bit of two-way in high school, but certainly future is on the mound. Last summer was up to 88, but you can put the rest of those notes together and kind of piece it together that he's a projectable guy, and it's no surprise that he added some velo in the offseason. That obviously caught some eyes this spring. So there you go, Jagger Haynes to the Pirates. Or I'm sorry, was it the Pirates or no?
Padres.
Padres. Thank you. Oh, I got a text message to send.
Yeah, some other interesting guys that haven't been taken just yet. You got Caissie Opitz, Seth Lonsway was 53 on our list. Hayden Cantrell was 57 on our list.
There's a lot of guys out there.
Yeah, Mason Erla from Michigan State.
Yeah, you'd think he'd be signable too. Good arm, right-handed pitcher, but he's a fourth-year junior. You wouldn't think he'd be asking more than fifth-round slot right now, but who knows?
Yeah. Jack Lepa, Jan Parker Shaver is a fit special.
Yeah. Those rankings, by the way, just for clarification purposes, were the D1 baseball, just the college ranking. So the overall ranking, I think, had Lonsway. 8.
Jack Blomgren to the Rockies.
Blomgren.
Ooh, I love Jack Blomgren.
Your guy.
Oh.
Hail to the victors.
The guy, so Blomgren is like Mr. Tough Guy. Like, he's played with multiple injuries. He's really solid up the middle. I mean, I don't think he's a great hitter, but he's a good hitter. But, boy, he is really good up the middle, and he is just tougher than nails. I love the guy.
Did he break his finger or dislocate it against UCLA last year, like diving into a bag or something?
Yeah,
came
he
off
refused
the
to
field.
come out of the game with a broken finger.
Tough dude.
Kendall would want this guy on his side in a bar fight, I'm guessing.
Hey, you know what? Bakich actually said the same thing at the MLB 4 tournament this year. He said the same thing that I always say. So we both would want Jack Blomgren on our bar fight team, and I'll add Eric Bakich to my bar fight team too.
Who'd win in a bar fight between Bakich and Sully?
Oh.
I'm gonna go with Bakich.
Yeah, I'm going with Bakich there.
Bakich is a little younger, a little feistier, I think. Sully's established. He didn't need to fight anymore. All right.
What
So
do we got?
the
Making calls.
Rockies picks, for those watching, Zach Veen, Drew Romo, 2 high school prospects, Chris McMahon, Sam Weatherly from Clemson, Case Williams, a high school prospect, and Jack Blomgren.
It's a nice draft too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Back to Jagger Haynes. It sounds like a lot of scouts got, the shutdown got them with trying to see him. I talked to one who was rained out on the way to see him, and then the shutdown happened. But projection arm, like I said, he was up to 88 for us last summer, but he was throwing 93 in some bullpens. So
Brody got the Angels going with Adam Seminaris, left-handed pitcher, Long Beach State. That hurts the Dirtbags a lot.
I mean, he's a guy that they expect to lose. I think everyone kind of viewed him as a third rounder, really. I was surprised that he lasted this long. He had a great start to the season, and certainly a guy that had some helium on the West Coast. Really spins a breaking ball from the left side. Velocity climbed, I think, a tick. Kind of like average type fastball. I guess in the old days would have been an average fastball. Low 90s. And feel for a changeup too. I mean, just a polished 3-pitch lefty. For me, he's kind of like Logan Allen.
Okay.
Real pitch.
It's interesting. We were talking about catchers earlier, guys. And I mentioned Casey Opitz. Michael Rothenberg from Duke, who Fitt and Seifert both prefer over Opitz, still has not been taken. So 2 really talented college catchers still on the board here.
Mm-hmm.
That. Go ahead, Seif. You're going to chime in on Seminaris.
I wouldn't take. He's not with Logan Allen for me, but I do like Seminaris. I mean, if you're talking like Levi Prater's go on, some of the other pitchability lefties, Seminaris should have went well before the 5th. Great pick, the 141st guy overall by the Angels.
Eric Valenzuela comped into Randy Wolf when I spoke with him this year.
Okay.
I think my Logan Allen comp was Randy Wolf on the tail of the tape when he went against Detmer. So, yeah, okay.
Going through these college recruiting classes now.
Chicago White Sox. Your pick is in 142.
Here we
What
go.
you got, Southsiders?
The White Sox select Bailey Horn, left-handed pitcher.
Auburn.
Okay.
He's intriguing. I think Aaron saw him in the fall, right?
I'm sorry, who was it?
Bailey Horn.
Bailey
Auburn.
Horn from
yeah.
Auburn.
Yeah, I love this guy. This is a pick to click for me. I believe he was coming off Tommy John surgery last year, if I'm not mistaken. So it took him a little time to find his rhythm. But it's a strong-bodied guy. Really, I think it's athletic too. Delivery works. I've seen him up to 93 or 4 from the left side with an out-pitch breaking ball. I'm on this one, and I think it's one of those guys that was just taking off and just didn't have a chance to really showcase himself. But I think he could have pitched himself up a few rounds more than this if there had been a full season.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And the Reds are up. Joe Boyle, Notre Dame.
There we go.
Tell you what, if he clicks, that's a really nice pick. He certainly throws the heck out of the ball, a lot like Luke Little.
I just wonder if he can keep that delivery together for more than. I mean, you're getting him for one inning at a time. And at the All-Star game in the Cape, it was a really good one inning. But he throws more than 15, 17 pitches somewhere in there. It just kind of falls apart. He loses his direction, throws across his body, just gets out of sync. But when he's right, I mean, it's 100, and it's an above-average to plus slider. But he just has not had much success at all at Notre Dame through limited innings all 2.5 years. His time of his life was probably in the Northwoods when we saw him, KR, and then the last summer in the Cape. He's always thrown well. He's throwing better in the summer than at school, so you can't go wrong with the guy that throws 100 miles per hour though in the 5th round. And I know when he went to school, he took himself out of the draft, right? 3 years ago, Rose.
Yes.
He
he
totally
did.
took
He
himself
was a
out.
guy. Yeah, he actually. I think his letter came out either while I was in like Kentucky and Tennessee, or at least I was on my way, like gonna go there soon. And I was like, well, I'm still gonna go, still gonna see him. And then because it was the same, I also saw Joe Adele on that trip. But I mean, big electric arm for sure. Could really spin it. Just wasn't really in sync, so he couldn't throw enough strikes. And it just doesn't seem like he's quite figured it out. But who knows? Maybe something will still click. So
My
he's a good
first time
kid,
I saw him
so.
My first time I saw him, he was an Illinois kid too, I think, and then he moved to Kentucky for his senior year. But I remember seeing him at the Under Armour Classic there at Wrigley Field, going into his senior year of high school.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he was like a St. Louis area kid who moved to Kentucky for his senior year of high school as well.
Possible. I want to say that we had him at the future game, so I wonder which team he was on. See if I can look him up here on the prepbaseballreport.com database.
I'd be surprised if I had a better memory than you, but I might be onto something here. I thought he was an Illinois kid. I know my backyard. Unlike
He was
McMinnville.
on Team Missouri in the future games.
Oh,
but
he's
if he-
O'Fallon, Missouri. Okay.
Oh, well, O'Fallon High School is...
There's one in each.
Oh, is there one in each?
Yeah, it was O'Fallon, Missouri.
I'm familiar with
O'Fallon,
the one
Vermont.
that's Illinois side.
Yeah, there's one each side. So he been a Missouri kid, O'Fallon, Missouri.
Gotcha.
How many picks do we have left?
16.
20? 16?
Oh, so there's still a good amount left.
Yeah, so we still have room for about 5 more commercial breaks.
Yeah, it's wild. But, like, I know we keep harping on it, but the Leftwich and Mace is, like, mind-blowing to me to get back to Gainesville.
Yeah, Mace, by the way, has reached out to local media in Gainesville and said he is returning for another season. So that's a done deal.
Wow.
Nice rotation.
Yeah, that makes our number 1 team for next year very easy.
Is probably the number one a guy who's going to be up for 1-1, Judd Fabian, right? You got Barco,
Yeah.
Mace, Leftwood.
You know,
Christian Scott.
Yeah. Don't forget about Nathan
Fabian
Hicks.
over Kumar Rocker?
Yeah, I mean,
That
I
over arm, who knows? I mean, you got a lot of good. I mean, before we start adding all these guys that went undrafted, you got Rocker, Fabian, Leiter, Matt McClain. I mean, you got some pretty good players. Del
gonna be a
Castillo,
really-
Miami. Although I don't think he's 1-1, but it's a Hajar, as KR mentioned earlier. It's a pretty loaded class itself, and only
It's
gonna
going
get
to
better.
be very,
Jaden
very
Hill.
Yeah,
good.
so here is Florida's pitching staff next year for all those watching. Tommy Mace, Jack Leftwich, Hunter Barker, Christian Scott, Brandon Sproat, Nick Pogue, Tyler Nesbitt, David Lithgy, Ben Specht, Garrett Milchin, and then you have Timmy Manning, LeBaron Johnson, Jackson Neza, Chase Cantala, and Blake Purnell coming in.
You might want to check
That's
the
pretty
portal.
good.
You might want to check the portal on Friday, tomorrow morning, KR.
Yeah, Garrett Milchin looks like a guy that could be in the portal.
It's unlimited.
Ryan
unlimited
Murphy
roster,
to the
but
Giants.
limited
Who?
seating.
Ryan Murphy to the Giants from Lemoyne College in Lemoyne, up in New York. From Wappingers Falls, New York. Do not know anything about him.
No, I'm punting on that one too. That's
Oy.
let's see
Ryan-
let's see what HQ says here.
Is that an Anthony Walters type of pick?
Sounds like it.
The Dolphins have been churning out talent for a long time. Used to be the class of the MAC until they were forced to drop to the 2. But it's been a while since I've seen a Lemoyne guy called in the top 5 rounds, so that's pretty cool.
We've got him in here. He was ranked 38th in the state as a high school senior.
Yeah.
Don't have anything among
So I'm
college.
disappointed you didn't have him ranked.
Yeah. Got a report from 2016, Rhodey. I don't think I need to share that one though. You may have changed a bit since then.
Where is he from originally? Is he a New York guy?
Yes.
Yeah, Wappingers Falls.
Ketchum, New York. Ketchum High School, New York. You know where that's at?
I have no idea. No, I am assuming upstate because it's not one of the 5 boroughs.
Where's Big Dan when we need him?
Working out,
Tweeting.
doing pull-ups.
One arm. One arm pull-up.
Hey, Shooter, what can you tell us about Ryan Murphy from Lemoyne College?
Go Dolphins.
There you go.
All right, the Rangers. Here we go.
Thomas Sagis, Carlsbad High School, California. That's a high school. Pepperdine recruit.
Interesting.
I got nothing.
Hold up.
Come on, Rudy. What can you tell me about
Stop
Thomas
it.
Sagis?
Stop it.
Hey, don't worry. We just had a Lemoyne College guy taken. We had no idea who he was. So.
Yeah, I
Really
got it. He's
kinda
coming
deep
here.
crap.
Oh, yeah, I knew. Okay, yeah, he was at the pro case. Where's his pro case report? Let's go. I don't have my pro case notes in front of me. So, yeah. Strong hit tool, ability to stay at shortstop. Obviously well known because guys pitched around him. Let's see. Throwback style
I'll say this
player,
about
soft hands, average runner, solid base running skills, overall athleticism and lateral quickness. I think we had him running like a 7-1 last summer, so probably moves off a shortstop actually, second base, third base type.
I'll say this about Sagisi, though. The Rangers might be onto something here because those Pepperdine guys, Rick Hertensteiner, they do a really good job on evaluations.
Mm-hmm.
Phillies, Baron Radcliffe, outfielder, Georgia Tech.
Okay.
Wow.
Can't believe that Aaron's not here to talk about a little Baron Radcliffe.
I mean, you want to talk about strong, raw power, 70 raw power to the pull side. Has struggled with swing and miss his whole career, but if you want to take a flyer here in the 5th round, which is the perfect spot to do it, Baron Radcliffe can be your guy because there's something real there. There's real power. It's just not some guy just to save money. They did it for a reason. That's a pretty solid pick in the 5th round there, Fitty. Baron Radcliffe.
Yeah, and he looks like a linebacker. And you watch him run first to third. He runs like a free safety. He's like a Ronnie Lott out there, man. He's just he's a physical specimen. And you're right. He can put a hurt on the ball when he makes contact. That's a nice upside play here in the 5th round.
Sorry, I'm getting ready for the 21 draft right now.
You watching a Brady House home run?
Yeah, we're looking at the first round futures here.
It's really interesting in the 5th round so far. You see the team just taking, going for broke with a Baron Radcliffe or a Joe Boyle, guys who have like real tools, real big tools, but they're far away from getting into them. And then you take other teams like and we like these guys like Adam Seminaris. He is who he is. Jack Blomgren. He's a good player, but he is who he is.
Brody.
So it's interesting
Cubs.
to see the different approaches.
Colin Moreno, another UNC kid.
No, East Carolina. East
Carolina. Okay.
Yeah, but he's Carolina. He's right down the street from me, Panther Creek High School. But Cohen Moreno, interesting. Okay. Really athletic, up to 93 last summer. Went to some big events like East Coast Pro, got hit around a little bit. But, I mean, everything you see about him on the mound, you like. It's lean, it's athletic, it's projectable, it's a loose arm, it's a quick arm. There's some feels for spin in there, feel for a changeup. High school righty, so certainly some risk, but definitely some upside there. I like this pick. I thought, there was a shot that, he would go, and I didn't know if 5th round money would get it done, but, it sounds like it will. But yeah, he's a guy that I planned on seeing a couple of times, being that he was in my backyard. But, again, the cancellation of the season threw a wrench in that. But Interesting pick there by the Cubs.
A lot of faith put in those Carolina scouts. They do a good job, and I feel like each year it comes out of the Carolinas that you're going to get some guys because I think a lot of the teams trust those guys, trust the scouts, and they trust all of them. But like the Carolinas, there's all these guys coming out of there, and just talking with those guys the few times I have, they really do a good job.
Yeah. So that was the Cubs, which means the Red Sox are next. We're past the halfway point of the final round.
You think we can squeeze in a commercial break here, guys, or what do you think?
Yeah.
All right. Past the halfway point of the 5th round, give me some predictions. Right now, 5 guys who are going to get drafted. Rody, go.
Five guys that are going to get drafted?
Going to get drafted among the last, 12 picks. That's a tough assignment, Rody.
But you know what? I'll play your game. I'm going to go... Oh, well, he's already gone, so I need to refresh my board here. Blake Dunn, maybe?
Good name.
Yeah, I like Blake Dunn. I still can't believe Andrew Abbott's still out there.
I
Michael
can't.
Denholm. Denholm, yeah. Pitchability guy.
That's
Right,
right.
Dominic Hamill out of Dallas Baptist.
And the thing is, we don't, we're not privy to all of the signability discussions. Like if Tommy Mace is already telling people he's going back to school, then obviously nobody's going to take Tommy Mace at this point.
Right.
But and you were talking about UVA and Duke guys. I mean, those are typically, not easy signs as recruits, but as a junior, generally speaking, if you're a top 5 round pick out of UVA or Duke, you're still going to sign as a junior. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think Mason Erla, Michigan State. He's a 4th-year junior. I would think he should go around here. He's signable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just whamming over Andrew Abbott. I mean, what are you looking for? That's an immediate impact arm, high A, double A, just out of the gate. Out of the bullpen, obviously. Maybe their numbers just got too big. I mean, I really like Mitchell Parker for San Jack, but I'm sure he's going to Kentucky. And the junior college guys, they have 3 years eligibility left when they transfer now because JUCO gave them back a year ago. So.
Red Sox are up. The Red Sox select Shane Droen, left-handed pitcher, Florida State.
Great.
That's
we
some
saw him
upside there
together.
for sure.
I'm a big fan. I like this guy a lot. Saw him in the fall, great. And then I think I saw him at Duke with you, Seif. Were you there for the Drohan start at Duke this spring? It's a lean, tall, athletic left-hander, high slot. The delivery works, pretty good angle. I want to say up to 94, certainly 93. I want to say pitches 91, 93 with a high spin rate, riding life up in the zone, and big spin rate on the breaking ball also. I mean, one of the I don't know what the TrackMan numbers say nationally, but I think I saw up to 2,900 on the breaking ball if I recall in the fall. So I mean, it's very interesting, and there's he'll show you a changeup too. It's a not a great performance track record, kind of a late bloomer, but boy, intriguing upside.
Mm-hmm.
I'm agree with all the guys taken in the 5th round so far. To me, he's, and I know money's different with different clubs, but to me, all the guys in the 5th round so far, outside of the high school guy, Baumler really good, but he's probably the best pick for me so far in the 5th round as far as you're picking a guy with upside that has a chance to get there. Not that Joe Boyle doesn't or Barron Radcliffe doesn't either, but Drohan, he wasn't terribly impressive, but he wasn't bad the day we saw him against Duke. I mean, he was just threw too many pitches, just tried to be too fine, just threw ball 4 too much.
Mm-hmm.
Which has been his bugaboo. His first 2 years, he didn't command it at all. I mean, he really held him back. And then it kind of clicked a little bit in the fall. But I mean, last year he had 48 walks in 51 innings. So if you want to know, why he didn't go higher, he just doesn't have a history of consistent strike throwing. But he definitely did turn a corner to some degree in the last.
The Diamondbacks took Brandon Pfaadt, right-handed pitcher from Bellarmine.
Like him. That was one of my pick-to-clicks. He's Bellarmine Division II. We first saw him in the Northwoods League 2 summers ago. Was impressive there, and then we saw him last summer in the Cape Cod League. Right now, fastball low will touch the mid-90s. Changeup is probably his best off-speed pitch, but the night we saw him in the Cape for a few innings, he came into relief, and he showed an above-average breaking ball too. I really like Brandon Pfaadt. Physical kid, athletic, hard-working kid. I'm going to eat my words on Drohan. I like Pfaadt better than Drohan, so even though our rankings don't have it there, Pfaadt was more impressive for me in the Cape, certainly. Great pick.
Saif, I was there with you. I think it was at Falmouth when Pfaadt just was dealing, and I was like, who is this guy? And it was really impressive. Just thick as a guy that, again, tough angle. He commanded it pretty well. Really, I'm with you on this one. I liked him a lot.
So the Mets pick 150. Pick is supposedly in. So hopefully we'll hear it soon.
He's at the podium. Let's get it on.
Let's go.
We got 10 picks left, huh?
Yep.
Eric Orsi, right-handed pitcher,
New Orleans.
University of New Orleans Privateers.
Yeah, I had another direct message on Twitter about Orsi too, and I'm 0 for 2. Let's just put it that way. So good for him. Junior college transfer, I think, from the West Coast somewhere.
No, he's Carroll Stream, Illinois.
But I think he went to junior college in California and came back.
Illinois came out of the UNO. Who's going to school here? I'm
players.
like, Arkansas is going to like 8 catchers.
Yeah, Orsi went to a Northwest Florida State junior college.
So looking ahead to your to the impact freshman list, I mean, we're talking about Carson Montgomery, Florida State, Cam Brown, TCU, Tanner Witt, Texas, Caden Wallace, Arkansas, right? Shooter? Caden
Yes.
Wallace? Yeah.
Yes.
Cole Foster, that's TCU, right? Blake
No,
Shapen.
Auburn. Cole
Auburn,
Foster's
sorry, that's right. Cole Foster, Auburn. Blake Shapen.
Baylor.
That's because football guy too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Another football guy, Cade Horton, Oklahoma. So Drew Bowser, Stanford.
Here we go, Rody.
We got
Brewers select Hayden Cantrell, shortstop, Louisiana.
There you go.
University of Louisiana.
Now we saw him in the Cape too. He's just a fire plug switch hitter. Played second most in the Cape. I think he plays shortstop. You guys got some background on him in the Springs, but I was really impressed with him in the Cape. Again, just good, solid baseball player. There's not a lot of power there. He's probably never hit more than 10 home runs in his best year, but he's got the tools. He has baseball instincts. He's a baseball player. Great pick in the 5th round by the Brew Crew.
Mm-hmm.
KR, you know him pretty well, right?
Cantrell?
Yes.
Yeah, he's a really good defender. I don't think he's quite Blake Trahan, but he's really good.
He's very
I
comparable.
saw him pretty good in the
Go ahead,
fall
Aaron.
down in Mississippi State in a scrimmage. He hit a ball a mile. Sneaky pop in there for not a real big frame, but I always like the athleticism, and that's kind of the sneaky part is I do think he can run into one now and then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he definitely does have some sneaky pop in there. I remember seeing him at East Coast Pro out of high school, hit a home run at the Yankees facility there in Tampa. So definitely some twitch, can run into one,
Yep.
So Cardinals at 152. using up their allotment, it looks like, as we're ticking toward 30 seconds.
Now, Seif, right now, are area guys just fighting right now to get these guys at the end?
I would think the phones are being lit up right now with how much will you sign for? Do you want to sign? Is your number still the same? Yeah, I think it's just a cell phone fest right now. But this is when it gets exciting as the area guy, because a lot of these guys with 4 weeks, supervisors, cross-checkers, especially scouting directors, they didn't get very deep on the list. So the last couple rounds, if you're an area guy, yeah, you're fighting to get a guy. You want a guy. You're seeing some of these other names go in the last round, this round. You're like, hey, this guy's better. I want this guy. So you're calling your cross-checker, just trying to get a guy. But the matter of fact, there's probably about 20 area scouts in every organization. There's only 5 rounds. So the Yankees only had 3 picks. So if you're an area scout there, it's been a tough year. But yeah, this is the time where you're just fighting to get a guy. You want to get your best guy left on your prep list.
And that's one of the big reasons. And Kendall and Aaron, you guys have fought for this a lot with D1 of why having the draft during super regionals doesn't make sense. When you get down to a time like this, these phone calls are being made, decisions are being made instantly. If you're not picking up on the next guy, which, I mean, we've talked about the top round guys who missed their pick. Okay, they're still going to get picked. It's when you get down here, if you're not around, we got to make sure we can sign this guy. You didn't pick up the phone next. So that always bothered me that they did that as well.
Yeah, one other thing that kind of comes into play right now, unfortunately, but it's just a product of the environment, is you're the scouting director. You don't want to just go to one guy and try to get a deal with one guy. You're sending out a few feelers. I mean, you just have to. So you might have 4 or 5 area scouts calling the guy for this next pick. 2 of them come back with deals, but you only have 1 pick. One player, one scout's kind of getting the shaft, and the other one's getting the kid. And you messed over one kid and his family and everybody else that you just kind of agreed to a verbal deal. It happens. People don't like to talk about it, but that's the reality. But it's kind of what you have to do when you're taking a draft that you're not declaring for, that you may not sign, you might sign. It's such a Major League Baseball draft. I could go on and on about this, but they need to get a season going first, but they need to clean up so much with the draft just so you can just take the talent in talent order instead of throwing out all these feelers and breaking kids' dreams because you took the scouting director decided to go this guy, not this guy, even though both had deals. It's just a messed up system.
Yeah. We just had a comment come in asking if we heard them say on ESPN that the Japan League was going to try to grab some undrafted guys. I think that was kind of discussed beforehand. If you think of the guys that go undrafted, depending on their eligibility going back to school, what kind of money they might be able to see, I don't think it's that crazy to think that, maybe they go play overseas. I mean, Shooter, you and I talked about that a little bit, I think, with Carter Stewart taking that route.
We can get back to it. There'll be a commercial probably after the next pick. The Cardinals took L.J. Jones, the 4th outfielder out of Long Beach State. He can hit, this dude. Big dude in the middle lineup for the Dirtbags there. I want to say they played Mississippi State in like the 2nd or 3rd week. I was streaming some of it, and this dude does not get cheated at the plate. Yeah. Have you guys seen him?
I have not.
Now, the pitcher just went in the 5th round, too, from Long Beach.
Harris, yeah.
I mean, if they had brought these 2 guys back, because he's in the middle of that order, big physical kid, and then Friday night guy, I'm sure they would have been in the top 25, maybe even higher after what they did early on this year, bringing in some good arms coming next year. They would have been like kind of a dark horse for Omaha.
So Jones is a redshirt sophomore, kind of corner bat, split time between corner, outfield, and DH there. Does have some pop. They like the athleticism a little bit. Very strong and physical. It's just, I think the power is the carrying tool. But I'm a little surprised by this one. So I guess it's a money saver. But it's an interesting pick there.
Nationals 153.
Nationals. Mitchell Parker.
There you go.
Like him.
Go for it, Seif. He can really spin it, yeah?
Yeah, he's the kind of the new wave of pitcher. He'll throw that 4-seamer up in the zone, and then he'll drop that 12-6 hook right underneath her bat. I think I saw him the day I saw him. He struck out like 13 in 7 innings over there in Florida, but walked away with a real good feeling. And this was a kid that didn't pitch much as a freshman, had control problems. If you watch his arm action, he's got a lot going on in back. So it doesn't always come out the same release point in front. But he did clean a lot of it up through hard work, I guess, over the winter and the fall. And he came out and he was just gangbusters for the first, 5-6 weeks of Sanjak season. But, I mean, yeah, that's a really good pick. He's committed to go to Kentucky. But it doesn't look like that might be happening now. But a very impressive lefty.
What you got, Shooter? What are you reacting to over there?
It's just like Kentucky losing a guy that late that they potentially could have got.
Yeah.
But also, Cleveland's up. So what other UCLA and Texas recruits do we have that they could take?
Kevin Parada?
Tanner Witt.
All right, here it is.
Mason Hickman.
Mason Hickman, Vanderbilt.
Good draft.
Take him off my list of undrafted top 100 guys.
This is a 4-seam guy, pitch at the top of the zone and can spin it too, yeah?
Yeah, the most impressive thing about Hickman from what I saw in Arizona this spring is he not only has an above-average curveball, but it plays probably at plus to better because he can locate at both sides of the plate. I mean, he can bury it. He can back leg it to a lefty. He can backdoor to a lefty. He can slide it a little bit more to the righty to get him a chase. He's just a magician with his breaking ball, and I've kind of long compared him to Kyle Hendricks with the Cubs, just how he can pitch. He's an upper 80s guy. He'll touch a 91, 92, but he's mostly just an 89, 90 who can really move the ball around. My other comparison for him is a Michael Byrne type. I long thought Hickman was a 5th rounder just because I compared him to Michael Byrne from Florida. Byrne was more of a changeup guy as the best secondary pitch, but Hickman, another gut feel guy, I really liked him. Great pick here by.
Yeah, I'm looking at Cleveland's draft, and we talked about Carson Tucker in the first round, and questions about that. But if you look at the makeup of the rest of the draft, that's a good haul of talent that they got.
Yeah, Cleveland, for where they were picking, Cleveland probably did as better, if not, they probably did as well as anybody. But especially where they picked.
All right, Tampa's up.
I got a text from a coach. If we can make it through these next couple picks, Shooter's prediction about our class may come true. Might get some special ones. I've enjoyed watching you guys.
Jeffrey Hackinson.
UCF.
I like
Fitzy's
this
got
one.
it.
This is a
Do it, Fitzy.
interesting sleeper, this guy. Bullpen guy all the way, but it's a fast arm. It's kind of a unorthodox delivery. With I believe there's some effort there, but it gives him some deception. It's really kind of herky jerky, 92, 94 with a high spin rate, kind of tough to barrel up, and he's really worked hard to improve his slider since last year. So he had a good year last year. He had 6 saves, but it's a neat pick.
We're gonna go to commercial real quick, guys. Because we haven't had enough.
They really did go to commercial with 5 picks left.
This is insane. I made a joke a while back on Twitter that we were going to need to squeeze in a few dozen more commercial breaks if we were going to get to the 6-hour mark. That was about the 4.5-hour mark, and I didn't actually think we had any chance to get to the 6-hour mark, but we're closing in on it.
We are.
Yeah.
We really are.
This is ridiculous. I love you guys, but this is ridiculous.
Thanks.
I mean, Aaron and I spend 2 weeks in Omaha together. We eat lunch together every single day, so I guess this is kind of part of that process. We'd be doing this in Omaha right now, anyways.
Well, just think about Shooter and me going from future games to area code games.
Yeah.
Right now, while we have it, how many picks are left? 4. Rody?
6, I think.
6. I don't want to jinx anything, but right now, Miami lost those guys. they kind of expected to lose. Sacconi's the tough one, but they got some real high school recruits in. Yohani Morales he's top 10 potential pick a couple years ago. Some swing and miss there, but it's a real bat going there to Coral Gables. Alejandro Rosario was a 21 reclassed. It's 97, quick arm. And who's the last one I'm thinking of with Miami?
Medeiros.
The other arm. Medeiros. Victor Medeiros. So 2 weekend arms there, and then the catcher. I got his name.
Carlos Perez.
I think Miami might be the huge winner in all this. TCU, big winner right now. Baumler's there, but you get Hierholzer, you get Cam Brown. Those are frontline arms. They're obviously going to be senior laden next year, so you allow those guys to kind of come out of the pen, blowing it up. But UCLA got hit hard. Texas obviously hit hard. The Tolentino kind of stinks for UCLA. I thought they'd get him. Mississippi State today, losing Blaze Jordan. I honestly thought he would be campus. And looking at what the Red Sox did, I mean, when it comes down to it, Nick York's going to end up signing in the first round for like $2 million under slot because Blaze Jordan's going to command the majority of that signing bonus. So that's a tough one. Arizona, I don't want to jinx anything yet because Chase Davis is still on the board. I think there's a chance he could go, but outside of losing Nick York, which was a big loss, they got Daniel Susac. They have a chance to get Chase Davis, 2 middle-of-the-order bats. Nichols and Swales, 2 really good players as well. They'll be at the top, towards the top of recruiting classes. LSU lost Cole Henry. They still have a really good class coming in. Even without Cole Henry, they got Dylan Cruz, which is big. I'll stop now because the Braves are up. And the Braves take Bryce Elder from Texas.
Oh, boy.
There you go, KR.
Man, Texas thought they had him.
Yikes.
Go to work. But I know you said he's gotten better and better every year at Texas. What else do you think?
I love Bryce Elder. I mean, he is hard-nosed as it gets. Like a broken record, but he is a what you see is what you get guy. He sits 90-94. He's got a nice cutter. Throws in the change. He even has a pretty decent curveball. He really doesn't have to throw a lot. But, you look back at his outing against LSU and Austin last year, and it was just what Bryce Elder's all about. I mean, he just attacked hitters, and he had that cutter work. And I'm a big Bryce Elder fan.
I mean, a year ago, talking about a top 2 rounder, like potential first round guys sneaking in. Maybe if he kept going up like he had, maybe it was just a 1 game. It's like you saw him at Stanford.
Saw him at Stanford, yeah, and he wasn't real good there, but he was good enough where you could say, okay, yeah, I didn't see such a good outing, but he could be a top 2-3 round guy. I'm really surprised he lasted this long though. I would have popped him end of 3, 4th round, somewhere in there. So.
Stevie Emanuel's right-handed pitcher from UW, Washington.
Oh, that's a good one.
Tough loss. All these ones late now. These last picks are tough.
I've always liked Stevie Emanuel's. It's a big-bodied righty. Again, I feel like there's some good angle here. He's 6'5". In the past, it's been a while since I've seen him, but I think it was kind of, 91, 94, I want to say. Always had feel for the breaking ball. A good extension. I like this guy. I mean, I don't know if he's probably a bullpen guy at the next level, but he's worked extended innings in his career, and I thought, he would kind of fit in that 3 to 5 round range. So if you saw him, didn't you, in March?
I did not. Dan Jurek saw him for us at UW, and I'd been hearing about the big velocity from Emmanuel's in the fall, 95, some 96s or what have you. So DJ went out there and saw him for us this spring, and he was same kind of guy, 88, 92. That type of guy. But he walked away liking him. He liked his ability to pitch, locate. But he belongs in this round. I mean,
Twin select Kalai Rosario, outfielder from Hawaii, from high school.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Shooter, we saw him in area code
Hawaii.
games.
Yeah.
Interesting.
We have
Where
a
was he
director out
committed,
there in Hawaii
Rosario?
already?
Hang on a second. I got too many questions coming at me, and I'm swapping ear sets. So what do you guys want to know?
Shooter, go ahead.
Cal Baptist kid, only 17 at the draft.
That's right.
He was at area code as Rhodey switches over his headphones. More physical bat, right-handed hitter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, you nailed it there. I'm pulling up his profile right now. I mean, it was a brief look for me. Full medium frame with present strength, runs well for his size. He's like 6'1", 200. That, average times down the line. Quiet and balanced. High hands, heavy barrel to work upward through the zone.
Yeah,
Finds it in games consistently. Raw power, like physical
big
right-handed hitter.
Dude just takes donkey hacks.
Yeah, left field, first base, fit on defense. So
Twins are going after
I
that
mean,
power.
yeah, I'm.
Dodgers are up here.
Wait, who just took Rosario? Twins. Okay.
Twins. Dodgers take Gavin Stone from Central Arkansas, right-handed arm.
That's another
You're
power.
one of the no hitters this spring, right? In college baseball.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, Shooter, I'm curious of your take here. So I did some digging on Bryce Elder. It sounds like the Braves are paying him several $100,000 over a slot. So who's getting undercutted here? Schuster? Strider? Maybe that's why Strider went a little higher than
I think
expected.
Schuster's probably getting undercut a pretty good amount.
Yeah.
Maybe even like $1 million plus. Like, it's a 274 slot, so there's definitely potential they save significant money there.
Now they've only had four picks in the draft, but for value, I think Elder's by far. I think he's their best pick.
Yeah.
By the way, report we had on Gavin Stone from the fall from the coaches was 92, 95 up to 97. Good slider, change up, third best pitch, but athletic, quality makeup. So a guy that was really good last year and got off to a great start this year as well. So that's a neat performance pick. Also has a power arm, kind of like a Landon Knack kind of a profile, mid-major guy that flew under the radar a little bit, but has some real stuff.
Yeah, he's an athletic 6-footer, 175. He'll sit 90-93 with his fastball, top at 5, like you mentioned. 82-85 slider, low 80s changeup. Locates, competes, hardworking kid. And like I mentioned before, I think he threw one of the 27 no-hitters there were in the 4 weeks in Division I college baseball this spring.
Yeah.
Some crazy number.
Mm-hmm. Did the Yankees go?
I don't think the Yankees
They didn't have a
Yankees,
pick.
they lost their.
Oh, that's
signing
right.
Garrett-
Oh, okay.
signing Garrett
Yeah.
Cole. Terrible.
Yeah,
They
sorry.
lost the fifth rounder.
It would be so good if they went to commercial before the Astros picked here. That would just be a perfect ending.
Shooter.
It says the pick's in.
I know.
Who's going to be the last guy? Pick
Mr.
your pick,
Irrelevant?
Shooter.
Is it still Mr. Irrelevant this year?
No,
I
it's the fifth
Oh.
round.
Opens?
Who we got?
Shea Whitcomb, shortstop, UC San Diego.
Now, I missed him in the Cape, but I know Nick Falaris was out there with me, and he really liked him, especially in a round like this. Let me give us a little bit more than that, though. So the final pick in the 2020 draft.
Can you believe it?
We made it.
It's been a long day, but I can't believe it's already over. Just 5 rounds.
Yeah.
Shea Whitcomb hit,
So to give you guys a wrap here, I compiled the list of all of the top 100 college guys that did not, and this is just college only, that did not get drafted in the top 5 rounds. You got Tommy Mace, Kevin Abel, Carson Seymour, Seth Lonsway, Mason Erla, Leftwich, Parker Shavers, Michael Rothenberg, Andrew Abbott, Gavin Williams, Luke Waddell, Casey Opitz, Chris Lanzilli, Ryan Webb, Kel Imshoff, Blake Dunn, Braden Ward, and then Jackson Leith at Tennessee. We talked about him earlier. All those guys will likely be headed back to school for another year.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yeah. If I'm any of them, I'm not signing for $20K. So
no chance in hell.
Loaded.
No.
It's just mind-boggling. I know teams have different amounts of money, but those guys collectively, individually, are so much better than so many of those guys that got taken in the 4th and 5th round, 3rd round even. So.
Did you pull, Cypher, were you pulling something up on Whitcomb?
Yeah, Whitcomb. He's a lunge hitter, but he's a 55 runner. Looks like the bat's kind of the question mark just from his approach, but he's got some strength. Good runner, capable defender on the dirt. Good base runner. Projects as a midday 2 target, but that's when we were riding it over the summer, and we thought there would be 3 days, obviously. So,
okay,
accurate report, but hit 303 in the Cape.
Excellent. Well, guys, it's been a long night. I don't think we need to. We've done a lot of analysis tonight on each pick, so I don't think we need to really dive into things too deep right now. But as always, you can expect plenty of coverage on PrepBaseballReport.com as well as D1Baseball.com. But fellas, this was fun. I look forward to doing it again in the future.
Heck yeah!
Yeah.
Great job, everybody.
Excellent.
Great work.
Well, we appreciate everybody following along. Obviously, stay tuned, PrepBaseballReport.com and D1Baseball.com for continued coverage. And also, as we roll into the summer and start on 2021, no rest for the weary. But for Aaron Fitt, Kendall Rogers, Shooter Hunt, David Seifert, I'm Nathan Rohde. This was Draft HQ Live. And until next time, we'll see you guys at the ballpark.